jab, uppercut, leave you laid out on the floor. Try to duck and roll, hit and miss, now you counting stars. Should've practiced more, should've hit the mask, get out there more. Claim that you're the best. You gotta show me, son. Actions over words, baby boy. Is you real or what? Talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports,
Yo, once again, thanks for tuning in. You're listening to World Combat Sports. Good morning, everyone. Friday fun boxing talk in the building. First of all, I want to give a shout out to WCS supporters, man. You know how we do. Appreciate you pulling up to the damn spot, man. Supporting the channel, supporting WCS. It's much appreciated. One love each and every day. And shout out to the ones who out there, you know, they had to wake up this morning and make that living, go out there and grind, make that money, support you, your family, anybody else that falls beneath your dependency. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, whoever that may be. Be safe out there. You know, there's no need for me to give a talk about the Omicron that's out here that was recently just over there in South Africa. And all of a sudden, that quick, a snap, is nationwide now. So we might be going back, you know, we might be headed back to lockdown soon. I don't know. They're going to stick to the damn vaccines and the boosters and everything else. I mean, I know they don't want to stricken the economy right now, but Omicron variant is stronger than the Delta variant. You know what I'm saying? Omicron variant is stronger than the Delta variant. The Delta variant is stronger than the dang COVID. Like it's much stronger than the initial COVID-19 that came out. Yeah, Delta, and then we have Omicron. How does this make its way into the holidays, bro? Like, it's crazy. The boxer section, what's good? What's good? So 503 line on deck, man. The boxing section. I hit the replay yesterday. You called my name, so I'm not sure what you was speaking on. But let me do this for you. Let me get this intro off. You're still in the building. Yeah, I thought you would have got it from Tay already. I'm not going to put it out in the live chat, dog. I'm not going to put it out in the live chat, bro. Let me see. You need to shoot me your email, dog. So, you got Keon's number? You got Keon's number, bro? You talk to Keon like that? He said you and him was over there in Vegas. You got Keon's number? If you got Keon's number, tell him I said give you my number. If you got Keon's number, tell him to give me my number, man. Hit me up. Oh, what's your okay? Hey, man, hit me on my Instagram, man. World Combat Sports. Hit me on my Instagram and I'll give it to you, bro. Hit me on my IG. And I give it to you. World Combat Sports on IG. Same logo. You know what I'm saying? That's how we can do that. If you haven't already known, people, you know what's buzzing lately, man. We're gonna get into some hot topics, of course. Um, I'm not even sure which one I should start off because either one of them I start off with is gonna be pretty extensive. But the buzz is going around right now. It's Floyd Mayweather. Let me give you, for those of you that may not know who this guy is, right? Floyd Mayweather is a 5 division, 5 weight champion. You know what I'm saying? Some of his accolades is fighter of the decade. Let me back that up again. Fighter of the decade for the 2010s by BWAA. Listen to me when I tell you about accolades. Accolades matter because Floyd Mayweather, all his accolades are right here. Pound for pound matter. 2-time winner of the Ring Magazine Fighter of the Year Award, 1998 to 2007. A 3-time winner of the Boxers Writer Association of America Fighter of the Year Award, 2007, 2013, 2015. And a 6-time winner of the Best Fighter ESPY Award, 2007 through 2010, 2012 through 2014. In 2016, Mayweather was ranked ESPN as the greatest boxer pound for pound of the last 25 years. As of May 2021, BoxRec ranks him the greatest boxer of all time pound for pound. Many sports news and boxing websites, includes the Ring, Sports Illustrated, ESPN, BoxRec, Fox Sports, and Yahoo Sports, rank Mayweather as the best pound for pound boxer in the world twice in the span of 10 years. Mayweather contended at 130 all the way up to 154, people. That's what Mayweather was doing with his life. He was robbed in the Olympics, but when he made it to the professional ranks, just like Roy Jones, who was also robbed, they made the most of their careers. Mayweather's coming out right now, and you can call it what you want. Tank Davis is his primary fighter, his premier fighter. Of course, Tank Davis, man, he's in the silhouette of Floyd Mayweather. But I'm gonna tell you, it's good that Tank Davis is in the silhouette of Floyd Mayweather's accomplishments in boxing right now, because he needs it. Because when Tank comes, the era, the aura of everybody that's coming to see Floyd is showing up. And right now, people, they would sit up here and criticize the matrimony between these two, the business matrimony. But you have to look at it like there's some people out here that's bonded, contractually bonded in matrimony when this boxing game, and they're miserable. Now, I'm not saying that Tank Davis is the most happiest boxer, but him being with Floyd is great right now because he's maneuvering. He's basically building upon layers of credentials to his boxing career. And I'm just going to tell you, a 3-division champion at 26 years old, 27, I believe, 26, 27. It's looking good for Tank. Floyd Mayweather's record right now is 50 wins, 0 defeats. 27 of those wins coming by way of knockout. He's currently a 44-year-old fighter who would never at any point in time entertain coming back to fight Canelo Alvarez. He's never really displayed hatred for Canelo Alvarez. It's just at this point in time, he feels like he has a fighter that should be getting pound for pound recognition in boxing. And I totally agree with the brother. Like, Gervonta Davis should not be casted under a spell just because He signed to one of the best boxers ever to do it. Gervonta Davis has his own mystique when it comes down to it. He's a killer. He's a killer. Gervonta Davis brings that excitement that we used to be anticipating when Mike Tyson walked down to the ring with a damn towel around his neck. Cut a hole through a towel and walked down to the ring with the black trunks on, no socks, and goddamn see it on his damn shoes and say, let's go. If you look at Gervonta Davis doing the stare down, and everything that goes along with it, he kind of give you that energy that Mike Tyson, gives, breaking down his opponents before punches even thrown. See, the problem that they got is that for Floyd Mayweather, he says that they'll glorify Canelo Alvarez and all his achievements and everything because accolades matter, but they'll never really talk about his steroid situation with clenbuterol. They just look at the fact that he was suspended and it was retroactive back to February of that year. So that really set him up for the next fight with Gennady Golovkin. The fight was called off for the rematch because he was suspended, of course. So if he was suspended, what? That means he was punished. But internally to that suspension, they wanted to make it seem like, well, it was in the beef, and then let's increase the clenbuterol levels. I always tell people it's good to be the leader of something. It's good to be number one at something. But it's not good to be number one when it comes to steroid and performance enhancing drugs to allow somebody to give you that favor to say, I'm going to increase the levels just because of Canelo. I'm going to increase the levels just because of Oscar Valdez. That's not the stamp that you want on your portfolio. While you're sitting up here trying to fight, and build up all your credentials, you don't want that stamp on there. Well, we all remember Oscar Valdez popping positive, and he's still following his hometown. And in the interim, Mauricio Suleiman increased the levels once again, just as he's done with superstar Canelo Alvarez. So now, Floyd Mayweather is making a mention that they're not putting too much emphasis on Canelo Alvarez's steroid use, but yet they're busy talking about his accolades. But then when it comes to Gervonta Davis, they're busy talking about, how he got a case pending. They won't give him as much love on who he's fighting. You know what I'm saying? But they'll glorify Abner Yildirim stepping in there after coming off a loss. They'll glorify the Rocky Field and him picking up a WBA just like he was in there fighting, for the undisputed titles at 68. They'll give him the same glory as if he was stepping in there to fighting Gennady Golovkin, Demetrius Andrade, and Jamal Charlie all in 1 year. They'll give him the same accolade, bro. No doubt. They'll provide him that same energy. Boxing refuses to give Canelo Alvarez an overcast. And that shit is thunder and lightning. It's raining down on his ass. And it's all because of the history that he has connected to steroid use. I don't blame Canelo Alvarez for what he's talking about. But let me take you to this article so we can talk about some things, all right? Let me take you to this article right quick. In Boxing News 24. Matter of fact, I'm going to take you to a couple of snippets, and then we're going to listen to the video. Cooking with Sir Senior on deck. Smooth Groove Boxing, what's good? New to the channel, about the sub, love the vibe. Salute from Dallas, Galveston, Texas. Smooth Groove Boxing, salute to you, my brother. Whoever you may be, shout out to Galveston, Texas. John Page, what's good? He not 3-division champion, he 2-time champion. I'm not sure who you're talking about. You talking about Gervonta Davis? Gervonta Davis, a 3-division champion. Mark Casey, what's good? What's good? King Mitch on deck, what's good? Appreciate everyone pulling up. So, Boxing News 24 speaks on quotes from Floyd Mayweather, right? And it goes on to say, what we don't talk about is Canelo, steroid, said Mayweather on Thursday at the press conference for Tank versus Cruz fight. You don't talk about that, said Mayweather. We don't know all the fighters he beat. And he could have not been clean in a lot of fights. I don't know, said Mayweather when asked if he thinks Canelo was clean the night he fought him in 2013. That's your Canelo. Come on. The kid was a cakewalk. Easy, said Floyd about his easy victory over Alvarez. And Floyd has always kept that same response, man. He said Canelo was easy, dog. But look, it depended on how old they look. When they want to use the age reference, it depends on who the name is. Floyd was in his late 30s when he fought a young lion, a young motherfucking lion like Canelo Alvarez. And he schooled the shit out of him, bro. He schooled the shit out of Canelo. He said, the same fighter said Mayweather when asked if he sees a difference in Canelo since he fought him 8 years ago. People are like, if Canelo was in his prime in his fight with Floyd, it would have been a different fighter. Canelo was in his prime. Go back and look at me. I was at my best when I was in my 20s. When I fought Canelo, I was almost 40 years old. A lot of time they're going to keep asking me about the Canelo fight, said Mayweather. Man, that shit is true facts, bro. That shit is true facts. We gotta keep some integrity in this motherfucker. Because I totally understand boxing is not about morals and shit. We don't go to motherfucking where they wearing uniforms and say, hello, thank you, everybody, for taking the time out. But today we here to look for future fighters, and we're trying to change the sport. We want to recruit young men who believe they can compete in the sport of boxing, but have a good God-fearing spirit. Okay? A good God-fearing spirit. Put your hands in the air if you want to accept this challenge. It doesn't work like that, bro. It doesn't. We don't go to these motherfucking private school academy, Christian academies looking for kids. Boxing have fighters from all walks of life, man. Criminals, felons, all that shit. So internal to the sport, we have criminal activity that's been long standing for quite some time. And Canelo Alvarez fits that cloth, bro. He was he was caught using steroids, man. His stablemate recently was caught dirty. But I understand and feel Floyd Mayweather's pain when it comes to Gervonta Davis. Now, I can't really home in on if they're not really providing Gervonta Davis with his full credit for the way and what he's done outside the ring on his own, vice him being under Floyd Mayweather. Because Gervonta has had some situations where, just from the eye of the public, they'll look at that shit and it's like, no, man, I ain't giving that motherfucker no love. The reason being is when it becomes a male and a female, and that male is a professional fighter who uses his hands as a profession, and they see you clearly snatching up another woman who in their eyes becomes fragile. She becomes a newborn duckling when you put your hands on her. They act like she cannot defend herself. And when they probably seen Gervonta take a swing, it's probably a lot of people behind the scenes that took that shit personal. I mean, Gervonta is not the only fighter that ever had domestic problems. Within the sport itself, this is a combat sport where you get punched in the head, right? So you have a lot of fighters that go through domestic situations, domestic violence. You have fighters who are locked up now for domestic violence. You have fighters who have killed their spouses. You have fighters who have killed themselves. Okay, Batman. I was just like I thought you was messing with me, Batman. I said I know Floyd Mayweather ain't no 2 division champion. You know what I'm saying? But Javante, you know, he's a special boxer. But you know, when it comes to the pound for pound and it comes to the accolades, you look at Floyd. They use all Floyd Mayweather's accolades, and those accolades are some to behold. Javante Davis, in a sense, in this era, you have individuals that's talking a different language all the time. They don't want to. They want to. Okay, they're trying to phase out Floyd Mayweather in one sentence, right? But yet they're trying to change the language for which made Floyd Mayweather great. Everything that he accomplished in his career is what made him great. That's outside of being robbed in the Olympics. That's outside. You got to place every credential that Floyd Mayweather was able to do into existence when you talk about this man. Not just his 50-0 record. You have to talk about everything he's accomplished. Right now, Floyd Mayweather is not taking away the accomplishments of Canelo Alvarez. He's just basically saying the man was caught cheating. The individuals that support the Canelo fan base, right? I can't say all of them because I don't communicate with all of them. But I'm saying when you mention steroids, you know what majority of the Canelo fan base would say? They would try to bring up something. If you attempt to bring up something a black fighter has done, they won't talk about something another Mexican fighter has done. They would flip the switch and talk about something that another black fighter has done. Instead of holding Canelo accountable and say, yeah, he did pop positive, they would come up with all these fucking excuses for Canelo Alvarez and they would take it personal. Look, Canelo Alvarez, we know the highest division he's been in right now. He's fought in 175, right? So I remember bringing up Canelo one time, and they understand, you know, certain fighters that I talk about heavy, right? And they was bringing up Deontay Wilder in the heavyweight division. I said, what does he have to do with Canelo, dog? He's not even a heavyweight. He hasn't fought Makabu yet, so he ain't a cruiserweight. So what the fuck are you talking about? Just stay on topic and talk about Canelo Alvarez. So I like the point that Floyd was making. I'm glad he's speaking up. I just hope him and Tank, you know, they keep this relationship healthy and productive. Let's listen to this fight hype video.
What have you seen of yourself in Canelo as of the last couple of years after he fought you?
Same fighter. It's the same fighter. It's crazy that they was like Canelo in his prime. He'd have been a different fighter. When I fought him, he was in his prime. Go back and look at me. I was the best when I was in my 20s. I wasn't. When I fought Canelo, I was almost 40 years old. You know, and a lot of times they're gonna keep asking me about the Canelo fight, and I already know when they write about it, they're gonna make it seem like, you know, the headline, they're gonna make it seem extremely bad, seem like a beef. I mean, it seems like it's a beef. It's not a beef. I I like Canelo. I mean, I like his work. Um, but we're forgetting about we Boost. What kid? Boost Ennis.
Drawnens, yes.
Hell of a fighter. We don't talk about him. Uh, you know, Errol Spence go through some ups and downs throughout life, tragedies, and he still get through it all. And then the guy go out and Terrence Crawford, he go out there and do what he's supposed to do. Of course, he look good, but we forget about these guys. We don't talk about Tank go out there and do what he got to do, and we forget about these guys. And I'm not going to forget about my people, fighters that don't get their credit. You know, I'm just going to stand behind my people through it all. You know, it's so crazy that I'm so proud of Tank as a fighter. I love him. I love his team. I want the best for him. But it's so crazy how y'all media always shit on him, talk bad about him, and it's so bad that they do this just because of me. Because of me. And I honestly feel like that's fucked up. Just that they do this to this kid. He go out there, he fight, he win, he do it in impressive fashion. You got guys like Oscar, and I'm gonna always set an example and say, well, Floyd, you trash talk a lot. You was cocky, and you supposed to believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, who the fuck gonna believe in you? And I went out there day in and day out and proved that I was the best. And pound for pound, now you look, and then you guys they can rate Canelo up there, and I just feel like Canelo is one of the guys. He's one of the top guys up there, but he's not the only guy. This is not cool. Even though Spence went through what he went through, and Crawford, because Crawford and Spence haven't fought one another, doesn't mean these guys should be rated up there. Every time they went out there, they done what they had to do. There's so many young fighters that's up and coming that we don't talk about. And I'll come on record and say these guys, that kid in his booth, don't sleep on him.
So pretty much, Floyd has been a lot vocal, and I'll say the last 2.5 years, he's really been driving his point home in certain areas, especially, when it comes to Tank Davis. He himself has been in some situations, once again, domestic violence, where he had to go, serve the consequences or whatever. It's not anything new to the sport of boxing. What I'm saying is probably one of the reasons that they're hating on Floyd, and also that they hate on Gervonta Davis, is not more so their boxing on what they've been able to achieve and not achieve. It's more so on when you have a black fighter who's involved with hitting a female. It's something that sticks different. In my opinion, it's something that sticks different about that shit. Like, it's something that goes on in somebody's mind and say, our skin color in general drives a lot more attention to a simple situation. You know what I'm saying? You can be having an argument with one person, and depending on how you look, you might have a scruffy beard with a hat on and have a hoodie on top of your hat, and you might be a upstanding citizen, but they may see you as a threat, and then somebody else, hey, we got an individual over here. You might want to. I mean, just think about the average citizen comparable to these boxers. You a celebrity boxer, you a well-known star, and they see you in public. And the reason why I'm mentioning this might be the reason why some of these individuals are not putting some of these fighters on the pound for pound list. Just take a look at who's on the pound for pound list. Just take a look at who's on the pound for pound list. Now, I may not know this, but I want you to tell me someone on the pound for pound list that's had an altercation with a female when it comes to battery. Help me out. Just help me out. Who has been in the spotlight for having a domestic violence case with the woman that's on the pound for pound list? I need some education too. I should not black, whatever. Who's on the pound for pound list, bro? Because this may be a big deal on what Floyd may understand or he may not understand. But I'm saying, like, there's some people that's on there that's a 3-division champion now. You have the Japanese kid who fought people that we really don't know before he came into the bantamweight division. You know what I'm saying? Nonito Donaire went the distance with him. I mean, come on. Inoue been chilling up there for a minute. Just because you stop a Maloney brother, don't make you, top pound for pound. Like, why is this dude pound for pound? And we're going off who he's fought. So if you want to talk about Gervonta Davis, him being a three division champion, well, we can include some of the accolades on when Canelo Alvarez initially picked up another division in 68. He went for the weakest link with a body shot, stopping him in the third. Mr. Rocky Fielding himself. That may be why this is not the case. But back to Canelo Alvarez. I don't have a huge disdain for Canelo Alvarez. I don't talk about him much. I just know, looking back at when he was supposed to step in there with Gennady again, and him popping positive, I remember a lot of people going in. I do remember, especially on Facebook, a lot of people was going in on Canelo Alvarez, and they was calling him Canelo, and they still do it. But that shit is faded out a little bit. It's almost like just because he's picked up more belts, they trying to phase this shit out and don't mention it. But it's a part of his history now. He was accused of taking performance-enhancing drugs, and that should place some type of blemish on his record. Now, once again, boxing is not about all this morals and principles. So should that affect him from being on the pound-for-pound list? It's not going to affect him as much as if you had a previous situation of battery towards a woman. It's not. I'm just going to tell you the way it is, especially if you're a black fighter, bro. I totally get where Floyd Mayweather is coming from with this shit and what he's saying about Canelo. I totally understand where he's coming from with that shit. But you talking about the integrity of the sport, a drug cheat, you're basically going out here cutting corners with performance enhancing chemicals so you can be better. You can be better, not naturally better. So those chemicals can enhance your performance in the ring to beat that opposition that's in there competing against you. That's the whole part of performance enhancing drugs, to give you the edge. You know what I'm saying? And the capital C word is called cheating. It's called cheating. If you look back at Floyd Mayweather fighting Canelo Alvarez, his fans have a bad habit of talking about Canelo was too green. Canelo wasn't this. Canelo wasn't that. But then check this out. But then you'll see fighters in this era at a lighter weight class that's putting in work, and people think they're the greatest thing ever. They're still in their 20s. Oh, they're in their prime. They're in their prime. Floyd whooped that ass. We don't know if Canelo was clean when he fought Floyd, but he got his ass whooped. And moving on up to there, how do we know that Canelo lost confidence during that Floyd Mayweather fight when Floyd put it on him? Who initially signed Canelo up for Floyd? Someone thought Canelo, the next great, could go in there and defeat someone as polished and schooled and technically sound, a master boxer like Floyd Mayweather. Somebody thought Canelo could do it. And when that shit started playing out like a nightmare on Elm Street, they would say, oh my God, this flat-footed Canelo is getting stumped on, dog. Who's to say after that fight, Canelo say, you know what, I got to do something different. Fuck it. Man, damn. They probably told Canelo, they say, listen, he's already close to 40 years old, Canelo. You're going to have ample amount of time to be in his spot. Just be patient. Let him die out. We don't see anybody else close to Floyd Mayweather that's doing what he did when he was in his 20s. All right? So don't look at this as a loss, Canelo. Just look at this as a learning experience. That's why you have a lot of his fans up there saying, well, He was green when he fought Floyd. How many fights did Canelo have when he fought Floyd? No one told his ass to go to Mexico with a motherfucking EBT card and just shop his ass off. Yeah, that opponent right there. Yeah, sí, mira. Yeah, sí. Aquí, ven aquí. That opponent. How much for all 15 of these opponents right here? $8.23. Wow. Okay, charge it. That's my EBT. Canelo goddamn racked the fuck up over there in Mexico. How many fights did he have going in there to fight Floyd? Y'all, please don't get mad at Floyd Mayweather for on Fight Week of Gervonta Davis. That's what he does. I've seen it several times. Floyd would somehow, some way bring up shit that it's about Gervonta, but it's going to be about some dealing with him too. That's just who he is as a person. But I totally concur with what he's saying about Canelo Alvarez steroid era. Every time you bring up steroids to a Canelo supporter, they get all angry and upset, man. It's almost like walking into an attorney's office and trying to tell them without any type of education how to do their job. You haven't been in any cases. You haven't worked on any cases. You haven't did any paperwork, but you pretty much trying to tell them how to do their damn job. That's how the Canelo fans work. Oh, well, who else is doing it like Canelo? I get it. He's earning his stripes. He's earned his stripes, and he's at the top of the food chain. But, sometimes people just look at what he's been able to accomplish, and they don't want to provide any type of critique to it. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to look at who he's fought. First of all, they don't want to look at him leaving the middleweight division. You know what I'm saying? Like, he fought well in the rematch against Gennady. I salute him for that. But they don't want to talk about everything else that happened when he became franchise and how he was moving, who he didn't fight at middleweight, who he chose to fight initially at 168. Who he fought at 175. You always got to remember how old Floyd Mayweather was when he was that great to go in there and fight a young dog like Canelo. But for Canelo, I think deep down inside that he may have lost some confidence in that fight and decided that he needed to be on performance enhancing drugs moving forward. I don't know. That's only an assumption. It's not hate. It's only an assumption. Mitch say people be hating when Floyd get up there and talk his shit. Tank does get the backlash of Floyd hate. So I'm saying this, like, do they hate Floyd for what he was accused of and went to prison for? Do they compare Floyd's actions to that of Gervonta actions? Because when you add women into the equation, especially a black man putting hands on a woman, and you put that black man as a professional fighter, people take that shit personal. I'm gonna give you a perfect example how they take it personal. The same shit happened with Sergey Kovalev, and motherfuckers heard the news and they barely said shit. When Billy Joe Saunders came out and he was giving a damn improv promo video on what to do with your woman if she's doing this and this and this, and he's basically simulating actions that should be taken on a heavy bag. He's simulating punches. Did nobody hardly talk about that? That may be the reason why Gervonta is getting this backlash. And then the whole I guess the drive that's going on now is to catapult Canelo Alvarez over Floyd Mayweather. And that's going to be impossible. The Mexican fight fans, I'm here to tell you, that's impossible. That will never happen. Just because he unified the super middleweight division, it would never, ever happen. Ever. Canelo Alvarez will never be considered greater than Floyd Mayweather. Ever. It doesn't matter if he go all the way up to heavyweight. He would never be considered greater than Floyd Mayweather. It doesn't matter. You know what's fucked up about it when a man have the aura and the achievements of Floyd Mayweather, and you happen to be that guy right now, that guy who has a one on his record from the greatest fighter of this era. You would never be greater than him when you look at the PPV numbers. You would never be greater than him when you look at his achievements, his awards. You would never be greater than him, Canelo. It don't matter if they ignore that you was a drug cheat. You would never be greater than Floyd Money Mayweather. You will always be in his shadow. You won't even be provided an opportunity to redeem yourself so you can reach that welcome. You know what I'm saying? When they welcome you with open arms and say, you know what, you did it, son. You did it. You did it. We love you. We offer Floyd that 700 million. He took the fight. You beat him. You did it, son. It won't happen because Floyd would never allow it to happen. Y'all keep acting like if Floyd actually gave a damn that he couldn't beat Canelo today. Sometimes I sit back and I think about, you know, how many conversations are had with the Mexican boxing fans when it comes to Canelo. I just wonder how many of them even mention the Clenbuterol situation, right? And with Clenbuterol topic, do they mention beef? Well, my friend, you know, you got to think about the beef. The beef over here is fucked up, you know, real, you know. But Canelo, you know, he need a different nutritionist. He cannot eat that beef anymore. How many people talk about the beef? And then how many people bring up Floyd Mayweather's name? Yeah, I was just silent because I just wanted you to think about that. How many times the conversation comes up with Canelo and Floyd Mayweather? Now, Canelo will feel some type of way about what Floyd Mayweather's just said about him, but who cares? You take a fighter with that many fights. Hold on for a second. Peep this out. He fought Saul Canelo Alvarez. Check this out to all you Canelo fans. He fought Canelo Alvarez, just like I said earlier in 2013, September, right? He fought Canelo Alvarez when he was in his late 30s. Canelo Alvarez was 42-0-1. 42-0-1. 42-0-1. Canelo's at this current juncture has more fights, professional wins than Floyd Mayweather. But we all know he was motherfucking on the deployment over there in Mexico for a lot of those fights. I'm gonna be honest. All you gotta do is look at his record. But Canelo was 42-0 undefeated, man. They always talking about accolades and all this other shit. Canelo was 42-0 when he fought Floyd Mayweather and got his ass beat. Man, boxing has changed, man. I'm not gonna hype on this too long. Boxing has fucking changed, dog. These chumps would say Floyd hating on Canelo because he's jealous. You know, they can say he's jealous of him not being able to grace the square anymore and be an active fighter and be considered pound for pound best at this point in time. You know, they might put all these scenarios as to why Floyd would be jealous of Canelo. Floyd may have some type of disdain for the attention that Canelo's get, and he feel that Canelo is not doing it the way he did it. Canelo is not receiving awards and recognition He's not taking over like Floyd did. He's not. His fans know he's not. All those awards that I read off earlier, Canelo's not doing that shit like Floyd. When you look at the top PPVs, the ones who ever did it, you have several fighters up there, and their name are attached to Floyd Mayweather. Their name is attached to Floyd Mayweather. They tried to sit up here and boost up Canelo and Errol Spence as being these PPV guys, but they have some fighters have to have a dance partner. Floyd Mayweather, he was the partner. He was the motherfucking Grand Poobah. For you to grace the square with Floyd Mayweather, you know the money was coming in. None of these other guys are doing that. Like Canelo is there for somebody to grace the square with him. But when it comes down to who he's gracing the square with, some of that shit makes no sense, though. It makes no sense because you have fighters out there that's at the top of the food chain, and he ain't really the damn pull up a chair to the table. I see them, but I don't want to goddamn pull up the table and do any negotiations. Fuck that. You know, don't even put a plate on that motherfucker for me. I'm not showing up. I'm not showing up to dinner. But you look at who Floyd Mayweather's up there at the PPV is crazy. I will say it once again. I just think after that whooping that Floyd put on Canelo, he might have thought he needed performance enhancing drugs. That's a part of his history. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of his history. This isn't the first time that you've seen a Latino or Hispanic fighter get caught using drugs or get caught cheating in boxing, and people brush cold over that shit. You know what I'm saying? For me to see Margarito sitting in the audience, and for what we reflect upon what he did in boxing, he shouldn't even be allowed to even have the camera on him for what he potentially did to Miguel Cotto. Just because he wasn't caught, there's pictures out there of the way his hand wraps looked at that point in time. And I always tell people, Miguel Cotto will suffer from that beating that he took from Antonio Margarito. He will. I don't know if he's not doing it right now, but something's going to come from that because the man has semen in his gloves. He had the plaster of Paris. So it's all fucked up. Oscar Valdez, he was caught dirty, and they still let this man fight, and they benefited him by increasing the levels. Not only that, he wasn't even stripped of his title that would have potentially allowed other fighters to fight for the vacant. How does that work? How does that work exactly? Because when Jimenez fought Franchon Cruz DeZerm, when she popped dirty for whatever she was transforming into, they was up there contemplating on how to give return Franchon her belts. The WBA said, okay, here, that's your belt. She was dirty. WBC took their time and tried to insinuate that she had to fight for that belt, Cruz DeZerm. And then they gave it back to her. But the fact of the matter, what happened to Jimenez? She was suspended, right? Okay, I got it. Who else was caught dirty recently? That's insane, bro. Golden Shower Girls promotion matchmaker said Haney is struggling to make weight, and then praised JoJo like his ducking then backfire on him, like he didn't choose Ryan. That's true, man. He chose Ryan first there, Mitch. He was a duck. Motherfucking JoJo was a duck. But hey, I'm not get too in depth on the Floyd Mayweather situation, but salute to Floyd Money Mayweather. Salute to Gervonta Davis, a dog, a motherfucking bear in this game on the Serengeti. Salute to them. But let's get to why I call. Hold on, let me get back over here. And shout out to Floyd Mayweather for speaking up once again. Let me get to Lioness Kambosos. Now, I have taken a turn to pretty much see a different light on Team Haney, right? But Kambosos is lying to their ass. You remember when I was telling y'all I wanted to see what yesterday brought Thursday and what today bring? I seen it. I seen Kambosos. He's out there. He's been in front of the camera saying the same shit. Yeah, saying the same shit a champion's supposed to say. All right. Then you finally get the moment that Teofimo had with Devin Haney. You see you see Devin Haney, Bill Haney, and you see Kambosos. Devin Haney said right there, I will fight you on Mars. How many times have we heard in public that, the handshaking and the verbal agreements? Well, guess what? Kambosos didn't give you that. Now, check this out, people. Kambosos just picked up the unified titles like Tio did when he came to fame. He haven't defended a single title yet. When Devin Haney was pretty much there to approach him about fighting next, he said, we fight next. And Kambosos like, put his hand on his shoulder. People, if you've been living long enough, what does that mean? If me and Mitch have a meeting and I told him, hey, I'm guaranteed I'm going to give you that $10,000, for this, that, and the other. And there's other people that's in consideration for the $10,000 to make a business decision or whatever. But I've been talking to Mitch and I've been saying, hey, man, I'm selecting you, this, that. And Mitch, when he finally see me, he say, hey, you still got me, right? That business decision, you say you're going to give me 10,000. I put my hand on the shoulder. I say, yeah, but let's wait and see how this next week go by. And I'm going to make my final decision. When somebody put their hand on your shoulder like that, and all you got to do is give them a confirmation, it's right there in the mid part of your brain. That's where you catalog information and shit for recall memory. It's right there. If you truly have the answer, you should say it. Kambosos put his hand on Devin Haney and be like, well, right there, you knew he was bullshitting. Call it for what it fucking is. Devin, my brother, we know you'll fight him on Mars. It will be difficult with a motherfucking oxygen mask, but I know you want the spotlight, Devin. Bro, I know you do, man. And I don't look, we know why they ducking you. Cause really, if you sit up here and say Devin don't have power, but yet he can box his ass off, he's a threat. Once again, just because don't have power and he has those hands and that speed and that pure boxing discipline, he's a threat. The narrative that's being pushed on YouTube and many other places right now, when it comes to the best fighting the best, it pretty much is saturated in collateral bullshit. They would say Devin don't have power, but they make it hard to step in the ring with him when you talk about numbers. And then you ask yourself, well, what has Ryan Garcia did? When did Vasily Lomachenko do the best numbers on free TV? When he fought Teofimo Lopez. Is Teofimo Lopez a PPV star? No. Gervonta Davis is fighting on PPV. Are they running to fight Gervonta Davis just because he's doing numbers? No. His name isn't coming up. Lomachenko name will come up. Ryan Garcia name will come up. But when it comes to Devin, the entire fucked up schematics that's taking place in front of our eyeballs is he's not selling. So, okay, step in the ring with him so he can sell that Kambosos. Because Kambosos is switching up, bro. He's switching up. He didn't even give himself enough time to really win over the fans yet. That motherfucking lights, camera, action that you was in front of when you picked up the titles, that shit is over. Right now, they want to see what type of person you are out there in Vegas. So you're going to get on these damn lens. You want to dance around in front of these lens and talk your shit. But I saw something there, Kambosos. I saw when you touched Devin on the shoulder when he said, "Oh, we fight, right?" And Bill's right behind him. You didn't give him that confirmation they're looking for. You up here talking about, "Oh, well, we got to see how this play out." If you really want to fight, Devin, you just should have said, "Me and you next. Get the win, me and you next." You don't have to shake on something that you're not even sure of. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to sit on here and shake a hand of Kambosos who's pretty much telling you, "Well, we have to see we you beat Kambosos. I really got to see how many views you did. I got to go on YouTube and see what they talking about. I got to see what ESPN, Matchroom, you know what I'm saying? That's Kambosos right now, dog. I got to check some videos on YouTube to see how many likes they gave certain channels who was talking about this fight. I really just gotta bring everything together and see, does it make sense for me to step in the ring with you, Devin? Why is that Kambosos? It's just I know you was champion before I was and you defended your title, but it's just all about how you got your title. I went in there and fought for my title. And then Devin should say, "Yeah, I seen that." And also you got off the canvas too. Devin say that shit, he ain't getting the fight. You notice Devin is being extra, extra nice to Kambosos, bro. Extra fucking nice. Because he have to. He don't want to get fucking blackballed no more. Devin has to be fucking nice to Kambosos so he don't get blackballed no more, shawty. I'm sure people were sick when Floyd pointed out. Let me see. Devin better make that weight. Listen, that's becoming a theme at weight. Just like, people say, "Oh, so-and-so having a problem. Hey, they shaking out the last minute, bro. It happens all the time. I'm sure people were sick when Floyd pointed out how he schooled Canelo in his late 30s, but Oscar destroyed Chavez Sr. around the same age. Suleiman turned around and tell us that Valdez wasn't in competition when he popped dirty. Isn't that usually when a fighter pops dirty? Random drug test right there, Mitch. But it doesn't matter to Valdez. You know what I'm saying? Random drug test. That's what Vada and Yasada and all these people. Random drug tests. Random mean they're gonna test you out of competition. The biggest bullshit ever, dog. Kambosos ain't committing to shit when it comes to Haney fight. He's teasing. He is, man. He is. You get what you do to others. So, Batman, like, who did what to who? Like, I'm not sure. Like, Devin, what he do to? Oh, if you're talking about what Kambosos is doing or whatever, I'm looking at Devin as of the past months. All the people who have ducked him is just distasteful, dog. It's I'm gonna tell you, it's unfortunate. It's unacceptable. How many top name fighters, especially JoJo? I like JoJo too, but when he came in there and he wanted to go the Ryan Garcia route, I say, wow, you just like Ryan. You just like Ryan, dog. You think Ryan is food, so you want to go over here thinking he's food, and you think the price tag on that food is what you're willing to pay. You think it's going to be all good. That's just going to be delicious. You're going to go in there and give him the business because of what you saw in the Luke Campbell fight. And then Ryan Garcia pulls the fuck out. And now you got to redirect, double back to see Devin Haney. That's fucked up, dog. So imagine what Devin Haney's going through right now. He finally had the meeting in Kambosos, and Kambosos put his hand on his shoulder like, hey, I hear you. But what he want to say is what everybody else was saying. How you got your title, and they say you don't do numbers. So if Canelo Alvarez is giving Abner Yildirim a shot and he don't do numbers, why are they talking about this shit? If he fought Rocky Fielding and Rocky Fielding don't do numbers, why are they even talking about the shit? If he fought Callum Smith and he don't do numbers, why are you talking about it? Billy Joe Sanders, Caleb Plant, don't do numbers. Sergey Kovalov, nothing. Now you about to face Makabu if he wins his next fight? It's bullshit that you even think about holding Devin accountable at lightweight for numbers. It's fucked up. I told y'all to wait for Kambosos to show up on fight week to check out his temperature when it comes to his language, man. I told y'all that. And he proved to y'all right there. He ain't committed to fighting Devin. He's not committed, dog. If Devin goes in here, let's just say, look, something he's looking for. He's looking for weakness, right? So him and T.O. both earned a knockdown during that fight. What if Devin goes in here and get dropped twice but still wins? What Kambosos is going to say then, assuming? Haney, you got the win, Haney. But you know what? You was dropped twice. Haney should say, yeah, I was dropped one more than you was in a fight with T.O. That was different. That was for the unified. This was for the WBC. What the fuck you talking about? Well, you know how it goes. It's popularity. People are going to frown upon that. They think, you're not going to sell tickets. But Kambosos, are you fucking selling tickets? You got the golden ticket for being a mandatory for Teofimo Lopez, dog. You can't bring this ticket shit in here. But what you can do, you can be selective in who you choose to step in the ring with because you got the straps. Once again, let this be a lesson to you boxing fans and you boxers that you have options. The option that you're choosing to be your priority sometimes, if you think just for the moment, it may fail you in the long term because you never really process how far you would get with that option that you choose to use that's directly here in front of you. But then the second option may require you to work a little harder, take a couple of detours to get to the motherfucking destination. You'll be a little bit more exhausted, but it'd be worthwhile on the back end. People really have to understand how that process works and who's willing to make that decision. We've seen some of those, that residue from Devin Haney standing in WBC. That's all I'm saying. I'm not sitting here criticizing Devin Haney, but we're seeing the residue from that. When Teofimo Lopez, they sit up here and try to say, oh, he ducked Devin Haney. No, he made the better decision. Then they turn around and say, oh, Devin was ranked in the IBF. Okay. You know what would have been what you call it? You know what would have been a power play, a chess move? If Devin would have followed Teofimo Lopez over to the IBF, we could have settled all this shit. You take Devin Haney's ranking, you take Masayoshi Nakatani's ranking, you take Teofimo ranking at that time, that shit would have been a motherfucking clash for the ages. We would have settled this shit. We would have settled this shit for a title eliminator to step in there with Comey. We would have settled this and it wouldn't be no dispute. Devin Haney could have basically stepped in there and fought the man. But we don't know if Vasil Lomachenko would have fought Haney if he the one that would have went in there and defeated Comey, and then Lomachenko was next. We don't know if he would have fought Haney. But I'm saying it would have been good. It would have been. It's I know it's in hindsight, which is fucked up. But I'm just saying it's a good way to paint a story. That if Haney if Devin would have followed Tio, or no, I wouldn't say followed. If Devin and Tio would have entered the IBF ranking system at the same time and just basically found that tournament in the WBC to be absolutely bullshit, we would have had a different canvas to this Picasso. We would have had a different painter, all the different artists. Because now we would have seen Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez fighting in the same sanctioning body. So if Teofimo Lopez would have decided to say, you know what, fuck that. Let me go back over here to the WBC because Devin ain't over there. They would have been fucked over. Because Teo would have been sitting right over there looking stupid. Let me tell you a little something about the WBC. When I was covering Teo, right, I already knew they was going for the WBC. They was going to be in the tournament. This is sitting down talking when we was having, conversation. That's before the titles. That's before the title. That's when Teo. That's before Teo started to then get a whiff of stardom. When I was able to carry on the conversation with his pops and his people and the team. I had the pictures to prove it. So you're not gonna find too many people that's YouTube media that have pictures of Teo back in the locker room besides me. So I knew he was going WBC. It was in conversation. So also you will find that I'm one of the only ones that have interviews out here with split team management David McWater. But people want to talk about views on my channel. It doesn't matter to me. I do this shit when I feel like it and because I have a passion for covering combat sports. But that doesn't mean I don't know people. So I'm in talks. Mr. McWater, me and him ate lunch maybe like 3 times. I have receipts, dog. I took a picture with me and him was at the table. My meal was different than his. His was like over 100 something. I wasn't eating what he was eating. He was eating fish eggs, goddamn caviar. I ordered a motherfucking chicken, goddamn a grilled chicken, motherfucking club sandwich. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't what I was about. But anyway, I've had interaction with people that was on this team. David McWater, Teofimo Lopez, his pops team, all that shit. And I knew back then when they was going to WBC. And also I knew they was planning on going the IBF route. And they basically said, I was told, okay, we're going the IBF route. We have to face Masayoshi Nakatani for a title eliminator. And we get that, we get Comey. Guaranteed, we get Comey. Boom, he went in there and had a hard fight with Nakatani, got it done. Now he goes in here and smashes Richard Comey. He's champion in 15 fights. And you already know the rest of the history. I don't need to tell you, but it would have been great to see a mix-up. If Devin Haney would have just said, fuck it, man. I got to go over here to the IBF route. They're making Lomachenko the franchise champion. And look, not only before that, the tournament was doomed. People was pulling out of that bogus ass WBC tournament because it didn't make any sense if you wasn't going to get Vasyl Lomachenko. You know why? Because Mauricio Suleiman put it out there that the winner will not be guaranteed a shot at Vasyl Lomachenko. It was in stone already. So why would you stay there like you're going to get a shot at Lomachenko? You need to go. And the ones who had the the confidence, the motherfucking abort mission was Team Lopez. That's why I don't look at the loss that he had. I respect the fucker on how they did it. Being prior military, bro, I respect the way he made that decision to redirect his path to get to the target. I love it. It's tactical, very tactical. And he was able to get there. He was able to accomplish the end state, man. Mission accomplishment. You got the titles there, T.O. I just wish right now that Team Haney would have made that that jump over there to the IBF. It would have been very, very interesting. Real talk. It would have been extremely interesting if Teofimo and Devin Haney and whoever else that was in the rankings and Masayoshi Nakatani would have had a real eliminator. You and you fight this, and then you're going to fight the winner of that. Boom. That right there, both winners are going to fight for a title eliminator to fight Richard Comey. Boom, that's over. Go in there and fight Richard Comey. Now we present to the unified champion, Vasyl Lomachenko. Boom, we talking a whole different storyline if it's Devin. Devin has all the pieces to the puzzle. His career elevates to a whole nother layer. It's a new chapter. And we won't be going through all this bogus ass ducking shit that's going on with Devin. If he doesn't have power and he don't do numbers, why the fuck y'all scared of him though? Why Kambosos is up here talking about, tapping the man on the shoulder like, oh, we'll see, with all that political shit? Because I don't believe you are willing to admit that you're going to face Haney next. Luda Bella has made it all but clear that he don't give a fuck about the Haney fight. That's fucked up, dog. Batman say, nah, they offered JoJo more money to fight Ryan, and Eddie came and offered the same money to fight Devin. The money that was offered, Batman, why wasn't that enough to keep Ryan Garcia in the fight? It ain't no mental shit. If he had the opportunity, does Ryan have a belt? We're not talking about that interim shit. Which belt has priority? The interim title or the title, the championship title, the super title that Devin Haney has? You trying to tell me that the fight could have still happened if Eddie Hearns wouldn't have offered Jojo Diaz the same money? Or did they offer him the same money to step in the ring after the Ryan Garcia fight fell through? I think it fell through, and Jojo Diaz knew that Devin Haney needed a fight. They wanted to get the T.O. fight. So Devin wanted to step in there and fight again. And they offered JoJo the fight. And they was hoping that Teofimo Lopez keep the titles. They wasn't expecting him to get beat. Now the whole process has changed. You have a new champion, and also Devin stepping in there with JoJo Diaz. There was no initial offer to JoJo to fight Haney. He became mandatory after beating Fortuna. He chased to negotiate for the fight with Ryan. Only that fell out. He leveraged that into talks with Haney. Good shit. And that's why I was trying to get at. Like, JoJo definitely went to fight Ryan. He was a mandatory for Haney. We all know he pulled out. He tried to take an alternate route for the easier fight with Ryan Garcia. And Ryan Garcia on his other shit. And he don't know what fucking direction. He's like spinning around with his forehead on the handle of a bat. And then running into traffic. Oh man, I can't believe I made it across the highway. I thought I would have been hit. No doubt, man. But I made it, dog. I did 25 rotations and just took off into traffic. Man, come on, bro. Brian's goofy as shit. Hold on for a second. Let me get this. There goes the L-I-N-K. The L-I-N-K. The L-I-N-K is there in the chat. Access available. But that was a good point, Mitch. Anyone that's in the live chat that want to jump on, the link is there. You know what I'm saying? Anybody in the live chat that want to hop on and talk about this shit, link is there. But like I told you before, I ain't gonna say first to do this, that, and the other. Like I told you, Kambosos is full of some shit. It don't matter if you jump on here talking about Eddie Hearn say Kambosos. Man, it ain't shit been in ink. You talking about Kambosos ain't agreed to fight in Australia. Stop it. If you look at the video from yesterday, it ain't shit we can confirm that Kambosos is saying, okay, Devin Haney is gonna be the dance partner for Australia. What's going on, Batman? How you feel, bro?
Hey, Scotty, how you feeling?
I'm chilling, bro. What's good over there in the DMV?
Man, cold the shit out here. That's
Yeah, I feel you, man. I spent the first 4 years of my military service over there when Haynes Point was popping, the war, man, everything. Kilimanjaro was open, chapter 3, all that shit. You probably don't know nothing about those clubs, but yeah.
See, I
What's
would
good?
have
What you
met
want to
you,
talk
man.
about, bro?
We done took you with that. Huh?
Go ahead. What you
You
saying?
say, no, I was saying, if I'd have met you when you was here, I could have took you to the real spots.
Like what? Name them.
I like the go-go, the go-go spots, man.
Yeah, I used to go to go-go clubs. Hell
Oh,
yeah,
you did?
that's my era. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
That's what's up,
Absolutely go-go was on point. You about to confuse these people with go-go, dog. That
man.
was the shit.
Yeah, man, that was the highlight of DC, man.
But what do you think, man? Do you believe that Kambosos and Haney are the closest to that will link up the fight in Australia? Or do you believe Kambosos is just weighing his options?
I mean, he probably weighing his options. He deserve it. I mean, man,
What you mean
boxing.
he deserved it, Batman?
Now
How?
I'm about to say this. Boxing. I mean, he deserve it. If he got to pick through him, Tank. If I'm saying the best. If he picked through the best and the lucrative fight, boxing is about making money.
But why when T.O. had the belts, they was talking about he should definitely fight Devin Haney. But you saying
Nah, they were
that
saying he
since
should fight Devin
Kambosos
and
have it,
Tank.
he deserved to be selective.
Nah, but you saying them. I'm saying if he was fighting
Okay.
Devin the Tank, I don't care about it. But if you go fight
Okay.
somebody that's a bum, I have something to say.
Yeah.
And then I'll weigh the options out. Who I'm gonna get the most money with.
So you don't really care about Devin having the last title out there. You don't care about that.
Man, Tank just told you, man, if you it's about money. Fuck them titles. And everybody agreed with him. I mean, it looked like everybody agreed with him when he turned down Kambosos' titles, saying he don't want the titles, but he'd take the smoke. But like I said, man, it's about making money and and winning the title. But that undisputed shit to me is overrated. But it's good to have on your resume.
I hear you. It's overrated if you Josh Taylor.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
it's
I
overrated
mean,
if you
but
Josh
y'all,
Taylor.
I ain't, yeah, I mean, long as if you making the money off of it, man, it's good for you. But if you ain't making no money and you ain't no drug with it, man, that shit it don't mean nothing. You can just have a belt and just keep fighting. You ain't doing nothing but paying all these fucking sanctioning fees.
So how do you, when I speak about this money deal, which I don't talk about much at all, isn't the entire process to build up that appraisal of a fighter is championships. So if championships don't
Yeah,
matter and you shouldn't give a damn about it, Batman, how is a fighter supposed to build up their appraisal
but
to make the
Floyd,
PPV money with no titles, bro?
you gotta what's it called? You gotta fault that to Floyd and Canelo. gotta fault that for them. I mean, Canelo is fake getting the titles just to have accolades. So when his career over with, he can say he's better than such and such and such and such. But for real, he don't need a belt. He don't need a belt. Just like Floyd ain't need a belt.
Who don't need a belt? You saying Canelo don't?
Nah, Canelo don't need a belt to make money.
But he don't need a belt right now to make money. But the
Yeah,
reason why he's making money is because he was able to get belts.
yeah, he was able to get belts and the fans. I mean, I guess he's a fan favorite fighter, and he got Mexico with him, and some Mexican Americans.
I just figured if it wasn't about belts and Canelo's making money, that Batman, why did he unify the middleweight division if it's not about belts? Why waste your
Nah,
time?
for him, it's about accolades. So when at the end of his career, he can be considered better than Floyd Mayweather. That's what he's trying to do. I see
So
what he's trying
belts
to do.
matter. Accolades is belts. What else is the accolade?
Yeah, it's belts and accomplishments.
Okay, so
But what I'm telling you is the only reason he want that to have an up on Floyd, to have an
yeah,
up
but
on what's his name? Because you see what he said. I'm gonna do something Floyd never did. I mean, he ain't say that. The community, the Mexican community kept saying that. I'm doing
correct.
something Floyd never did. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? He chasing Floyd and 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 the best Mexican fighter ever.
Correct. But my deal is, Batman, is that there are other people that's on the chase too in different weight classes. They don't have the right to chase only because Canelo has a great on his record. Somebody else got to do the chasing too. They have to chase something. Even Tank.
Man, Tank ain't chasing no belts. He chasing money. Yeah, I mean, that's the route they taking.
Jamil Charlo's chasing.
Chasing what? Canelo? Yeah, he chasing the bag.
But he's chasing Brian Castano right now.
Oh no, Jamel. All right, my fault. I forgot. Yeah, Jamel.
To hopefully try to
I,
unify the division, so it might for Alvarez to even fight him. If it didn't mean anything, he would say, "Fuck Brian Castano. I ain't fighting. I just stay unified champion."
yeah, it means something to some of these fighters, man, because the they can go to the table and raise their bag with saying they got this belt, that belt, but when it comes to like fighting the Canelo or Pacquiao, but it's no more boxers that got that hype on them like they like back when we was coming up. Got that $1 million hype, except Jake Paul.
In boxing, there, Batman. When I just filter through shit, right? The contradictions in a lot of areas on the YouTube shit is that in one breath, accolades don't matter. But then all I heard coming from the lightweight division when Tio had the belts is that he need to face Devin. Why? If accolades don't matter and if belts don't matter, let Tio
No,
do his shit and let Devin do his shit. But they were
yeah,
steadily trying to marry these motherfuckers up together to fight.
accolades don't matter when you come to the motherfucking table with the and the opponent you facing is the draw. Accolades don't matter because if it mattered, Floyd was the number one pound for pound when he fought Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya already had 3 losses. He
I know
had to take
before Mayweather had belts then.
yes, but he had to take a what? He had to take a 75-25 split.
Correct. I understand that. But let's just eliminate the belt system. Let's just eliminate the belt system because they say accolades don't matter. It goes back to what I was saying. Accolades has to be considered because that's what builds up the appraisal of the fighter stepping in there as what you just said,
Yeah,
being a draw. Being
that
a draw.
being a draw. Mayweather was a draw without the belts. Eventually in his career, De La Hoya was a draw without the belts. Now let's go down, motherfucking who else? Sugar Ray Leonard was a draw without the belts.
What allows
Sugar Ray
What
Leonard
builds up a
moved,
fighter? What builds up a fighter to be a draw though?
all right, the belts
Popping and locking,
and who they fought
popping and
and
locking.
who and their competition. That's what builds up a fighter.
Okay. Within the competition, we talking about the best fighting the best, Batman.
Yes.
What builds up a fighter to be a draw? Him picking up a strap. If it wasn't about the straps, how are these
How?
fighters even fighting somebody that's a
All
draw?
right.
What did the draw do to get
All
that
right.
situation
Can I
to
say
get
this?
that title?
Can I say this? All right. What Marvin Hagler and Sugar Ray Leonard. When Sugar Ray Leonard moved up the middleweight, the fight he didn't have a belt. But who got the lump sum of the money?
You can't say what he didn't have and what he haven't already had. That Batman.
No, he had a
That
belt
Sugar-
of another weight class, but he was the what?
exactly.
But he was the what though? He was
Considered the
the
B
cash.
side.
He was the cash cow. No, it wasn't. He was the A side. Sugar Ray Leonard was the A side when him and Marvin Hagler fought.
Well, you know, if you're talking about the 84 to 87 deal, man, we all know. And Marvin Hagler talk about that shit to this day, really. He was already the champion, and he goddamn cashed out in that fight, and it hurt him to his heart. Sugar Ray Leonard watching ringside saying, okay, I can beat him. And he's coming off from 84, and he steps back in the ring 87. There's no way Sugar Ray should have been the A side against Marvin Hagler where he at. Where Marvin Hagler was at in his career, Sugar Ray Leonard should never have been the A side, dog.
But he was.
But look, what happens in the old school.
He was.
But look, how many fighters that we can match up that has that relevance as Sugar Ray and Marvin Hagler? Who?
That's just like Canelo moved up to 168 and he can move anywhere the fuck he want to move at, and he can do whatever he want to do.
But let's stick to the topic though, Batman. Who in this lifetime matching up with Canelo like Marvin matched up to damn Sugar Ray Leonard? Who in this lifetime is giving you that from both sides? Who? Nobody.
In this lifetime.
Nobody, dog.
Yeah, because
nobody.
Everybody still. I mean, like I said, their resumes ain't built up because right now boxing is not giving the best fights. At 168, best, they not giving the best fights.
So they ain't giving the best fights. Somebody has to be to blame for that. And that's when it comes down the best not fighting the best. So how in the hell somebody's supposed to build up their damn draw?
Yeah, build up their draw. I understand that.
Fighting average people.
Yeah, I mean, but the only person is doing that is it was Earl until he started bullshitting on outside of the ring activity, because PBC had all the glamour fighters over there, whereas though they could say they was the best at welterweight, but he kind of messed that up by activity out the ring. And who else? And they doing it with Gervonta Davis against nobody. So
it wasn't nobody else remaining. I mean, you can't say Errol Spence was doing it, because after the Kell Brooks,
they was building Errol. This is what I'm saying. They was building Errol to be that until his off activities out the ring.
But Lamont Peterson, Carlos Ocampo, and Mikey Garcia was building him up to do something special.
Man, that
after he fought Kell Brooks back, man.
Every time he get in the ring,
Kell Brooks. After he fought Kell Brooks, it's Lamont Peterson, Carlos Ocampo, who they brought from the trash can, and then Mikey Garcia, who's down from 130, who's coming up from 135. So they building up Errol Spence with those three fighters. After he won his first title,
mandatory. He had to fight Carlos Ocampo.
Already, man, dude. We already know they found Carlos Ocampo over there rummaging through the boxing trash yard. Come on, bro. Who the fuck heard about Carlos Ocampo?
Why is you? I mean, then if I go to Bud and start turning Bud whole drink down.
No, you the one brought up Errol Spence. So you saying they was building him up at PBC?
But you trying to tear the man down?
I'm tearing his competition down,
Scotty. I was saying, you were saying who they can do that fighting the best. I said they was trying to do it with Earl. They built Earl up to fight. All right, they built Earl up to fight. It was gonna be Sean Porter Danny
Keith
Garcia,
Thurman.
Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, or Keith Thurman or Manny Pacquiao. But due to his outside of the ring activities, he couldn't do that.
Danny Garcia didn't have a belt. He had just been defeated
He
by
was the
Sean Porter for the
mandatory.
vacant.
He was the WBC mandatory. I don't know how he got there, but he was
Which
the
is
mandatory.
bullshit. You're right, Batman. You're right. He did hang around somehow. Him and Sean Porter had that damn waiver that they can lose shit and stay up at the top 1 or 2. But we
Yeah.
all know that was bullshit.
Yeah, I know it's bullshit, but I don't know how he got there. He was the mandatory.
Yeah.
That's just like the boy that just fought what's his name? Man, King Tug. King Tug, after Gary beat him, he stayed at the number 1, number 2 spot till he moved up to 130 to fight Whichcomb. I mean, y'all know boxing corrupt, man.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, I'm just trying to understand how the language all of a sudden, when I read Floyd Mayweather's accolades, when I read Canelo accolades, 2 of the biggest names of this boxing era, is accolades. Floyd, look, Canelo is moving up to cruiserweight to fight a guy with a WBC title.
It's accolades.
Nobody
and
knows who the fuck he is, but it's just for him to stack another division onto his resume and become what? A 5th division champion.
It's accolades and resumes, man. That's what they doing. I mean, Floyd Mayweather got the best resume out of Canelo, him and Canelo. But now Canelo is just trying to build off accolades to beat him, because he can't do it with the resume.
I don't even, I'm just going off what you said. I don't see Lamont Peterson and Carlos Ocampo and Mikey Garcia.
You saying Lamont Peterson? But he did fight Sean Porter, Danny Garcia. You trying to go back?
Check this out, though.
The last 3 fights of Earl Spence was what? Danny Garcia, Sean Porter, and who was out to Sean Porter?
Danny Garcia.
Peterson.
He fought Sean Porter, and then the next fight was Danny Garcia because he had that accident.
No, I'm talking about the fight before Sean Porter.
The fight before Sean Porter was on Mikey Garcia.
Mikey Garcia? All right, then. All 3 pay-per-views, and all 3 pay-per-views did well.
Man,
I mean,
stupid, dog. Mikey Garcia was a lightweight, dog.
I mean, but
he didn't have no PPV numbers. He didn't have no PPV numbers to rest our head on and say, man, I feel comfortable about this fight. It's gonna do solid. Man, come on. Mikey was a 4th division champion, but come on, bro. He didn't do no PPV numbers.
Whereas though the fan base, they knew the Mexicans was gonna come out.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, there you go. There you go. I'm glad you said that. Yes. Now we get to the country deal with the Filipinos and the Mexicans. Stop talking about the fighter is a draw when it's his country who comes out to see him.
Yeah,
look, hold up, Ben. Let me get this off. So therefore, if it's all about the country, who is the country that's supporting expense for all these numbers? Is it just Texas? Is it just the state of Texas?
You say, is it just the state of Texas?
I'm just saying, like, when you mention the Pacquiaos and all these Mexican fighters, and always it's a country behind them. When you talk about that Errol Spence being the big draw, where's the big draw coming from? Where is it coming from? His opponent, or it's coming from him solo? When
it got to be coming from him now, because it got to be coming from him now, because he did the similar numbers with Sean Porter, and Sean Porter is black, and he did 300 with what the fuck is his name? Danny Garcia. So it got to be coming from Texas.
I guess the bar has lowered itself there, Batman. I guess the bar has lowered itself, man.
No, because before Floyd, he hasn't got a super fight with. If he could have fight with Canelo, then he'd do 1 million pay-per-views, and if he beat Canelo, he might be 1 million pay-per-view a star. Because when Floyd first started on pay-per-view, he was doing 300, 325, and he ain't started doing 1 million pay-per-views until he fought Oscar De La Hoya.
Okay. All right. Good you mentioned that. So Let's take away the accident after the Sean Porter fight. Who he was gonna do those numbers with after the Sean Porter fight that we know for certain? Who?
What, a million pay-per-view buys?
Yeah, who?
Nobody.
Who's in? Okay, then.
Canelo Alvarez. That's the only person. That's the only person that can really boost real superstardom for Errol Spence Jr.
So where was Canelo at when he beat Sean Porter? What division?
He was at 160.
He had a belt at 160, or he was
Yeah,
fighting at 168.
he still had the
WBA.
he still had the WBC, the IBF belt.
He had the franchise.
Yeah, and he had the WBA belt.
So you trying to tell me the only like let's talk about the welterweight though. Who would have been next in line if he didn't have the accident after Sean Porter? And he's the unified champion now.
He wanted Pacquiao. Pacquiao would have gave him some type of stardom. He wouldn't have gave him that full stardom because they would have said something about Pacquiao's age, but his numbers probably would have went up. If Pacquiao and Keith Thurman did 800,000, then him and Pacquiao probably would have did 1 million.
Pacquiao without a belt?
Yeah, without a belt, because that's Pacquiao.
Okay, I hear that's Pacquiao. I hear that shit all the time. That's Pacquiao.
I mean, when Pacquiao went into stardom, him and Floyd was the only one doing million pay-per-view buys.
I hear, but Pacquiao damn near the same age I am in boxing years.
Most definitely. But I'm just saying, y'all ain't say that when he beat Keith Thurman.
Now, I wasn't no y'all. I just looked at Keith Thurman as being that perfect opportunity for Pacquiao to shine.
Yeah,
I give him all the respect. He beat Keith Thurman, but Keith Thurman was never high after all the injuries and layoff. I was never high on Keith Thurman, but he did have a belt.
That's why he fought him. He was really supposed to fight. If you want to put it like that, he was supposed to fight Earl. He was supposed to fight Earl after that Mikey Garcia because they really thought Mikey Garcia was going to win.
Absolutely, he was supposed to, but it didn't happen. I'm just glad you bringing up Pacquiao fighting Keith Thurman. Several months after he stepped in there and lost to Jeff Horn. So in your sense, it does. Pacquiao name still has relevance, and it did back then when he fought Jeff Horn. And we should give relevance to Jeff Horn.
Man, he got robbed in that fight. Man, everybody knew he got robbed.
Man, no, we got to give Pacquiao the same relevance of being beat by Jeff Horn and bleed that over to Terrence Crawford beat Jeff Horn.
He got robbed in that fight, dog. He
Man,
got robbed in that fight to me. I'm talking about to me. This is like you just said, my brother-in-law's yesterday, and I respected it. So you gotta respect my opinion too.
Okay. I know it's not the fact I don't respect it. I never said I didn't respect it. We just conversing, bro.
Yeah, but to me, I mean, Pacquiao got robbed in that fight because Jeff Horn ain't do nothing but do a lot of wrestling. But the clean punching, Pacquiao was the more cleaner puncher. Punch their combinations. I mean, if a motherfucker in Wisconsin can win by wrestling, man, they should turn boxing into wrestling, man.
Okay. I just thought Pacquiao had enough experience to get through that shit, but I guess not because Yordenis Ugas stepped in there, man, and Pacquiao had heavy legs. He had heavy legs.
He ain't had no heavy legs. Yordenis Ugas put that jab on his ass and stayed long, and made his ass try to reach a lot, and he kept getting caught. Man, I mean, I don't down that Ugas win. Because Ugas did the same thing to your boy in the amateurs, but that's amateur fighting. Shit ain't about nothing.
I just look at this also, that when Mikey Garcia stepped in there with Errol Spence, Mikey Garcia didn't have no PPV number structure. He wasn't no big draw coming off Robert Easter.
Neither one of them
doing big numbers, dog. Mikey Garcia was plain as they come, dog.
Neither one of them, but they still had Mikey Garcia winning. Even a lot of the black boxers had Mikey Garcia winning. Oh, Mikey,
man, it's just the naiveness of boxing casuals.
Because he beat Adrian Broner and he beat and he beat
He didn't beat Adrian Broner at 47, Batman.
nah, he beat him at 40. And he beat
Okay, why are we talking about he beat Adrian Broner and Adrian Broner didn't have a good track
no
record
once
at
you
47?
can I get through what I was saying?
Okay, go ahead, dog.
He beat Adrian Broner and then he beat what's his name, man? He beat Bunny. And then, you know, Bunny and them kept saying, yeah, you know, I spy Earl, me and Earl be spying all the time, you know,
Uh-huh.
it's good work. So when he beat
And he
the shit
said
out of him
Mikey
like
hit
that,
hard.
huh?
And Bunny said Mikey hit hard.
Yeah, Bunny said Mikey hit hard. And then when Mikey got all that information, that's what made Mikey say, man, I probably can beat this motherfucker. These motherfuckers be working with him and they be acting like he ain't really getting off on him. I mean, I probably can beat him, man. Cause all that he talking about, he saw something in Lamont Peterson fight, he fucking lying. But you know,
I'm just looking at the numbers, man. Not to take it to, you know, Errol Spence and Terrence, but when Mikey Garcia fought Errol Spence, you know what the payout was. So, you know, we can't sit up here and dream that Mikey was doing some incredible numbers for real at lightweight. He didn't even want to damn you know, he was coming off Robert Easter for God's sake, and Robert Easter won a huge draw. So to go up there for the first time, 2 weight class and fight Spence and get paid what he paid, why is a percentage
cause
so
they wanted
different
Mikey.
for Bud? Check this out. Why is the percentage such a priority with Terrence Crawford? And he has a belt. Mikey didn't even have a belt to come up to 147 for Errol Spence. He had nothing to offer except the fight.
Cause the PBC, I don't know why, they the Mexican fighters get treated differently over there, man.
Yeah, I already heard that, you know, Al Heyman don't like the brothers fighting each other over there. They rather link them up with a Mexican fighter or a European fighter, whatever the case.
No, I'm just saying. No, I ain't saying he don't like the brothers fighting. I'm just saying, they get treated different. They get treated better than the brothers.
Well, you all need to talk to Al Heyman about that shit.
I mean, I don't need to talk. I don't even know Al Heyman. I mean, I heard the man voice. I seen him twice at when I went to Gary fight when he fought the what's the Mexican dude when the first time Adrian Broner had his first his first main event in Cincinnati. That's the only time I seen Al Heyman in person. But yeah, man, look, man. I mean, you can see it. Rocky's cards when the brother main eventing is all Mexicans. Like when Earl Smith's it's all Mexicans on his card. Come on, man.
Even with Charlo, when the Charlo brothers called themselves fighting on the same card,
Yeah, all Mexicans.
most of the undercard was Mexicans.
Hey, man, no.
So that brings us to this. I'm glad you mentioned this.
They value the
It's just a
Mexican
thought
dollar.
process, Batman. You just said something. You know, like if it's all about the Mexicans, maybe he ain't trying to have Errol Spence fight the brother because he don't like when black fighters over there at PBC fight other brothers.
No, man, up there ain't too many Mexicans, so the brothers got to fight.
Where?
Up in welterweight. What Mexican?
Man, they got Virgil Ortiz. They got Virgil Ortiz over there,
but
motherfucker. They
Virgil
trying to
Ortiz
build
ain't
up.
Virgil Ortiz ain't part of PBC.
I know, but I'm just saying he ain't black either, dog.
But if he was part of PBC, he'd probably be in the mix.
One Mexican, you know, look, if a Mexican has to be on the PBC banner, there's no Mexicans at the welterweight division. Pick a Mexican that's not with PBC. He's still Mexican. I heard that Al Heyman don't like brothers to fight each other.
Nah, I don't know about that. Then Keith Thurman and Sean Porter should have never fought. Earl Spence and Sean Porter should have never fought.
Well, Keith Thurman, he's not really a brother, so we exclude him. But Errol Spence
if this was fucking
Errol Spence and Sean Porter,
this was 19 38, that man would be considered black, man. Stop this shit, man.
Man, please. Goddamn Keith Thurman would be in the house looking out the window trying to see who fucking up.
But all right, cool. He'll be a house nigga. He'll still be a nigga.
With a ponytail. They won't send Keith Thurman out to the field. Shit, he'll be on a horse. If he does, he'll be on a horse.
He'll be a house nigga.
Hey, y'all better get to work. He wouldn't have no sweat on his brow, man. Keith Thurman, man, please, he'll be in the house.
I don't know, man.
He gets a pass, dog. He gets a pass.
I mean, if you say so, Scotty.
I'm just saying, man, you know I'm telling the truth, man. Man, shout out to that guy Eclipse, man. Salute that, Mike. How you feeling, bro? Mitch said boxing is corrupt. Indeed, but that had nothing to do with Danny Garcia and Sean remaining at the top of the division. They weren't penalized for losing to the best. Well, some people are penalized losing to the best, man. For real. Like, some people are penalized and losing to the best. We're gonna see this. We're gonna see this coming up. Some people are penalized unless you have a rematch clause, you know, which these cats did not have a rematch clause. Some people are penalized for losing to the best.
You talking about Teofimo Lopez? He gonna get penalized for trying to do some.
But then he I mean, why should he be penalized for losing to Kambosos? He should still remain
get penalized for what he did to Bob. He ain't gonna get penalized.
Yeah, I agree.
Come on, man. He gonna get penalized for not listening to Bob, man.
That's true. But Vasil Lomachenko, what about him? He didn't get penalized.
He got it, man. Look, man, that's Bob's favorite project, man.
Yeah, that we know. Supreme Beast Boxing Talk on deck, man. What's good with you, bro? Say salute WCS. What it do, family? What's good with your family? How you feel? Appreciate you pulling up. What you was saying, Batman?
We know that Lomachenko lost his first title shot, got another title shot with my brother.
Yeah.
Won. Rolled off to the sunset, kept winning, kept moving up, getting title shots. 14 Teofimo Lopez is still in the number one in every mostly sanctioned about it. He in the top 5 in every sanctioned about
it. He when they fought for the vacant WBA, that was at a lower weight class. That was at 122, wasn't it?
Nah, 126. They for the WBO.
The WBO?
Yeah.
I thought it was at a higher weight class, though. I mean, a lower weight class.
What you talking about, him and my brother?
Yeah, when he fought Gary. Yeah.
He fought him at 126. He fought Wichcom for the belt. He fought Salido for the same belt. Lost. Remember, Salido lost on the scale, so he couldn't gain the belt. So the next fight, he fought my brother for the same belt.
You're right. I thought Gary say he had the weight drain to come down to that fight. He told me that.
He was 5 pounds over on the scale when the official scale came in. He was 5 pounds over and had to lose. I mean, not the unofficial scale. Remember they give you the unofficial scale before?
Yeah.
Battle. He was 5 pounds heavy. Then he did all that bullshit getting in the sauna instead of saying fuck that belt.
I remember. Yeah, you're right. I remember now because he said, yeah, at that time he should have just said, okay, I'll just take a penalty, a notch out of my purse instead of losing the weight.
Yeah, the pay cut and not getting the belt and just keep his oath.
Yeah, that's it. That's what he said. Yeah, it's been a while since I even thought about that. Yeah, but I remember me and him had a conversation that, you know, about that shit. He said, yeah, if I would have known what I know now, I would have definitely just took the penalty with the purse and then maintain my strength and everything, not lose that extra 5 and go in there and whoop his ass. You know what I'm saying?
Because with him drained, it was still a close fight. Lomachenko
Oh
ain't
yeah,
take over that fight till the last 2 rounds, the 11th and
yeah.
the 12th.
Well, they didn't award Gary with that knockdown either.
Yeah, if he'd have got the knockdown, it'd have been a draw.
Shout out to L Dub on deck. What it do? What's good with your L
L
Dub?
Dub, what's up, L?
Mitch say, and we all have to admit, the welterweight division wasn't as good as it was hyped up to be when Danny, Sean, and Thurman were in the primes. That was pre-Floyd welterweight.
Yeah, it was pre-Floyd welterweight, but Danny, it was good competition with Danny and Sean and Thurman there and Kell Brook. But I mean, Thurman was scared to put his belt on the line against Kell Brook.
But he put it on the line against Garcia and Porter.
Yeah, because he saw no threat there.
Shit, Danny Garcia was a threat.
I mean, but I'm saying Keith ain't see no threat. He saw a threat with Kell Brook.
Oh well, we'll never know what would have happened if Thurman would have even considered Errol Spence to fight. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
If he would have stayed in the game, I don't know if he would have even
but
considered Errol Spence to step in the ring with him.
but Earl, they saying Keith duck Earl. He didn't. Dog, it's the same way Earl, same way with Terrence Bud Crawford. People was already in line. Earl came last. He got hurt. After he got hurt, what Keith was supposed to do? Keith ain't like Earl where as though he gonna come right back in and try to fight the best. He wanted a tune-up fight. Like you said, the year after that, I was gonna fight Earl Spence. Man,
we talking about when the shit was actually going down, he was ignoring Errol though. Errol was calling him out in front of
no
people.
belt.
All that shit. Who didn't have a belt? Keith
Earl
did have
ain't
a
had no
belt.
belt at first.
Yeah, he did. He had the IBF.
No, he didn't.
He
They
did,
remember they
dog.
fought. Kemet, listen, he didn't. Go look at it. Keith fought Danny first, hurt his elbow. Then Earl got the belt and still was calling Keith out. Keith was still hurt. Go look at it.
That proves my point that Errol was calling out Keith Thurman when he had a belt back, man.
Yes,
That's exactly what I said. Errol was calling out Keith when he had a belt. I ain't say when he was not injured. I say when Errol had a belt, he was calling out Keith Thurman. And
he
Keith
started
Thurman,
calling him out. He was calling him out before the belt.
Yeah, but I'm saying, Keith Thurman had a belt, and it just seems like he could have came back, but then he ended up staying out. He went out for a shoulder, and then he had a hand injury. But Errol definitely had a belt.
Yeah. At the time, Earl had the belts. But he was calling Danny, Sean, and Keith out before he even got the belt.
He was calling who again? Errol was calling who out?
Danny, Sean, and Keith out.
Okay. He
Before
wasn't
he even
calling
got the
Terrence
belt.
out. He wasn't calling Bud out.
Bud wasn't at the weight division.
Exactly. He didn't have to, but he was coming. He was en route. He didn't call Crawford's name. He knew he was en route.
Wasn't en route yet.
Well, I'm not gonna ruin your day, Batman. I'm not gonna ruin your day with that talk.
But he wasn't en route yet, though. He ain't even fight. He fought what? He fought Ndongo.
He had one belt when Bud came to the division. Errol had one belt, dog.
Earl had one belt when Bud came up, but when Bud won when Earl won his belt, 3 months later, Bud just beat Ndongo for undisputed.
And how many times he defended those belts? 0. He moved up immediately.
Yeah, he moved up. For what's his name? What the fuck is his name?
Who Errol?
He moved up before Jeff Horn.
Jeff Horn. Yeah.
Then Earl for what's his name? Garcia, one of the Garcia boy, the Mikey boy. But don't do it like they signed Mikey Garcia to PBC, but don't act like Bob Arum don't do the same shit. When he got in-house fights, he don't give nobody else a chance. I mean, like I said, I don't mind, man. Y'all talking about what the PBC be doing, cause I'm not part of that. But fucking Bob Arum do the same shit to PBC. He was doing the same shit before the PBC even did what they did. Hello.
I'm listening.
Oh, nah, but Bob Arum do the same shit. He did the same. That's why Devin got cut out his situation. Cause Bob Arum called up there and asked for that franchise title. He called up there, asked for that franchise title just for he can get and make you. He convinced
Mauricio.
Primo Lopez to go the IBF route. He probably convinced him to go to IBF route. Cause look, I'm gonna get you Lomachenko. We going to get this Lomachenko thing. You and Lomachenko going on. They already had the plan.
But bro, man, I mean that sounds good, but come on, man. Nakatani was a tough fight, dog. He
I
didn't
ain't
knock
say he
out
wasn't.
Nakatani.
Nakatani was
Look,
a
he
tough
didn't
fight.
knock out Nakatani like Lomachenko did. He didn't knock out um nobody until he stepped in there with Richard Comey and get that belt. So it wasn't promised like
Well, he
that. Now,
was knocking
Bob,
people out.
he didn't take no soft touch in that title eliminator.
No,
Nakatani was undefeated, dog.
no,
18-0
before
now.
Nakatani, he knocked the dude out. What are you talking about? He thought he was going to knock Nakatani out. But that didn't
No, it
happen.
don't matter who
Nakatani,
he knocked out before. Nakatani was 18-0. He was a tough ass, tall fighter.
I didn't say he wasn't. Nakatani was tough. That was a tough fight. I thought it was a draw for real. But T.O. edged it. I wasn't mad at him edging the fight, but you know what I'm saying? But like I said, him and Bob do the same shit. But who you rather fight? Who what you rather do? All right, I can make a what you call this, a unification match for undisputed on my side of the street, or Devin Haney can fight Lomachenko and fuck shit up for me.
I mean, that's all hearsay, bro.
I mean, it happened in front of our face.
I mean, you talking about T.O. knocking out Tatley. I was at that fight. That wasn't no big deal. Shit.
I mean, they made it a big
That
deal.
wasn't no big fucking deal. Him stopping Ennis Tatley.
But they made it a big deal. But I'm just saying, and a lot of people around him made it a big deal. So, you know what I'm saying? That's why he think he can knock everybody the fuck out. He knocked Tally out. He knocked Richard Comey out. You know, but like I said, so why Bob Arum called for that franchise title? That what's his name? What's that like that De La Hoya made up?
That De La Hoya made up, man.
Yeah,
The
y'all
first
know
one
De
was
La Hoya them made that title up, man. They called and got the WBC to make that title, man, for their fighter.
Hey, look. I'm not saying you that's not right. Okay, you spot on. Okay, but it has no relevance when it comes to what Canelo did with it. He did nothing with that. He pretty much did the same thing Lomachenko did. So it's not even relevant to even talk about why the title came into existence. It's who abused the shit. The franchise title has been abused at the lightweight division when it comes down to the potential of Lomachenko fighting Devin Haney potentially. You know what I'm saying? That has been excluded. All
That
for
shit
one
should
man.
never been made. But
I mean, shit is created in boxing all the time, but what has occurred is no black fighters that has been had the opportunity to be presented with the damn franchise belt. All of them off the rip. Canelo, Vasil Lomachenko, and Juan Estrada was all presented the opportunity to be elevated to franchise. Now, the two individuals that have earned it off defeating champions is Teofimo Lopez and George Kambosos. That's it. All these other champions, the Mel Charlo, Mar Charlo, they ain't been presented with no franchise title.
Yeah, because they ain't
Canelo
had
ain't
the
at 160
opportunity.
no more.
They ain't had the opportunity to fight the champion, the real champion.
What's going on, Mike? How you feel, bro?
Yeah, but they ain't had the opportunity to fight no real champion, and the same way. But they ain't ridiculed Jamal Charlo like they ridiculed Devin Haney. And I'm mad that Teofimo Lopez went with the shit. He ain't come out and say, man, look, man, they ducked Devin Haney. So, he was still calling the man the email champion. He was disrespecting the man too. But it is what it is.
But that shit happens in boxing, though. I mean, disrespect happens in boxing.
I'm talking about that was all right, disrespect talking shit that I'll knock you out. But when I see somebody being done wrong, or I see somebody ducking and I'm a fighter, I'm gonna say something about it. I don't care about, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say something about it. But he went along with what the fuck Bob Earl and them was doing.
Hey, Mike.
Just to shut Devin Haney out.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, you there? I guess it. Let me read these comments. Gary Russell Jr. should have kept his weight like Salido did. Yeah. Hold on for a second. No, Mike, I couldn't hear you, bro. I thought Russell Jr. was gonna beat Loma. I was surprised they even matched Loma with him that early. Loma got the win though. Well, why wouldn't they match him that early? Because he was fighting boys in the Olympics anyway on his second tour. He was well experienced, Lomachenko, so he's fighting a grown ass man fighting boys in the Olympics. What's going on, OG? How you feel, bro?
Man, OG, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we good.
All right, we good, man. First of all, keep talking that shit. And boy, oh boy, we got a good weekend coming up. We got some punching, we got some fighting happening over these next couple days, boy. And I'm telling you, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Oh boy, oh boy.
So when you say oh boy, what's your top two fights that you're looking forward to, man?
I'm gonna keep it all the way. I'm gonna keep it all the way 100 grand with you, man. It's only two fights that I care about, and that's seeing the boy Devin and seeing Tank. And it's not for the reasons that people think. Okay. And let me say this first on your show, OG. To OG World Combat Sports, he's got that guy on the hook. Because I'm telling you what, I've been saying that Devin Haney ain't got no power. I've been on the record of saying Devin Haney soft as baby shit. I'm gonna stand by my words. But I want Devin Haney to go in there and take care of JoJo so he can go ahead and do what he need to do and clean up the division. I will say that Devin Haney needs a convincing win, and I will mark my words on this. If Devin Haney can go in there and show me that power, if he can show me some real serious pop, he ain't got to knock him out, but he's got to show me that he could keep somebody aggressive off him because I haven't really seen that. I've seen him just outbox people and look good, but I'm talking about that real pressure that hopefully JoJo's going to bring. We know JoJo can bring it, but we're going to see which JoJo shows up tonight, tomorrow, Saturday night. You feel what I'm saying? We're going to see. Now, if Devin can keep him honest and can possibly put him on his back, OG, I'll give you my number. I will be on your show apologizing to Bill Haney face to face. I'll turn the camera on and say, sir, I'm sorry. Your boy ain't soft as baby shit. But
Damn.
if he just wins by points, I'm talking my shit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you kept the same energy. I heard you say that way back when too.
I've been saying that for Devin's last 3 fights. You already know I'm on his neck because I love the boy, but the way he talks, it's like you talking like you sleeping people. That's why people don't understand why I go so hard for Bud. Bud closed the show.
Closes it.
You
Let
know
me
what I'm
ask
saying?
you this though.
Go ahead, brother.
Hey Mike, were you able to see the interaction when Devin Haney crossed paths with Kambosos? Because I've been trying, talk. I was waiting on Kambosos to give us that lens time to see what his language was about. So he finally came up on Devin, and they was trying to say, okay, well, we're gonna fight in Australia, right? We're gonna do this, that, and the other, and then Kambosos put his hand on him, on his shoulder. You know how an adult put their hand on your shoulder when you was a little kid, and they was trying to tell you that, hey,
Oh, he
I'm
tried
not
to
gonna
give
whoop you.
Devin the Sunny Jim. He tried to give him a little
Yeah,
Sunny boy.
yeah. I'm not gonna whoop you today, but you fucked up. I'm not sure I'm gonna give you that Christmas present that you was looking for. And Devin up there saying, hey, Kambosos, I'll fight you on Mars. I mean, of course you're gonna fight him because he got all the belts now. But Kambosos is capping to the people as if he has Devin locked in for that fight in Australia if he beats Jojo Diaz. I don't get that same energy, bro.
I don't get that same energy. Let's just be honest. We was happy when T.O. got the belt and T.O. started acting like a goofy.
Yeah.
I think that belt's got a curse to it. And so hopefully Kambosos can bring some intestinal fortitude to that belt. Because right now, that's not a champion's belt. That's a cap belt. That's the all cap belt. You know what I'm saying? That's the capital letter franchise belt. Because it seems like when people get it, they talk more shit than Pepto-Bismol. But then if I see motherfucking George Kambosos this time next year and he ain't got back in the ring and defended that belt, oh man. Oh boy, jokes and jokes and jokes. Right now, I'm gonna give him his flowers because I love that fight against T.O. As you know, I like T.O., but building up to this fight, I kept saying that I don't like what T.O.'s doing. I don't like. I'm seeing him on my feed for everything but boxing. You talking about shit. You go into fights with goddamn belts to take pictures. Like, what the fuck, nigga? You know what I'm saying? Like, it just didn't seem right. And so I was like, he might catch that ass whooping, but I didn't want to put no money down. But then just like that Thurman Pacquiao we saw in the first round, ooh yeah, it's gonna be a long night, T.O. Pack a lunch. And I don't think his stomach was big enough for everything that was on his plate. And he could talk all the shit he wants to. That's 100% on him and his dad. They didn't take the shit seriously. I really do think a focused T.O. could have done something. So let's see how Kambosos acts now that he has that belt. Because we could say the same thing. We could say Marvin Hagler syndrome happened to Lomachenko, and that's how T.O. got the belt. We cannot make that argument. True or false? We can make that. Yeah, we can make the argument that pretty much anyone who's had that belt since that belt's created, you get that belt and all of a sudden now you just want to go and do press tours and shit like that, and you need to be in the gym because people coming for you.
That comes along with the territory when you pick up all those straps. You gotta do press, you gotta do promo.
I get all that, but I'm just saying that belt, I'm just going off of that belt, has a nasty history of motherfuckers getting that belt and thinking that they made it and understanding it's one thing to make it. It's one thing to make it, and that is a phenomenal feat that I'll applaud anybody who can climb to the mountaintop. But greatness is staying there. Greatness is getting back up there more than once. You know what I'm saying? And I just really don't know. Now, when it comes to Tank, Tank needs to beat all sorts of ass. Tank needs to make this a quick show.
Yeah.
I need to not be able to roll up a blunt and look away. You feel what I'm saying? Tank needs to close this real quick because as much as I love Tank, let's be honest, I don't like the circumstances that Rolly fight got canceled.
Yeah, true.
I don't like it. I don't like Rolly, but there might be some truth to what he said because it just seems real funny because what has even happened to them allegations? All of a sudden,
zero. Nothing.
Exactly. All of a sudden, after that press conference where Rolly was talking shit with his little goofy ass in his fur coat, and then next thing you know, now all of a sudden he got pushed out that fight, and they had a replacement for him so fast to where I personally don't think Gervonta should have any problem with Rolly, but the way it went down, kind of looks like, you know what I'm saying, they used some money to get Tank out of that fight.
And you know Cruz was set already to fight on the undercard anyway.
Oh, he was? Okay, all right. So yeah,
he was already in fight camp.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I said. It was ready made and it was going. And so I just need them two brothers to show up. The reason why I need them two brothers to show up and really show out in both their fights is so we can cut this bullshit. We already got Fish on the hook. We already got Fish on the hook. Fish gonna say whatever he gonna keep saying, but Fish is understanding right now that even his fans don't want no tune-up fight. Get your ass in there with Bud. If you needed more tune-up fights, then you shouldn't have been motherfucking fucking up and fucking off, and you should have been ready. All right, you should have been taking training camp a little seriously. You know, sometimes you can't avoid injuries in training camp, but you fucked up your Pacquiao bag. You know what I'm saying? You fucked up other bags with your out of the ring activity. I don't want to hear that. Fish, you fight anybody other than Bud, oh man, I'm never gonna stop. I'm never ever gonna stop. You feel me? And so I think when Devin and Gervonta does this, we can finally get that. We can finally clear out all this goddamn, all this smoke in these divisions. And we got about 3 divisions that are just overcrowded. What we need all these champions for? What do we need all these champions for? If everybody got a belt, then what's it mean to be a champion?
What you got to say on that, Batman? Batman, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here, Sky.
Oh, okay. Do you have anything to say in response to what Mike just said?
Man, I don't even know why Tank Davis is fighting some fucking Pitbull Cruz, man. That shit turned me off. But
I mean, the styles match up nice as far as the clash. The clash is going to be damn fireworks, dog. Believe me when I tell you, man. I seen this dude fight in person, dog.
Yeah, Cruz ain't no hoe.
I seen Cruz fight in person twice,
no
man.
hoe.
This motherfucker, he's a pit bull,
He
dog.
ain't no hoe. He ain't no hoe. But is he skilled enough, or is he tactical enough to know what to do in there with Tank? I mean,
He loads up a lot. He loads up a lot. He's tailor made for Tank Davis. He loads up a lot on the right hand,
man,
but he has a damn crazy gas tank, man.
He got a gas tank. He opens up a lot. He right there. He right there to get hit with that uppercut. But you know,
correct.
My question for y'all, I got a question for y'all, brothers. What is the most likely upset of them two fights?
Diaz.
Hey, I don't see Tank getting upset. I believe
Thank you.
Like that. Oh, so you do your process of elimination on 1 or 2, goddammit.
Me personally, I think Diaz is the more likely upset.
Cruz, dog.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Diaz beats Haney, because if Cruz beats Gervonta Davis, holy Jesus, how did this happen? And if it isn't a disqualification, like let's say, God forbid, knock on 1,000 trees in the forest. You feel what I'm saying? Well, let's just say Cruz knocks out Gervonta Davis.
Damn.
Thank you. Picture that one. Picture that one, Scott. Ooh, shit. That's gonna be about 2 weeks worth of shows right there.
Yeah, that's gonna be a super upsetting. And boy, they're gonna quickly put him in there with Kambosos.
So fast. Oh yeah, you already know. They'll be fighting next week.
Man, all the Mexican fans, man, they're gonna go through the roof on that shit. They're gonna be running in the streets, doing parades. Man, definitely he's gonna be in there with Kambosos, dog.
Man, you are going to see a train of boats from Mexico to Australia just going. I'm talking about it's going to look so crazy. It's going to look like the Middle Passage with no chains and shit like that. The motherfuckers going to be going. It's going to be a stadium in Brisbane or Sydney, Australia, filled with Mexicans. Man, I'm trying to tell you.
That shit sounds good, that Mike, but it ain't going to fucking happen, Shaw.
Oh, man, I'm with you. It better not happen. Oh, it better not happen. I need to know. If it happens, I'm gonna have to hit you and Mark up, and I'm gonna come down to Atlanta and just chill by that gym. I want to talk to Tank. I don't even want to talk no shit. I just want to talk to him. I got legitimate questions that need answered.
Man, you ain't never lied, man. That shit happened. I just know I don't. Even though they looking at him as somewhat as a hitter. He's not a knockout artist like Tank. Plus, he's coming off 2 unanimous decisions in his last 2 fights. So it's no way that he's gonna say all of a sudden he's gonna go in there with Tank, who's been in there with some bigger fighters who punch harder than Cruz, and we should see an upset. I don't see that shit at all, man. I see this as straight up destruction.
Well,
real.
Yeah.
What?
I'm with you.
Hold on. What fighter that been in there with Tank that's a big puncher?
I'm talking about the fighters that he's been in there with. In my opinion, I think that Mario Barrios hits harder than Cruz.
Man, yeah,
Possibly.
Mario Barrios a
And
punch.
that was
I
at a
can give you
heavier
that.
weight.
I can give you that. He can crack a little bit.
Yeah, I ain't gonna argue with that one. That's a good call right there, OG. I like that one. Now let's go to the more possible upset. The reason why I lean towards a possible upset in the Diaz Haney fight is for the reasons I've had with Devin Haney. Now let's say I'm right. Let's say Haney, he's crisp, he's fast. You know what I'm saying? Them things sting, but they don't got that pop because he just, you can't train power. I don't care what form of combat sports it is. You know this and I know this. That goes even back to boot camp, OG. You know what I'm talking about. You can't train
Yeah,
power. I can teach you how to do this damn punch. I can teach you how to throw this kick. You can throw it all the right ways, but if you don't have pop, you just don't have pop.
correct.
And so my thing is, if we get an aggressive, turned up JoJo Diaz, I wonder, does he even have to hurt Devin? If he can start stealing some rounds on being business, let's see what Devin's mind's like. Will Devin get mad and try to close the show knowing that he can't? Or will Devin stick to his plan and fight his fight? These are real questions that I really want to see about Devin. And because I have a funny feeling, I like the way he recovered after getting rocked at the end of that round in his last fight. I loved it. But there was still something in him that I didn't like as far as, now, what would he do? Because when dude rocked him, dude didn't get on him. What would he do when he's up against one of these scrappy Mexicans who, when they smell blood in the water, they go in full shark mode?
Yeah. Well, we got to look at the time. He was rocked at the end of the round, which worked out in his benefit.
Mm-hmm.
But then you're talking about scrappy Mexican getting on him in the next round. If is JoJo that dude? I just look at it like his fight. I don't know how you graded his fight against Javier Fortuna, but I'm like, I wasn't impressed with his performance against Javier, dog. I mean, I was snoozing off and on looking at that fight, dog.
Yeah, I was actually pissed at both of them because I had big hopes for Fortuna being so long and so lanky, in that weight division. I thought he would actually really bully a little bit more than he has been doing.
Yeah, I
but
thought, not to cut you off there, Mike,
Yeah.
but I thought I was gonna get the Javier Fortuna that gave that energy against Robert Easter. Like he was really
Right,
getting into it, and I didn't see that shit against JoJo.
right. That was the Fortuna that made me like, oh damn, this boy's nice and remember his name.
Yeah,
You know
for
what I'm
real.
saying?
Yeah,
Now, and that is why I preference what I said earlier. Mind you, what I said, you can roll the tape. I said, what JoJo Diaz are we gonna see?
correct.
Are we gonna see the JoJo Diaz who just wants to win a fight? Who's content with getting some rounds and getting a decision? Or are we gonna get the JoJo Diaz that's coming to whoop ass? Because if he's coming to whoop ass, he ain't worried about all that. If he's coming to whoop ass and Devin don't have no power, all them jabs don't mean shit because he's going to just keep walking through them jabs to keep trying to do his bull rush flurry a la Pacquiao and Julio Cesar Chavez and, you know what I'm saying, so many Spanish or Asian fighters, you know what I'm saying, that style of fighting. And as you know, a la Adrian Broner and all like that, sometimes these finesse fighters who try to mirror the Floyd Mayweather style, they always forget, we've talked about this at length before, Scott, they always forget that as much as Mayweather was a finesse fighter and a sniper, he also was a dog.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe me? Go ask Zab. Go ask motherfucking Sugar Shane Mosley. Ask anybody who tried to do some dog shit to Floyd what happened to him. I don't see that in Devin. But then again, we haven't seen nobody really bark at Devin, really, outside of that one punch at the end of the round. So I want to see Devin get barked at and see if he bark or bite back. Or is he going to just...
We talking about that bite that Sugar Shane gave him. Oh, my
right.
God.
Floyd a dog. We saw Floyd. Floyd a dog. I don't care if you hate Floyd. Can't no man who has ever squared up and gotten any type of physical altercation with a grown man could ever disrespect Floyd and be like, oh, that wasn't a hard shot. No, Floyd got rocked and Floyd ate that.
For real. He ate all that motherfucker. God damn.
He cleaned his plate.
Can I comment on that?
Go ahead.
And When Floyd got rocked, Floyd kept fighting in the same round. When Devin got rocked, he took off 2 rounds, dog. He was hurt for real. It's just Linares ain't have the gas to press down on him.
And that's my point. Once again, thank you, brother. Thank you 1,000 times over, man. I thank you and I love you, man. Shit. Because that's what I'm talking about. Anytime Floyd got hurt, remember when Maidana got that bullshit off at the end of the round against Floyd in their first fight? What happened at the beginning of the very next round?
He fought.
Floyd whooped all over his ass to make, okay, well, if the judges want to give you this round, they can't give you this one. You know what I'm saying? Floyd had that dog in him that I've noticed a lot of these black finesse fighters don't really have. You feel what I'm saying? Like some of these finesse fighters are too finesse.
Cause listen, they don't do their history lessons. They see all these young fighters like Dev and all them. They try to learn like Floyd. They learn from Money Mayweather, but they don't go back and look at Pretty Boy with the dog. Pretty Boy is sitting there in the pocket, and then even in that Linares fight, he tried to show the roll in the pocket, dog. When Floyd get in the pocket with you, he high guard, dog. Go look at his fights.
Yeah, Floyd doesn't show the roll in close. First of all, anyone who knows boxing, the Philly shell, like I've always had a problem with Floyd because as somebody who boxed a little bit amateur, but I've been around the sport my whole life, the only way to break a real effective Philly shell is to get in close and tickle their ribs and get him to drop that goddamn shoulder. You've got to get him.
I thought he Philly shell shoulder roll against Oscar up against the ropes in close a lot.
Yeah,
that was more just dodging rope doping. That wasn't standing in the middle of the ring inside, Scott.
Okay, all right,
big difference. Right. You can rope a dope on the ropes with the Philly shell, but I'm talking about standing right in the middle of the ring.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Philly shell. As you know, Scott, that sometimes if you got a fighter who really knows what they're doing, you just fucked up.
Yeah.
Because a nigga like me, I'm not even going for your head. I'm going to tickle your ribs until your fucking elbows are sore because you're going to be blocking them body shots with your elbows. And so I'm making a point to punch you all on your humerus bone because that shit's going to fuck with you. You feel what I'm saying? I'm going to punch all on your hip. I'm going to fuck with you.
Go back.
And then when the ref breaks us up, it's going to be hard for you to throw them punches. It's going to be hard for that lateral movement because your hips are bruised. You're going to drop that damn shoulder and you're going to give me that face.
Go back and look at the Linares fight. When when Linares ran off them combinations, Devin was in the Philly shell, but he was squared off. That's why he got hit. Listen, this is why he got hit. And that flurry right hand, that shit wasn't even a real super hard right hand, and he got hurt. Go look at it.
I'm with you. I've been saying this about Devin for close to 3 years now.
Hey, you made a damn good point, Batman. That's why Mike is asked that question. Out of the 2 fights, where can the upset come from? And only coming off that Linares fight, we're not hating on it. It's just a possibility that JoJo could present the clear and present danger that Linares did. He might have a better gas tank than Linares. He's been in there with G. Russell all the way to the final bell, so he got the tank. He been in there with Farmer. Goddamn it! I mean,
he got the tank. Dog. If I was him, I'd do what he tried to do with Gurry. He tried to high guard against Gurry off the break. But the only thing I tell JoJo, behind your high guard, shoot the jab. Walk straight forward. Slip. When you slip his jab, start touching the body. Keep doing that. Just keep pressing that until the middle of the rounds until he break down.
That's if Devin ain't lighting him up with that beehive. Devin got fast hands on the inside, man. Come on, bro. You put that high guard up against Devin, he gonna be gonna hit you in the arms, the ribs, the motherfucking head.
No,
but all them punches gonna hurt though, OG? That's my question.
That's what I'm saysaying. Yeah, so he's gonna have to find a window, JoJo, to counter that shit. I'm just saying.
Nah, you gave me one.
Because just think about it. Like let's say me and you were sparred, OG, and I'm getting my shoe shot on because you go with a high guard. So I'm shoe shot and I'm tickling your ribs and all like that, but I'm not hurting you. What's the first thing you're naturally doing? You're just waiting for that opening. You're waiting for me to drop that damn left hand so you can come with the overhand right, or you wait for me to extend that right so you can come with that counter or left hook or the uppercut. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not hurting you and I'm doing all that fast shit up close, Like, if any fighter is halfway worth their salt, he's going to eat maybe 3 or 4 of those just to give you that false confidence to do it again. Because the next time you sit in that pocket, boy, there's some way.
But Jorge Linares was waiting for that window there, Mike, and when he had it, and he decided to counter, Devin was gone. David Copperfield, poof,
Yeah,
he
Yeah.
was
but
gone. His
JoJo
defense
faster.
was he was gone.
JoJo at this point, JoJo is a faster fighter than Linares when Devin fought him.
Okay, we're
Devin,
gonna
I
see
mean,
how he get through these flurries that Devin's gonna land on the inside though.
man, Devin punched wide on the inside, dog. Yeah, hey man,
He was
that's
having he was
that's
having good success against Linares when they was up close and personal.
that's
That's what shocked me
Linares.
about Devin with the Linares fight.
But that's Linares. Linares was
I
slow.
know.
Linares don't react off punching. Go look at Jojo Diaz. When Jojo get hit, Jojo can react off punching, off getting hit. He can punch while you still right there. While you
I'm
punching,
looking
Jojo
forward to
will
it. I hope
punch.
he do. I hope it's a damn good fight for real. I really hope they bring that shit.
Oh yeah, we definitely need to see it. Like I would like to see, somebody close the show in the Diaz Haiti fight. But as long as they're bringing the energy, we can go to the card. The Gervonta Tank Davis fight is the only fight that honestly, if it goes past 6 rounds, I'm already mad at Tank. I'm giving Tank 6 rounds. I'm giving Tank 6 rounds. I'm gonna give Tank a blood and a half. Okay? I'm gonna give Tank a blood and a half. All right. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put about 4 grams. I'm gonna put about 4 grams in my swisher, and that should last me 3 rounds.
Yeah.
That should last me 3 rounds. Okay, I'm telling you, I'm surgical with this. I know how my blunt smoke. You feel what I'm saying? I should get 3 rounds and maybe 20 seconds of the 4th round. If I reach for my second blunt and it goes out and they still fighting, I'm counting about a blunt. I'm counting about a blunt because I'm chain smoking all weekend. They fighting. We about this shit. We like to fight shit. I'm on my way to the store to get my bottles for this weekend. We drinking, we smoking, we about to talk some shit. I got some side bets going on. This shit about to get crazy.
Yeah,
I hear you, brother.
I hope Devin Haney try to fight like you fought in that Linares fight. I hope he don't go back to that ugly ass. And this is what I be saying. Everybody talking about the Linares fight. I hope he don't go back to that ugly ass Gamboa performance, man.
What you mean?
I just hope he don't go back to that ugly ass.
That would be his
Gamboa.
own fault if he did that. Look, he fought Linares different than Gamboa. So no, man, he shouldn't, bro. Don't do it, Devin. Don't come in here with that stay on the outside and make it a board. No, we want to see the same energy you gave Linares with somebody who can give you a response from what you're looking for. JoJo can do that.
Yeah, but it sounded like it sounded like to me the father talking about he gonna stop him, but Devin, and the way Devin's saying how he gonna stop him is he gonna run into something. So that means he's gonna fight from the outside. But that's my reading about the whole the language.
If is it any type of what we can assume about JoJo Diaz, if any type of action he's gonna take, I think he's definitely gonna try to walk Devin Haney down for real. He has that mentality, man.
If I was JoJo Diaz corner, I'm working on high guard off the jab, 2-3 jabs. Get close. When I get close, even if he dancing, I'm cutting the ring off. Even when he get close, we touching the body every time. I don't even want the first 3 rounds on, long as you moving your hands. See, in the Gurry fight, he ain't start fighting until like the 5th round. But in this fight, this guy don't have that much pop. I'm trying to dig to the body. We trying to slow him down early. We ain't even give him a chance to try to do all that dancing shit.
I agree with the brother right there.
I dropped the link, bro.
Yeah, that's one of my biggest problems with a lot of Floyd's opposition in the later part of his career. Like, it was like, okay, Floyd already gave you 38, 40-something fights. And so now that he's around 38 fights and he was in his 40s, it was like nobody is professional enough to just say, all right, this is Floyd Mayweather, and just say, you know what, I'm probably going to just give him the first 2 or 3 rounds, but all I'm going to do is beat that body up. I'm gonna keep my hands moving so no one can say I'm being inactive, but I'm making sure that this nigga knows I'm in his body, I'm in the solar plexus, I'm in them ribs, I'm in everything. And then come the fourth round, then I slowly start transitioning to a head attack, depending on what Floyd was able to get off on me. Like nobody, you had all these boxers who was willing to mix it up with Floyd, but nobody had the discipline or the mental acumen to stick to their game plan. You know what I'm saying? Like we saw, that's why everyone talked about Maidana. Maidana did start out to the body, to the body. And it wasn't hurting Floyd, but it made the fight difficult and awkward for Floyd, which allowed Maidana to steal a couple rounds. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's just like he's saying. If I was the trainer, I know I'm fighting Floyd. I know I'm not gonna outbox him. I am walking him down. I'm gonna let my nuts hang and just say fuck it. Fuck it. If he knock me out, he knock me out. But I'm in his chest all day. Like what's his name? Jesus Chavez. Y'all remember that fight?
Mm-hmm.
Which one? Jesus Chavez? Who?
Jesus Chavez when he floored Floyd Mayweather at 130.
Oh, you mean Julio Cesar Chavez?
No, Jesus Chavez.
Yeah, that was one of Floyd's soft serves, man. I gotta actually go to the tape on that one.
Jesus Chavez was like 30-something and one. He stayed in Floyd's chest. Floyd stopped him though, but he let his nuts hang, and he made Floyd fight an ugly fight.
I agree with you in that regards. I don't remember that fight, but I agree with you. That's the recipe for these finesse fighters. Unfortunately, that is the recipe for your average black finesse fighter. You feel what I'm saying? Because a lot of these black fighters who are coming out in this generation, yeah, they quick, they got pop, they got whatever, but look at how they're getting stopped and look at how they're reaching their plateau. All they're doing is getting pressed. Let's be honest. A lot of these European and Mexican fighters who are beating a lot of these black finesse fighters, are they necessarily better fighters? No. Are they bigger punchers? No. They will volume and swarm these finesse fighters and are not allowed this boy to just sit back behind his jab. You know what I'm saying? Some of these cats, you take away that stick from them, you take away that rangefinder and everything like that, and you keep you keep your front foot on the inside of his front foot and your nose in his chest. They're not used to that. They're just not used to that. I don't even think some of these finesse fighters even have anybody doing that to them in the gym. The one thing that I respect Gervonta Davis, as OG, you put me on, you know what I'm saying, you pull my coat to this. Gervonta gets it in the gym.
Oh yeah, definitely. He does, man.
To where it's like, I'm not worried about somebody doing that to Gervonta. Okay, we haven't seen that a lot in his fights, but we know Gervonta trains for that. I can't say the same about Devin. I just can't right now. I want to, but I can't.
I'm looking. Go ahead, Batman.
I said Devin ain't proved yet, because for real, Linares was his only test. He should never fought Linares. He should have fought the boy JoJo just fought Fortuna.
Javier Fortuna.
But yeah, he should have fought Fortuna when the Linares fight was presented to him. But he didn't. So, you know what I'm saying? That would have been a better test.
Javier Fortuna ducked him, though.
I was just about to say that, Scott. I was just about to say that. Fortuna didn't want that. Because actually...
Listen, can y'all listen to me? Fortuna ain't won it off the break because when Devin first got hurt. But before the Linares fight, Fortuna was trying to fight Devin Haney. Remember, Bill was on.
The boxing voice and all that shit that went down between him and
Bill told the manager, if they don't get Ryan Garcia, they will fight Fortuna.
Man, stop bringing up that Glitter Boy's name, man.
No, I'm just saying this is what Bill said. If they don't get the Ryan Garcia fight, they will fight Fortuna.
Stop saying it. Say him. Say boy. Say Zesty.
The Golden Boy. And I'm coming right back with the pancakes. Okay. And the Golden Boy.
Yeah. Zesty boy. The model. The model. He ain't a boxer. He a model.
The actor.
Right. The former boxer. The former boxer who won a. I've never seen a nigga get more scared after winning a fight. Like straight. Actually, no. The only time I've even seen that, actually, believe it or not, was me. Years and years ago. You feel what I'm saying? Years and years ago, I got into it with a cat, and he got a little shit off, but he didn't necessarily win the fight. But he knows that he didn't win the fight, and so he was just running around just scared because you know what I'm saying. He didn't want to run it back, and oh my God, he was calling my peoples and trying to get all these olive branches and let's just squash it in there. And that's what Ryan Garcia reminded me of. Ryan Garcia got knocked down, inched out of victory, and he thought to himself, damn, I'm not as good as everyone said I am. Damn, I can be touched. Now all of a sudden he got mental health issues. You ain't got no damn mental health issues. You got a problem with your heart, boy. This is boxing.
Sir.
This is boxing.
Shit, man. Talk your
you
shit.
Gonna get hit. You gonna get hit. As much as I didn't like what happened in the Wilder fucking Fury 3, I respect Deontay because he says I want to go out on my shield.
Yep.
That fight looked ugly. That fight looked ugly and could have got stopped a whole bunch of times. But no, Deontay said, fuck it. We here now. And if I ain't got nothing for the boy, well shit, I ain't got nothing for the boy, but I'm gonna fight this boy.
Hey man, I gotta go, y'all. I'm about to eat.
All right, cool, bro. Take it easy, man. Appreciate you putting up, Batman.
Ain't no problem, Scott.
All right, peace. Yeah, OG. Like I don't know. Like I hope everything goes like it's supposed to go. Because if it goes like it's supposed to go, then boxing fans can really demand cleaning up the division. But I would not be surprised if we didn't see an upset. I already told you what I think is the more likely upset. But if we do see an upset, unfortunately, they're going to use this upset as the grounds to keep the fuckery going on in them divisions. The only way to clear up the bullshit is we need Devin and Gervonta to handle their business. Mm-hmm. And that way, there's no excuses. It's clear cut. We know who it is. It ain't going to be, oh, well, now we have JoJo Diaz in the conversation, or now we got Cruz in the conversation and blah, blah. No. Because, you know what I'm saying? That's two more variables we don't even need. Let's just go ahead and get what we got, what we've been asking for. But them boys got to do their job. I don't think...
Definitely Devin has to do his job. Definitely Devin.
Yes. Oh, my God.
You got to look at it, Mike. Damn, Gervonta, a 3-division champion. No matter how they want to call it, he's a 3-division champion. Devin's trying to get the biggest fight of his career against the unified champion, undisputed, in my opinion. With all the hoopla, hayla, they get to fight for all the belts at lightweight, dog. All the fucking belts. So this is a big fight for Devin to step up and potentially go over to Australia. If Devin wins and Kambosos sit up here and try to get Vasyl Lomachenko, because Lomachenko trying to get that fight with Kambosos.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to get that fight, dog. I keep telling people Kambosos is capping man. He's just capping about this Devin Haney shit, dog.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. I saw the little face off, and I have no doubt in my mind that if somehow Diaz is able to get past Devin Haney or never like that, Kambosos is going to be like, whoo. And you know what I'm saying? I have no doubt in my mind that if Devin Haney convincingly beats Diaz, us as the fighting community, we're going to have to demand this fight, because I have a funny feeling that they're going to try to use any excuse. They're going to blame it on the rain, but they're going to try and drag this bitch out because they don't want Devin. Let's just be honest. They don't want, like you said earlier, they give that franchise title to any Mexican or European fighter who, you know what I'm saying, halfway has a good fight. We have so many black fighters who should have been got that belt since you just given belts, because they done earned belts. They done defended belts. Why not give him the franchise? And so I have a funny feeling that if Devin wins, it's going to be up to the fans to demand that fight. Because if we allow the motherfucking talking heads behind the scenes, they're going to find a way to dance around that nigga. And we might see a Kambosos Lomachenko, even though who gives a fuck about that fight.
Totally agree with that, man. And it's gonna be another damn shaking your head moment with boxing now, Mike. For real. Don't shake your head no more. Just be willing and able to understand what's coming your way. Don't shake your head in disappointment. Boxing loves to disappoint us. So I'm telling you, Kambosos capping, dog. He's sitting up here with other plans. You know, we got Lomachenko Comey coming up next week. Don't think for 1 minute if Devin goes to him and defeat Diaz, and you don't get the answer you're looking for, the confirmation, he's waiting on Lomachenko Comey.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He waiting on that fight. And like I said, don't let Devin convincingly win. If Devin convincingly wins, oh man, he ain't gonna go radio silent, but it's gonna be the most shrewdest, the most vaguest fucking comments and sound bites you're gonna ever get. And you are not, like you said, you are not gonna get any sort of clarification on anything until after the Comey fight, which already lets you know what his real answer is.
Correct. That's what his direction. That's what he's waiting on. You know, he's waiting on that Lomachenko because for some reason Lomachenko can lose, and he still has that damn Wall Street in boxing. And a huge part of me thinks, after just really assessing his energy with Devin yesterday, I really think he's waiting on Lomachenko Comey, dog.
Oh yeah.
He wants that big paycheck, man. He want Lomachenko on his record like people want Pacquiao, dog.
But here's my thing. I don't know why. Who gave Lomachenko all this damn stock? You know, who gave? Like, honestly, I'm not saying he's a bum, but if you look past the past 5 years, even prior to the Teofimo fight, why are so many other fighters getting overlooked just to keep bringing up Lomachenko's name? I don't understand. Maybe somebody can explain it to me. I don't get it.
I don't know, bro.
You know, and I don't want to always call it a race card or all like this, but I'm just saying, in this division, that's why people love Tank so much. Tank's actually banging because in this division, a lot of our black or just North American fighters, the Danny Garcias, Puerto Rican, and all like that, as you mentioned, our American fighters, they've been more finesse fighters. Even the ones who build themselves as a banger and one who does all this. Hell, look at Keith Thurman. Like, technically, Keith Thurman should still have good stock because you only got 1 loss on your record to a Hall of Famer. But it was the way that fight, he lost that fight. And then now all of a sudden you're talking about coming back. And honestly, I'm laughing at him. I'm like Thurman. Nigga, go commentate, go do something, go train some kids. You know what I'm saying? Do something. Even though he still should have good stock. You know, I don't understand that. We take all these fighters and we're like, okay, we're done with them. But someone like Lomachenko, I don't know what else Lomachenko can show us. Someone please help me.
Well, he coming in with some bullshit. Like, of course, he's on the second common opponent of Teofimo Lopez. Okay, he knocked out freaking Nakatani after Nakatani had a head injury from the damn fight. You know what I'm saying, with Teofimo Lopez. But then he steps in there with Felix Verdejo, and he goes through a war. And then he comes in there with Lomachenko and just get crushed. So now Lomachenko is stepping in there with Richard Comey, who Teofimo stopped in 2 rounds. My question to the people is, are they expecting him to go in there and stop Richard Comey in 2 rounds now that Teofimo Lopez is not even the champion no more? Like, are you still trying to show and prove? Because you ain't getting Teo no more. So I'm curious to know how Lomachenko is going to step in here and what his strategy is against Richard Comey. But my whole point, I really think Kambosos is waiting on this Richard Comey Lomachenko fight. They are infatuated with Lomachenko like they are Pacquiao, man.
Well, yeah, and let's just be honest. Like, Kambosos being from Australia, they look at the international game more. And this is something that we as boxing fans got to understand. Yeah, boxing's American, but it's no longer just ours. You know, let's be honest. Mexico got the goddamn sport in a headlock. You dig what I'm saying? We have some great fighters coming out of Europe. Some of them are getting softened by their European competition, and meaning that by the time they come over to the United States, you know, they're not ready for this level of competition because they've been fighting whoever they can over in Europe. So I could see why he wants Lomachenko for the international draw. And so if we're talking money, I won't fault them. But if we're talking boxing, what are we doing? And maybe that's the 80s baby in me. I'm from the generation where the best fought the best.
Yeah, we both are. Sir Senior on deck, man. How long you was in the back, man? I ain't see you pop up, dog.
It's all right, bro. I'm just sitting here listening to y'all cook, man. Salute to you, man. Salute to the boy Eclipse as well.
What's up, sir? What you cooking, man? What you got over there? You got some low fat back?
Most
It's a low
definitely.
fat back. Damn.
Most definitely. It ain't swine, so it's feeling divine.
There you go. There you go. There you go. I fuck with you all day. You keeping that hog off my plate. You my kind of guy. Well, I tell you.
Yeah,
But
but I
what
think
you
I'm gonna
thinking?
make some stuff chicken today.
Mm. Yeah, that sounds good as a motherfucker, boy. I got the
Yeah.
munchies, man. Let's stop talking about food, man. Don't have me like, hey, I gotta go off, man. I gotta go make me some stuffed chicken. Certain got to talking about chicken. You know niggas love Yardbird now. Come on now.
You know that's right.
I'm telling you right now. You want black? Hey, what that one comedian say? You want black people to donate? Don't tell us about the panda bears. Tell us that we about to lose all the chicken.
Facts.
For real. Tell us that shit a shortage. We have a shortage in chicken, goddammit.
Oh my God, you
We
gonna see
got on the
people reaching in their
endangered
pocket.
species list. We need 18,000 to get them back. You have 25,000 by the end of the day.
By the end of the day, all you got to do is just go and be like, man, if we don't get this money, there ain't gonna be no more chicken. Oh, your cash app gonna jump.
It's gonna pop, lock, and drop.
Man, I'm talking about, man, you ain't even gonna get to finish the sentence. We ain't gonna be enough chickens, so we need. Oh, damn, never mind. We got the money. Oh, never mind, y'all. Never mind. It's gonna be from two people. It's gonna be the fat bishop in church, and then you know what I'm saying, and you know that church mother who sits in the front. You know what I'm saying, with her titties smell like butterscotch and peppermint candies all the time. You know the one I'm talking about. Come on now.
You forgot the baby powder.
Yeah, the baby powder and butterscotch all over her titties, man. You know what I'm saying? God bless her. God bless her. She going,
It's
you
still
and you
good,
ain't.
baby. Just wipe the baby powder off.
Mm-hmm. You didn't even know Mother Pat. You didn't even know Mother Pat had that much money in her account. Oh, no chickens? She donated 30,000. Like, bitch, you live in an apartment. How you got all this money? Baby, it's for the chickens. Don't worry about my bills. The Lord will provide.
Yeah, the Lord will provide.
If we ain't got no chicken, how we gonna have Sunday dinner? Y'all playing with the Lord's time.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
We ain't gonna do this.
Exactly what they said back then.
We ain't gonna do this. I got a birthday coming up. The Super Bowl. We need our wings.
Sunday dinners was important back in the day, man, wasn't they?
Man, shit. That's still a big thing. That's still a big thing with my family. Shit, you know what I'm saying? I don't even be messing with them like that, but it'd be crazy. Like my family don't even talk, but you'll still see a whole bunch of niggas sitting around the goddamn in the backyard, can't even stand each other. Ain't nobody talking, just staring at people eating chicken. Eating wings and fucking fried fish. Just don't talk to me, nigga. Food good as hell though.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? You went and hugged people, you hugged people and had conversations you didn't want to have just so you can have a damn plate. Because goddamn, can't nobody fuck with that fish fry. Oh yeah. Speaking of fish fry, did you see all that recent shit that Fish is now saying?
What do you say now?
Oh man, well shit, we can go ahead and do it. And the numbers prove that I'm still the A side, I'm still the big fish, and Crawford been ducking me. You know what I'm saying? We can go ahead and make it happen. Hey, he handled his business. I fought a better Sean Porter than he did. It just seems to me that the fight shouldn't have been stopped. And it's like his heart wasn't even in the fight. He was already going to retire.
Oh, you mean like how he said he was going to retire when he fought you? Oh, okay.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's what you hear this fish, you hear the damn guppy.
Don't kick that knowledge to him.
Like you said, he been retiring for the last 10 years.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, man. He might have been drunk when he had that sound bite. I don't know, man. You never know with Arrow, man.
We can't say he a drunk because then that's hate. Because if we tell facts about his drinking habits, that's hate.
I could tell you if I was on a live and I had a bottle and I was intoxicated, them motherfuckers would be goddamn talking shit all day. But don't exclude that shit because it's Arrow. The Spencerholics. Don't exclude that shit, dog. His liability is 100% his own doing, man.
Right. That's just like I said. I mean, hell,
like you're supposed to give him all this extra credit because he went through, and I like EJ until he couldn't keep his extracurriculars out of the ring. That's what made me start looking at EJ sideways. Like, bro, how you gonna tell somebody else they need to keep their personal life from stopping their business and professional life when they partying with you, when they doing the same thing you're doing, when they're literally wearing the same shirt and the same chain that you're wearing, looking like some New Jack City rejects. But never mind, I'll digress.
No, you're right. Ain't no need to digress. Like, I just honestly, my problems with Spence started out in the ring, but when the out of the ring activity became bigger than what the ring activity was, then my problem with Spence became with Spence's fans. I don't know why. Listen, I get it. You love the guy. You whatever. But this is boxing we talking about. You can't tell me that you can be 100% convinced this man can just whoop Bud Crawford's ass. How? First of all, show me somebody who you could say is just whooping Bud Crawford, who's an active fighter right now. All right. Anybody you could name, and most we're going to say that's a good fight. Or we're just going to be like Bud beats everybody. Not because I like Bud, but because that's what Bud is showing me. All right. When you look at how Bud was playing with Sean Porter as Porter was trying to wrestle, like me and Mark Nash watched that fight like 2 or 3 times. You feel what I'm saying? He was playing with him by round 2. After the second time I watched it, by round 2, round 3, it was like, oh yeah, he is playing with Sean, and you could tell because he knows Sean personally, and they're cool with each other personally. He ain't just trying to dog walk. You could tell he didn't want to just whoop him until that person at the end of the 9th round came to his corner and said they got Sean up on the cards. He looked over at that person and said, "What, they got him up?" Went up there and whooped it, and did it. And the way he knocked Sean down and finished that fight, you could tell Bud could have done that at any moment.
Yeah, any moment, bro.
Sean, Errol Spence was happy to get out the ring with Sean. OG, you was there. And we talked about it for 2 days. That Danny Garcia fight, did Errol look like he had it in the bag? Or did it look like Danny Garcia is officially a gatekeeper and probably always has been?
Absolutely. But they still praise him because he was a 4th division and he brought the money. I'm like, what money was Mikey bringing on PPV numbers?
Right.
People treat Mikey Garcia like Jesse Vargas. They know who he is, but they don't care, dog. Like, it's Mikey. He don't have no personality or nothing. The only time people really gravitate to Mike was when he said he sees something with Errol Spence. I see something others don't see. He saw some motherfucking glove activity, goddammit.
Yeah, he saw them lefts and them rights and them motherfucking them crispy combos. That's what he was seeing. But yeah, I don't know, man. And I'm trying to think, because honestly, I'm trying to think who else fighting this weekend that I even give a fuck about. I know there's. I want
to ask you this, Mike, right quick, with Mikey Garcia, because they quick to bring his name up all the time. From what I understand, he damn near got paid the same thing Spence did in that fight. How is that possible that Mikey Garcia comes up 2 weight divisions with his credentials and accolades and able to get that amount of money, but when it comes to Terrence Crawford, they want to exclude the accolades and say Terrence Crawford don't sales and Errol Spence making all the money? How is Mikey Garcia able to come up there? I think because they was catering to the Mexican fighter again, and they want to dog the black fighter out.
Oh, no, you got it 100%, but you can't just blame the boxing community and you can't blame the Mexican contingent of the boxing community, because black fighters allow this shit to happen. If Errol had half the energy that he's had for Bud with the A side, B side, and I'll give you 80%, motherfucker, booty boo, blah, 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 blah. If he would have talked half that shit to Mikey Garcia, I would respect him, but he didn't. He let that go. Why? Because he wasn't going to say no to them Mexicans. We all know that the M is strong when it comes into boxing. If you don't believe me, why do you think right now you'll get your show canceled if we dedicate this whole show to Canelo Steroids?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, you have so many motherfuckers reporting you. They'll be talking about we had child porn on this damn podcast. They'll do anything to get you off of here. If we really look at when Floyd was just recently on that just recently at that press conference. He started talking about Canelo and the steroids, and you saw all them damn reporters shifting in their seat uncomfortable.
Yep.
They was trying to change
Canelo, steroid.
Yeah, you saw that. They was trying to. That's why he started doing that. Because remember, as soon as he started getting on it, they started trying to change the subject. He's like, "No, let's talk about it, nigga." Tired of motherfuckers comparing him to me. First of all, I whooped him, and second of all, I've been clean this whole goddamn time. Floyd's still clean right now. And Floyd could get in the ring and whoop half these niggas right now.
They just want him to take that one fight, Mike. That one fight. Just give him an opportunity. Give Canelo that one opportunity to redeem himself.
Man, if he want to redeem himself, he need to pee in a cup and pass that goddamn test.
For real.
Because no one's talking about the fact Caleb Plant even said Canelo refused any drug testing before and after the fight. Bells and whistles, people.
Mitch, we ain't shitting on Spence, Mitch. Mitch say Loma is not the biggest money fight for Kambosos either. Bob Arum ain't paying like he weigh. Hearn and TMT has a bigger bag for Kambosos. The bell ain't really filling the app in the zone though. Okay, I can feel what you're saying on that, bro. But if Lomachenko isn't a bigger fight, then you left out Haney. So we're gonna say, okay, since Haney is still attached to the zone, we're gonna exclude him out because they're not filling the app. And then it comes to Floyd Mayweather and Gervonta Davis. Of course, the bag is there, but Gervonta is on record is like he don't even want those belts. And then I've talked to them so many times in person. Their mentality is: do they sell? Do they? What do they bring to the table? That's how they are. They don't feel Kambosos did anything special by defeating Teofimo Lopez. They don't. So I don't think Floyd is going to jump on that fight with Kambosos. I see it right here, Mike. I see Gervonta knocking out Kambosos too. You're talking about you being on the deck in the later rounds against Teofimo Lopez, who I didn't think was 100% in that fight, but he got knocked down. What do you think Gervonta is going to do? Shit. Man, come on. Gervonta going to light into your ass, boy.
Yeah, man. Gervonta got that grand equalizer, and people need to stop downplaying that, okay? Because he gave you a perfect example of what that equalizer does in the Santa Cruz fight. He sat there and allowed that Santa Cruz fight to get messy and ugly. I was thinking, damn, Gervonta, what the fuck? You actually whatever. But then when you watch that fight a couple times, it was similar to the Crawford and Porter. That was intentional. He was playing with the boy because he knows all I got to do is touch you. All I got to do is touch you for real, and you're going to feel this one. And so, like I said, I don't know. Devin's going to have to prove that he's got power, or Devin's going to have to prove that he is that efficient that his lack of power cannot be negated by pressure and aggression. That's yet to be established. And honestly, if he walks out of this fight without answering those questions, it's just going to fuel Lomachenko and the boxing gods to continue to dodge him.
I hope he get his shot though, for his sake. I really do. I want to see Devin go in there. I like both fighters in this case, even though that's just not how I usually do things. I just go for the fight that I'm going. But I really want to see Devin get his opportunity. But deep down inside, I'm not trying to put out negative media, but I just see Kambosos and his energy, and he's trying to just play the role. He's soaking in all the free promo this week. But I seriously don't think in his heart he wants to fight Devin Haney. I really think he wants to fight the Lomachenkos. You know what I'm saying? He wants to fight the Lomachenko because they have a bigger name than Devin. Lomachenko's a three-time champion, dog.
But also on a side note, that's also kind of Devin's fault. Devin could have done things to build up that brand. Back to what I was saying about how black fighters allow the boxing contingent and the Mexican contingent of the boxing community to do them like this. If these black fighters stop dodging each other and stop playing these pussy money games with each other and just jumped in the ring, you know what I'm saying? The proof is in the pudding. You're going to see where the exciting fights are. You feel what I'm saying? You're going to.
That's the thing I like about Bud is that he don't want to do a bunch of talking. He said, let's get in the ring. But the issue is who going to get in the ring with him?
Not Spence.
I mean, you know, I'm hopefully if everything go how it's supposed to, I got a whole live I'm gonna dedicate to EJ and how he really is the big fish. Most definitely. But guess what?
Okay.
Bud be fishing.
Doing that.
Bud be fishing, and he gonna catch this big fish, and it's gonna be man down and strap season for real.
But here's my question:
doing that live, dog.
I have a funny feeling that fight might not happen.
I'm waiting for my new Bud merch to come in because he got the IB Fishing shirt, and I'm gonna get.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that. I'm gonna buy that shirt too. I'm gonna buy the IB Fishing too.
I got it. I don't know why it's taking so long in shipping, but it's supposed to be here in about a week. I done bought it a long time ago. But yeah, so when I get the sweatshirt, I'll put it on and then I'll make the live. I'll be like, yeah, he is a big fish, but Bud be fishing, and he gonna have a big one, and he ain't gonna throw it back. How about that?
Hey, I feel you. Hey, but Scott, what did we say close to 2 years ago? Instead of man down, man up, and instead of man up, sober up, motherfucker. Get in that goddamn gym.
I mean, think about it. He up here holding dude's wrist, kissing on him. Out here talking about, he trying to get money. I don't know. It seems like he buying men strap season, man down. That sounds a little, you know.
Yeah, I see where you going with it though.
Yeah, strap season. Hello.
That seems a little you know, interesting to me. He's gonna come out in a fireman outfit. A policeman outfit. He might have like one as an Indian.
He coming out like the YMCA. Arrow, say it ain't so.
At the Y.
The big fish.
I'm just saying, man. You know, hey, I feel them big fish, but let's just keep it real. As a boy with some country roots myself, there's a whole lot of ways to call yourself the big fish without saying the words big. You can call yourself the tuna. You can call yourself the barracuda. You can call yourself the shark. Big fish.
Seem a little fishy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just sounds a little non-binary. I'm just saying.
Very binary.
Damn. I was just gonna.
I don't know. I don't know what his pronoun is, but let me chill out before King Mitch get mad. You know I love you, King Mitch. But you know, hey, I ain't got no love for Spence until he gets into that ring. I'm just saying. I need him in that ring because all of his excuses about Terrence Bud Crawford are done.
I'm trying to figure out this. All jokes aside, now I take up for EJ in some regards on other channels where they really just down in black fighters and stuff like that. But when you compare him to Bud Crawford, let's look at this. His best and most impressive fights, he's getting split decisions.
True.
His best and most impressive fights in his last 6 fights. What has he done in his whole career before his last 6 fights?
Talk shit and drink.
And he's only got 2 belts in his whole career.
That's another thing. That's my problem with EJ. It's not, y'all been talking like EJ really just been cleaning up shit and collecting straps like that. No, he hasn't.
He been collecting straps from Adam and Eve.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he been collecting those straps. I'm sure he got a nice collection. I'm sure he got a nice big one with scales on it and everything. You know what I'm saying? And for private and personal use.
Let me stop.
But as far as these championship belts, it's not like he was running around collecting all these belts. And then the thing that bothers me is, remember, the Spence and Bud thing did not start with Bud. It started when Bud just said, "Hey, everybody's scared to fight you. I'll fight you." Then this man made a point to keep Bud's name in his mouth, and then keep a whole bunch of excuses coming out of his damn mouth anytime Bud was like, "Well, shit, nigga, let's fight." Or when the fans was like, "Well, shit, go on and fight him." He said,
"No, you got to get a belt first. Get a belt,
right.
Get a belt, and then
get a belt.
Oh, well, you got to beat somebody. Oh, he beat somebody.
Oh, well, you're on the other side of the street.
The other side of the street. But you the big fish. I thought you could swim where you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you was the money man. So if you're the money man, you could pay somebody to go across that street and bring Bud back. What happened to that?
How dumb is it to explain to in a press conference the significance of the other side of the street? You created a boundary between you and Buzz and try to convince the people to believe that shit.
Exactly. That other side of the street was my last straw, and I've been on that. I've been on there ever since then, because that was some created, fabricated bullshit. We all know there's politics in boxing. Hell, you could be under the same promotion and you're going to deal with a whole bunch of damn politics. You feel what I'm saying?
Isn't Gary Russell over there?
Mm-hmm.
Why Gary Russell ain't getting the fights? If it's automatic, you get fights when you go over to PBC. Why Gary Russell ain't getting the fights? He's the longest reigning what?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Talk that talk, sir.
Come on now.
There's some black light going on. There's some black light going on with Gary Russell's situation for real.
Yeah. They have never put no real, I'll be honest, they ain't never put no respect on that man's name. And honestly, I said it when he got them belts. I don't even think they're happy that he got that belt.
I think that whole, I'm not going to get on the Gary Russell situation because, you know, I want us to continue to celebrate the existence of Errol Spence, and how he's moving in dang boxing, and all his fans who try to gang up together and talk about these incredible numbers that he's doing. He's doing such incredible numbers that he should be the A side against Dan Crawford. You really want to fight? Just fight.
Right.
Just fucking fight.
He's doing so many crazy numbers, and he's always the cash cow. Then explain to me why he ain't got all the belts. Because if you the cash cow, you can get whatever fight you want.
Any fight you want, man. Why you ain't got them other straps yet, man?
If you scared of Bud, just say you scared of Bud. My thing is this: why he didn't fight Jeff Horn? Everybody talking all this stuff. Why didn't he fight Jeff Horn? Jeff Horn was one of the only people who wanted to fight him. Who was blatant saying, "I'll fight EJ," and Bud said, "No, I'll be your Huckleberry."
Mm-hmm. And why did Bud do that? Because Bud said, "No, I want to fight EJ. Wait in line."
That part.
You feel what I'm saying?
And you got to understand also, Bob had a lot to do with that. Why would Bob let Bud come up and fight EJ when he could have him fight and inside his own company and he make money off both sides?
Correct. Just the same shit Floyd Mayweather said.
Al Heyman do it. But when Al Heyman do it, it's smart business. But when Bob do it, it don't make no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the politics of boxing is hypocritical by nature. Because, we're talking combat sports, which in theory should be the fairest athletic competition in the modern Western civilization in sports. You feel what I'm saying? Because football and all these are team sports, and there's a million and one things that go on. Combat sports, it's you versus this man in the ring. Your coach, none of that shit can save you. It's how well did you prepare, and are you up for the moment? So when we look at the nature of the sport versus the politics of it, it's hypocritical already, because the politics isn't about putting the best against the best. It's trying to get the best fight, the best whatever. I want to set my guy up in a good position to where, we're going to do these little 3 bullshit fights where we know these are soft touches, but this guy might have a name or this guy might have a following just so we can set up a money fight. And they'll sit there and they'll try to explain this shit to death and make it sound dope. When the truth is, if you want to call yourself the champ and you want to say you a division or world beater like that, how do we always say, Scott? There's only one bull on the grass, bro. Only one bull on the grass.
Only one.
Because trust me, any of them other young males want to start trying to let their horns grow and start sniffing around them females, you're going to get out. You don't have to come out in the grass and holler at daddy.
Yes, sir.
That's just how it is. And in the past 10 plus years in boxing, we have allowed a culture where we've allowed multiple bulls to run around the pasture. That goes against nature. It's
Like
not
I
only
said,
bad.
they talk so big about Kell Brook. Nobody gave him credit. Kell Brook was ranked as a top welterweight at the time. Then when Kell Brook went up and, as they called it, dared to be great, jumped 2 weight classes and got his eye broke. Okay, well, most fighters, if they jump 1 weight class, they get their whole face tore off. So, but that was degrading him. He wanted all that. Now, before he could properly heal good and being weight drained, he jumped back down to fight EJ. EJ stops him after a long back and forth fight. Let's keep it a band. Now, now he's destroyed for the rest of the world. But he's destroyed for the rest of his career, quote unquote, now. But he wasn't destroyed when a bigger size dude broke his face and then he became weight drained for you to fight him. Yes, you went across the pond to go get that belt. And I support that. I salute that. Give him credit for that. He went and he took that belt from that man over in his own backyard. I respect that. But don't act like, there was no damage to him then, but there's damage to him 3 years later after he got consistent wins when Bud beat him. And Bud beat him so early in the fight where everybody was saying, if there's going to be a knockout, Kell Brook could knock Bud out. Knock him out where? Stop him where? Stop him in the hallway and ask him, how did you knock me out? Because I don't remember part of that fight.
For real,
Stop him in the ring and say, well, why is he so close to me? Because I don't remember what happened the last few seconds. Ask him why before they could get dressed again. Explain to me how you did what you did because it was so amazing.
Yeah. What happened? all I know is I went to throw a right, and then the next thing I know, I was looking up at my feet. What happened?
I totally agree with you, Sir Senior, on that breakdown, man, the synopsis, because he fought him less than a year, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look that up first. It was very short period of time coming off that fight with Gennady Golovkin that Errol Spence fought Kell Brook, man. And it's no way that the damages that he received, man, on the right side of his face will allow him to recover that quick to step in there with Errol Spence. And Errol Spence is going life and limb with motherfucking Kell Brook. It wasn't like he did what damn Bud was able to do and be in control. You know, Bud made he showed his boxing IQ again and made that switch. At the end of the 3rd round, he switched to southpaw. 4th round, he closed the show. Period. That's one thing we highlight about Bud. When he makes changes, God damn it. He makes his motherfucking changes. And when Errol Spence fought him that quick. What now?
He fought September 10th, 2016. He fought Gennady Golovkin, TKO.
Mm-hmm.
Then May 27th, 2017, he fought Errol Spence. October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. 8 months. But from that loss, he hasn't lost since.
All his fights were at 54.
And then he hasn't lost since. But he had a KO, a unanimous decision, and another KO. And then he lost in a TKO to Bud in 2020. So he had 8 months to heal to fight EJ. But then he had another 3 years to heal to fight Bud.
Correct.
So which is worse? Like,
the worst is you're looking at a month to recover from that beating Gennady put on him. So let's take a month and a half. Month and a half before he gets back into training camp. Still, that's a short period of time for jumping out 2 weight classes and then preparing yourself for 47. The stepping that arrow who went life and limb with Kell Brook. Like you said too. I commend Errol Spence for stepping into his backyard and doing that. But Errol Spence fans are delusional, distorted when it comes to damn mentally accepting that was damn 9 months. 8 or 9 months for him to recover in that shit, dog. That's not enough time for him to fully recover from that beating he took. So what's his biggest win to date? Because goddamn Kell Brook was damaged.
Sean Porter. I would say his biggest win is Sean Porter because nobody thought that Danny Garcia. So the same way they say about Bud. Well, nobody thought it was a chance of you losing. But it's funny, the last 10 fights that Bud had, I'll say at least 8 out of the 10, they said, well, we finally found somebody who's going to test them. And they went in there and they failed the test. And then they said, oh, well, he was supposed to beat him. But up to that fight, every single person was supposed to test Bud. Now this is his real step-up fight, his real step-up fight, his real step-up fight. Look at over and over. From fair weather fans to casuals to professionals to YouTubers to everybody. It's his step-up fight. It's his step-up fight. But then when he go in there and dust him, oh, well, he was supposed to beat him. Who on the knockout streak and on the welterweight? Oh, it must be Bud. It must be Bud.
6 fights. I don't know. You can't get that much cleaner than that. If they saying his resume ain't shit, then he doing what he's supposed to do to him.
My bad, y'all. My bad. I'm back. I take care of something. Y'all didn't need to hear all that. But hey, OG, what's the update on Buck 50?
Next week, man.
Who we up against?
They just finishing up training camp this week, and they flying out Tuesday.
Who we fighting?
John Bowser.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Tell Junior and Senior I said, let's go, champ.
Yeah, for sure, man. Shout out Team Williams. You know what it is.
You already know. Shit. God damn it. I fucks with that, man. I fucks with his dad, too. His dad a real one, man.
Oh, yeah. He a real one.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Sir Ken, what's happening with you, pimpin'? Yeah, man. Y'all smash that like button, man. Show Scotty some love, man. We out here. We trying to get back. We trying to get combat sports to its purest form.
For real.
You know what I'm saying? We trying to get it back to where it need to be. I don't know if you touched on this. Hey, but Scott, how do you feel about the growth? You know what I'm saying? She rubbed her loss off in the MMA, and now she's saying she's vacating belts, and she's going for the undisputed.
She's going in for the undisputed where?
I think she's going middleweight.
Right?
Yeah.
54?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Because first of all, her accolades as a mixed martial artist, come on, man, that was just to expand her fan base a little bit. There's no way that you can, yourself, you cannot transfer and do dual sports and you heavy on boxing, but you think you're going to be light and be successful in MMA. It ain't going to happen. So, she went in there and lost, but that does nothing to tarnish her boxing career at all. Nobody's even talking about that shit.
Nah, and to be honest with you, the loss that she lost wasn't even an embarrassing loss. It was she got out ground games, which is what you expect for a boxer transitioning to MMA.
Yep. So
there's no shame in that. Like, there might be shame if that Mexican girl knocked her ass out or something like that. But no, she just basically the girl just got on top of her and had the last 2 rounds. She ended the round on top of Carissa, getting her ground and pound on to where, no matter how you want to judge it, you got to give that round to her. You You know what I'm saying? That's nothing against Clarissa. That's nothing against Clarissa. And in fact, I would like to see Clarissa still after she solidifies her boxing shit. I wouldn't mind seeing Clarissa get back into that octagon.
Yeah, I
She
hope
didn't
she's
look
still
bad.
training too. I hope she's still training mixed martial arts too.
Yeah, because I think as she goes up in weight, I think that mixed martial art training is going to pay off a lot of dividends. Because you know these bitches can't box with her, so you know she's going to deal with a bigger bitch who's going to try and wrestle with her and try to bully her on the inside. And hopefully that MMA training will teach her how to, stay calm and work on the inside and be able to deal with close quarters fighting a little better.
Facts.
Yes, sir.
And she can be able to wrestle them off of her, because that's the biggest. That's their game plan. Is I'm gonna jump on her, rush her, and wrestle her, hold her, wrestle, wrestle. So if she can handle that inside game, the short, the inch punches, the 3-inch punches, all that kind of stuff, it helps, be able to get the bigger people up off of you.
Mm-hmm.
It makes them reluctant to try to wrestle with you when you hit that body.
Right. Like, honestly, I really do believe that if she continues with her martial arts, mixed martial arts training, and then as she goes and does her thing back in the boxing arena, I think that this was probably one of the most beneficial ass whoopings we've seen in a long time in professional fights. Actually, probably more beneficial than the ass whooping Floyd gave Canelo. You feel what I'm saying? Because, okay, now she sees that, in the MMA arena, this is how these girls are going to come at me. And so if she's training right, she's training to correct those errors that she made. And like Sir Senior was just pointing out, all those errors that she'll be working to correct in MMA, all that training will translate beautifully into the boxing ring when she fights somebody who tries to maul her. You know what I'm saying? That'll be beautiful. That'll be beautiful. I would love to see one of these bigger girls try to wrestle with Clarissa and watch her just hurry up and turn her, spin her real quick, and then get back to punching.
That's the biggest
one
thing
fear
is
one fear I had.
Go ahead.
One fear I had about Clarissa in that mixed martial arts bout was her patience. Because Clarissa has some of the fastest hands. But if you're a boxer, you cannot overly commit in mixed martial arts because you're going to get just what happened. Time Clarissa committed to trying to land a power right hand, girl was already knee deep on her hips.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, damn, just stay, no need to rush right now. Just stay patient and make sure when you throw that right hand, it's not going to set you up to be taken down. But when she threw it, she was fully committed. And old girl was deep in on her, man, and she proved the point to Clarissa. She proved the point that don't get on here talking about they say you moving like a blue belt when you're not. So that's why she fully mounted Clarissa at the end and was kind of playing around with her. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, that's what it is. Because Clarissa never should have said that shit. Her opponent probably took that shit personally, talking about a blue belt. Are you serious? Like you're not moving like a blue belt, dog. It's some white belts that move like brown belts. You don't want to be in the game that short period of time talking about you move like a blue belt.
Yeah, it was an insult. She loses her hip control.
Well, yeah. I remember you pointed out so beautifully months. It was this year, but it was months and months ago. How it hits different in the mixed martial arts community when you start talking that shit. Because of remediation.
Yep. True.
To get to your third, your fourth, your fifth dance, to do all this, like there is such a level, like the only way to really defend a rear naked choke is to get your ass choked out once or twice. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Type
over
shit.
And over again. Yep.
Right, to where it's not like boxing where I could just sit in the gym and I could hone some skills and I could actually have a pretty good career. And I'll get to my 30-something fights before I'm really even tested. And mixed martial arts, especially when you're talking about jiu-jitsu, judo, and all those grappling aspects, you know what I'm saying? The trap and shooting game, you know what I'm saying? The pancration, that Roman Greco wrestling, all them different things. Listen, there are so many levels to this to where the people who really do this, You just called their mother all sorts of bitches and hoes when you just act like, oh, just because you body slammed a nigga, now all of a sudden you a jujitsu guy.
Facts, because
Exactly.
all the trapping arts, if it's from just hand to body immobilization, all the way through, they take that real serious. Because anytime you roll with somebody who's good, you're going to understand the difference in leverage, hip control. You have to control the lines, the shoulder line, the waistline. You know, you got to control your center line. So if you can't control the three lines, you usually out of time
Yeah,
because you choked out by then.
right. And then, it's just a completely, and that's nothing against. I chalk that up. I really chalk a lot of that up to Clarissa's being a novice to the sport, and maybe some of the people in her training camp maybe putting a little too much gas in her tank and putting a battery in her back. Because when it comes to mixed martial arts, like boxing, confidence can work. And mixed martial arts is a humble man's game because mixed martial arts is fighting for real, for real. And as anyone knows, if anybody's a grown man, anyone knows in the real for real, anybody, I don't care how nice you are, if you're not a humble man, the fight game ain't gonna work for you, whether in the streets or professionally, because there's always somebody who can ring that bell. There's always somebody, you know what I'm saying, who, yeah, that shit that you was able to knock out them other dudes with, he'll eat that punch. Look at what happened to Wilder and Fury. I keep going back to it because, like I keep pointing out, if you notice the second time Deontay Wilder knocked down Tyson Fury, Deontay lost the fight because we wasted all that energy celebrating.
You talking about
No, yeah, part three. The part three.
Oh, okay.
When he got that second knockdown and he started doing all that jitterbug chicken dance, he wasted a lot of energy, and you saw that look on his face when he saw that white boy get up.
And that was something I didn't agree with either. Is that you know that the deck, excuse me, is already stacked against you. You know you have to knock him completely out, cold out. He can't get up because they're going to give him as much time as he needs to get up. They showed you that in the first fight. So that was just bad planning. And then for him to go back to his old ways once everything the new stuff he learned was working and working quite well, I would say. But then to go back to your old ways, and I know that, you know, in a tense situation, you forget, you know, lots of times you forget everything. When you panic, you forget everything. I know people who, that's how I was able to be, you know, people who was way far better skilled than I was by far, because I got them to panic. I got them to say, oh no, I didn't know this was going to happen. And whenever you get somebody to panic, their mind flashes. And in that flash, you got to be able to go back to your muscle memory. If your muscle memory is not what you've been training, that's when you lose. It's like when you drown because you're trying not to drown.
Right. Well, that even goes back to my jiu-jitsu and judo comments about MMA with remediation. All right, you've been in a fight camp and you've been training, but no, that Mexican chick remediated these moves over and over and over again, probably since she was a young teen. You feel what I'm saying? To where, no, it hits different. It's very insulting. You feel what I'm saying? For you to be like, oh, okay, I've been fucking around for about a year or two. I can get in the ring and fuck with you. You feel what I'm saying? To where, yeah, like it's different when, you know, the muscle memory kicks in, because if you won't have them different levels of remediation, you don't have the muscle memory.
True words. And you know, the one exclamation there to both of y'all about boxing and MMA, you can learn how to box without an opponent. You can learn the fundamentals of boxing. You know, you can learn how to throw punches on the mitts. You can go to the heavy bag. That's why they start you off on the bag and stuff. But for jiu-jitsu, you have to remediate with someone. You have to. You can't go down there and shadow until you learn what you're doing. You can't grab a dummy and they say, okay, go ahead and remediate on this dummy like I taught you about that arm bar. Arm bar is the basic. And the way to set up an arm bar has changed so much now. They just don't put you on a dummy. You have to remediate and do mat time With whoever's there. Look, just because you're a white belt don't mean you're going to be grappling with a white belt. It's all about who's accessible and available to you. So jiu-jitsu requires body-to-body contact, and you're going to work from the top or bottom position over and over and over again. And we seen Carissa haven't put that mat time in because old girl was able to mount her and play around,
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's the thing that was the thing is she understood that all she had to do is stay there. I might not even have even the high wrestling skills to beat her just purely wrestling. But all I got to do is just stay on her and stay on her. She's going to get frustrated. Eventually, one, I'm going to be winning because they don't look at her as a wrestler. She isn't a wrestler. Then she's going to get frustrated. So then I can get her in a bunch of near misses. That's how I lost my only match when I was wrestling in high school, was a near miss, because I didn't know the last step to turn my hip and just stand back up, because I was slid halfway out of an inverted fireman's carry on the ground. I didn't know the last step of turning my shoulder and my hip and just standing back up. So because of that, him being able to, just being on top, because he was a fifth-year senior. Hey, you wanted the varsity, you got the varsity. And from there, I learned, those little things. It's the small things a lot of times, just like in life. In wrestling, it's the small things that make that big difference. And you can't go in there overconfident. Now, that doesn't mean you want to go in there doubting yourself, but you can't go over there boosting your ego and thinking you're the best thing since sliced bread and you haven't proved it, because it'll be that person who you overlook who catch you with that check hook.
Mm-hmm.
And they're fighting with 4-ounce gloves too. Perfect example once again, like people was talking about Clarissa, going to the UFC and everything, and I was trying to explain to them the whole breakdown of the top female fighters from Chris Cyborg to Amanda Nunes to now Kayla Harrison to Carissa. They was including in that, right? And I'll say, listen, Carissa is not going to be on the UFC because they don't have a 155-pound division. They don't have it. PFL has it for the simple fact of Kayla Harrison. Okay, and that is Olympian. I think she's a 2-time Olympian, if I'm not mistaken. But she's a judoka champion, and she's a 2-time champion, I think, of the tournament. But she's being catered to in that light. Amanda Nunes in the UFC, she's only went as high as 145. Now Chris Cyborg is in Bellator at 155. So if you take Nunes, Cyborg, and Harrison, I don't ever want to see Carissa go in there at that weight and fight any of those girls in the next 2 years, unless she's going to take time away from boxing and work on her craft, because she's going to get destroyed. It's levels to this shit. Amanda Nunes is a beast. Cyborg is a beast. But the one thing about it, Cyborg and Carissa are friends. That doesn't mean Cyborg is going to allow Carissa to come in there and whoop her ass. No way.
No. Worst case scenario, I see Cyborg. Worst case scenario, not to cut you off, bro. I see Cyborg doing to Clarissa Shields what Bud just did to Sean. He'll go in there and fuck with you. And then if all of a sudden by the third or fourth round, somebody in her corner is like, hey, Cyborg, they got Clarissa up, the thing will change.
See, the one thing about boxing and MMA is the size of the gloves. In MMA, I would give Cyborg the advantage with power, because she's been fighting with 4-ounce gloves forever. People come in there and say, Carissa's the boxer. Yes, but Cyborg, boxing is different in MMA. I believe Cyborg will finish Carissa. If she fight Cyborg in the next year, she's stopping in the first round. She's just an animal like that. Kayla Harrison, on the other hand, she might do what she does. She's going to go to her judoka, and she's going to change levels, wrestle, and grapple. She's going to tell you. But Amanda Nunes
will box with her and brawl her.
Exactly. There you go, Mike. She'll box with her and brawl. She'll play around. Amanda Nunes is the one that'll do that shit.
And not only that,
I think
she'll
she's the
do it.
full meal though. I think Amanda Nunes is a full meal. Chris Cyborg is pretty good too.
Did you say full meal or full male?
No, I said the full meal.
Fucking with you, Pepe.
Because Amanda Nunes is easy on the eyes, according to what day she dress up and shit, you know.
Facts.
Yeah, boy, I'm telling you, Amanda Nunes remind me of them little tomboys that I used to grow up with, man. Like at one moment you want to call them a stud, and the next moment you trying to get their number and hit. You just don't even. It's so fucking confusing.
For real, man.
How they dress.
For real.
Those are love
You know
and
what I'm saying?
basketball
Monday
type
and Tuesday
stuff.
we was talking shit about her, like, look at this little lady boy and blah blah blah. Then Wednesday she walks down the hallway and you like, damn, let me hold your books. How you doing? What you? Like, bitch, you a transformer. You fooled me.
Most definitely.
But hey, shout out to Sir Ken, man. I seen you in the building. World Combat Sports panel salute to the wrenches, and salute to the chat. Smash the like button. Appreciate you there, Sir Ken, on deck.
Yeah.
Carissa's definitely have to take time and figure this out, man. I really want to see her cross thread sports. She's young enough to do that shit. But one thing I know from sitting in these schools with MMA, you got to dedicate your time. You can't come in and out like you at a 7-Eleven. You can't do that shit, bro. You got to take time out and you got to dedicate yourself months straight to learn how to work off your back, work off the wall, work from top position, everything, spar, all that shit, man. Work on submissions, get out of submissions, all that.
Yeah, I think she need to go back and work some more with John Jones. She was working with him a little bit.
She's working with Jackson Wink. John Jones was just there and gave his promo or whatever, you know, just to hype it up. But Jackson Wink,
she could easily because he actually has a gym that he works in that more fighters can come to, and I think she needs to, I guess, be humble enough to come in like she's a regular person, because in the MMA world she is a regular person.
Yeah, exactly.
But
it's all about Carissa not being stubborn, though.
And also remember,
not stubborn.
He's right though. There's a different level of conditioning between MMA and boxing, and that's another thing that I saw in that MMA fight that she lost. It was like, okay, she is ready to sit there and trade blows with a bitch, but does she have the gas tank to trade blows, block a takedown, fight off her back, get on top of a bitch, get up, trade blows again, grapple on her feet, you know what I'm saying, take her down, dry hump and wrestle with her for a minute and then get up, do it all again. It's a whole different animal.
It definitely is. And I love how you slid the dry hump in there,
Because, I say it like that because, as you know, and Scotty will tell you, even in jiu-jitsu, sometimes you ain't even doing a move. Sometimes you're on top of them, and that's kind of what you're doing. You're just kind of just dry humping them. You're on top of them because you're not even doing nothing. You're making them expend their energy trying to free themselves. So you're just laying your dead.
I can't say dry hump because I was wrestling dudes, and we was.
You was getting dry humped.
Yeah, you was dry hump. You just don't want to use those two words.
You don't want to use them words. There was a couple times you had some nuts on your neck.
You was a wrestler, dog. You was a dry hump victim, dog.
Thank you. There was nuts on your neck. There was goddamn. It's part of it's an ugly part of the business. And depending on where and you'll vouch for this, sir. I'm not saying it happened to you. Depending on who you was wrestling, somebody got a thumb in their ass.
I was about to say that. They'll say
somebody got a thumb in their ass.
Like he beat you. Change the oil.
Yeah. Hey, no. Listen, I used to play football. I was a free safety. And you know what I'm saying? And I was the special teams captain. And my coach would always laugh at me. I was sideline to sideline, and I never dodged no smoke. But when that fumble was there and that scrum was going on, I did not get in the scrum. Coach would laugh at me. Hell no, I ain't getting in that scrum. Bullshit goes on in that scrum. Fuck that. Man, motherfuckers will be in the scrum fighting for the ball, and you can just hear motherfuckers, hey, nigga, that's my ass. Oh, the bullshit. Oh, it gets so gross in the scrum. Oh, I'm cool.
And then also in BJJ too, man, is position before submission. So in order to get the position, you have to make subtle movements without, losing your position. So that would be considered dry humping, so to speak, because you want to stay close to the body as possible to transition or sustain your opponent. So you know, especially if you're in the top position and you're working your way to secure the legs and to full mount, you have to make subtle changes in that position.
Yeah,
Even
most
if
definitely.
you are
You
working for
spoon it. You
full
definitely
mount and you
spoon
in
it.
side control, you got to make subtle changes.
Oh yeah, man. I did that in real fights. I did that in boxing. That's why I knew what Tyson was doing. All 3 fights against Deontay. I'll get in close in boxing. I'll get in close, and instead of clinching you, I'm like doing like how Tyson was doing. I'm leaning on you, and I got real sharp elbows and a real sharp chin. I would dig that chin right in that little space between your collarbone and your damn what's that muscle, that shoulder muscle, the trapezoid, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I get that, and I get my chin real deep in there,
Or
and
that,
then
or
just
between the back of the neck. That too.
Yeah. And I get right there on the back of the neck. So like if you leaning
Yeah.
forward, now I'm digging my chin right there on the back of your damn spine. That shit hurt like a motherfucker, nigga. And you know what?
Hell yeah.
And the more I do that, the more you're going to react and you're going to try to do some old crazy shit to try to get away from me. And once you get that separation, that's what I was counting for. Uppercut, hooks, uppercut, hooks. Man, I'm telling you, I had a fucking routine down. My trainer used to laugh. Like I told you before, Scott. My trainer Joe, it was a smokehouse boxing gym in Alamogordo, New Mexico. Joe used to laugh his ass off. He said, "Mike, I know when the fight's over." I'm like, "Well, all that motherfucker got to do is hit you hard, and you're gonna get this motherfucker out of here." I could already tell, man, you got too much street in you. Because motherfucker would hit me hard, and yeah, I'd get it. I'd grab his ass and do all that little bullshit to make him uncomfortable. Because the minute he wants to get away from that separation, because yeah, I'm leaning on him, I might do some bullshit where I might real slickly have my elbow digging on one of his ribs while we're sitting there grappling. You know what I'm saying? It's not dirty, but you know what I'm saying? People don't understand the physics of it. I got this elbow right here on your hip bone or on your rib, just digging. I'm intentionally digging it on you. So when you try to squirm and do something crazy to, nigga, that hurts or something like that, or get away from me, the whole reason I was doing that was so you can back up them 6 inches so I can hit you with that 6-inch punch. I was timing that shit. That was the whole reason I was doing that, was so your ass could try to back up like, nigga. And as soon as you back up, nigga, yeah, here's a cross and an uppercut for your trouble. That was the whole point.
What you gonna say, Sir?
Yeah, I was saying most definitely that's the biggest way is, and that goes back to what we were saying with Clarissa. She knows how to do some of that stuff, but it's the mental conditioning that goes along with the physical conditioning of boxing, then wrestling, then doing a little bit of both on the ground, then doing a little bit of both while you're getting up, then a little bit of both while you're standing up, then back to straight boxing, then back to wrestling. Like, it changes you. Like, that's a whole different animal. That's a totally different animal than just boxing or even just wrestling. It's a different animal. And then staying focused and calm when you know they just slammed me. Oh, well, they just got a good punch. Oh, well, I can't get to them yet. That's going to make you anxious, and you're going to want to go ahead and finish them. You're going to go to your strengths. And then you say, okay, well, I'm going to just throw these if I could just catch it one time. But you got to be patient and wait for it without, taking the whole round off. And those types of things is what changes your ability level. And then also remembering to do the small, subtle things like you were saying earlier is moving your hips correctly, climbing up with your feet like you're climbing a tree. That's the thing, is you got to make sure that is a consistent thing of in and out motion. As you said, is dry humping them all the way up from the ankle to the hip.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And you have to make sure that you keep doing that without losing any ground. If you lose ground, turn. So then they're going to overcompensate and now get you your ground back. You got to remember those things while taking deep breaths. A lot of times you take shallow breaths because you don't want them to get your timing down off your breathing. But the deep breath is more important because you need that oxygen in your lungs to be able to use your muscles to push them off of you or pull them on you or however you got to do.
Now think about what you just said. Yeah, think about what you just said, sir. How many in the history of mixed martial arts, how many times we saw that cut up specimen of a black or Spanish fighter fight that little tall, lanky white boy? And because he didn't understand what you said right there, yeah, he was punching that white boy for shit. But as soon as that white boy got the dry humping him, that fight changed. That fight changed.
Yeah, it's a lot of blacks that don't participate in BJJ. Like, even at the tournaments, I mean, it's not like we can't wrestle, like Sir said. You know, you'll find a lot of blacks in wrestling, but in BJJ, I don't know, man. I don't know why it's not a huge number of blacks competing at the high level in BJJ, because I see a lot of kids participating in it, but it may be the parents that's not pushing them to continue that BJJ and be faithful and loyal to it. Like these BJJ practitioners who compete at in tournaments, they're really dedicated to learning the art. You know, it's a difference. You have the BJJ practitioner that competes in these tournaments and the one who trains in the gym. It's different. You can pick up your black belt being a BJJ trainer in a gym by your professor. It's according to testing and all that. And then you can become a black belt by competing in tournaments. You know what I'm saying? I always say the ones who compete in tournaments against all the other high level BJJ guys, they're more thorough in my opinion. They're more experienced. You know, their level of expertise stands out to me. But I don't know. I just look at it like, you know, watching CM Punk come over here from World Wrestling Entertainment to UFC, and people were actually believing this dude was gonna do something. Then they put him in there with a BJJ specialist, Mickey Gall, and Mickey Gall subbed his ass out, dog. That easy. That easy. And that's UFC is the highest point now. And Dana White said, "No, you ain't coming here getting no easy touch. I'm putting you in there with Mickey Gall, who what had like what 7 fights. He subbed them out quick."
Oh man, easily, because you know it's a different animal. That's why I won so much money when McNugget went to go fight Floyd. I said it's a whole different animal. Anytime a fighter goes over to the other sport, when the octagon fighter walks in the ring or the ring fighter walks in the octagon, he's the underdog. I don't care how nice he is. You feel what I'm saying? All right,
wasn't that the perfect storm though? There, Mike.
Oh man,
having two belts, wasn't that the perfect storm for him to make over 100 million? That was perfect, dog.
Oh yeah, man. I have no doubt that him and Floyd already talked about it. It was already worked out. The stars had all lined up. And that's why we paid for it. Because like I kept telling people, this fight has 2.5 rounds. And if McGregor can't land a significant punch in 2.5 rounds, enjoy the show. Floyd's about to put on a class. Take your notes. Because against an elite boxer, a Floyd Mayweather fight is 3 to 4 rounds. If you haven't did nothing by that 4th round against Floyd, take notes. Class is in session. Mm-hmm. What the fuck you think McGregor was gonna do? And then in another read, like I keep telling people, I know that was some rigged behind the scenes shit, because Floyd should have been knocked him out. Floyd was playing with him just like he did Logan Paul.
He blatantly said that. He said that he didn't even train. He only trained when the cameras came in. He did his normal running, not his training running. Like he blatantly said that. I did my normal running that I do just to stay in shape, not my training running. And that alone tells you everything. Like that tells you everything. And the thought that Conor McGregor really wasn't, I wouldn't say he was the top elite of the UFC anyway. He had a big name. He was obviously had the complexion for protection, and he talked a lot of junk. If you put Conor McGregor in there with somebody who is really going to give you that work, like Anasanda or a John Jones, you already know how that ends.
Hell, shit! You saw what happened when Conor tried to fight Dustin Poirier. Yeah, you got that first one off. And like Dustin said, he wasn't really taking you seriously. You had gotten to his head with all that shit talking. And like Dustin, he didn't cry. He knew he'd see you again.
Yep.
And guess what happened? Twice.
Beat his ass down.
Man, I don't even want to see Conor fight no more. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know they're gonna force him on us eventually soon. It's almost time. It's almost due. I'm sure he done drank up most of that money. He's probably got a lawsuit or two or something like that. He's got to pay some hush money to go sweep under the rug. He needs a bag. So they're talking
about how he's in such great shape If you go and you'll look, like they'll have these little things out where they're talking about how Conor McGregor now out of with him what do they call it when you're not officially retired, but they pretty much call you retired?
Just inactive.
Okay, yeah, that's what it is. With him being inactive, he's in such great shape. I've seen that like YouTube sports listings and all of that a bunch recently. So he'll be talking about a fight pretty soon.
But check this out about Conor though. With the money issue, man, the man is making a huge amount of money, dog. He's making the bag with Proper 12. Believe that shit. That's why he's so fucked up. Conor McGregor, his Proper 12 whiskey, the shit is bringing in revenue for this dude. And you know, he's probably getting high off his own supply. That's why, goddamn, he keep getting his ass beaten out because he a whiskey dude. He's a drunk.
He's saucy. He's all wet.
Yeah, man, he's starting to look older now and shit like that. That's that whiskey, dog. Like,
wet like a fish?
Wet like a fish.
Wet like a fish,
bad
dog.
fish.
I couldn't let that one slide.
Oh yeah, man. Oh, we letting them fly, man. Listen, man, I got no loyalty. I got no loyalty, no love, and no chill. And it ain't even about Spitz. It's about all of his fans and them damn guppies, because y'all really tried to shit on Terrence Crawford's night. And y'all ran around for all them days after that fight. And how many of them, sir, you seen it? How many of them couldn't just say good fight, bud?
Good fight. Good fight, dog.
Yeah, I was on BF last night and he finally said it. But he was the only one who gave him any type of credit. Everybody else has every type of excuse, every type of everything. But they were
talking about Kenny Porter betted against his son. Like, come on, man. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Like, come on, man.
Talking about he bet against him, and Kenny's getting like 50 out of that $4 million anyway. He's getting 50%.
Thank you. Like, come on. Let's not do that, y'all. Let's not do that.
And then it's a simple thing of, if you see your son in there with somebody who you was afraid of when they was 16, that was 15 years ago.
He's bigger. He's stronger. And like I kept saying, he knows Sean. For all we know, Sean has never had that sort of punishment, even in training. That's his dad.
He blatantly said that he felt those punches way more. He said that seconds after the fight was stopped. He said, I've never felt this many punches. And people was like, well, no, EJ hit you more. No, he's telling you he felt every one of those punches. That's what he's telling you.
Perfect example.
Hey, hold on for a second, Mike. I'm gonna get this circuit. He said one quick question. WCS, with Tank coming in not 100%, change the outlook of the fight. Hey, Tank been in fights where he wasn't 100% before, man. He's a dog. He's a Kodiak bear, man. If he ain't 100%, Tank, man, will find a way to get the job done. Man, Tank mentality is different, dog. His damn viciousness is different. His bite is different. I seen this man spar off the clock. I had the opportunity twice in a week for him to spar my boy Brian Norman Jr., right? Man, they cut the clock off, man. They were just going mano a mano. It was vicious, dog. It was vicious. This was a legendary sparring sessions to me, because I got a chance to see it twice. And
one of these days, I got to come to Atlanta and watch that video, because I know you ain't going to post it.
It was vicious. You know what I'm saying? Hey, that's all I can say. Tank.
Oh, I remember all the shit you was talking the night after. And that's why I keep saying, one of these days, I'm going to have to come pull up on Atlanta, because I'm pull up on you just so we can, you know what I'm saying? We're going to pull up just, show me the video. I ain't going to say nothing. I just want to see it for myself. I know what you said, and we ain't going to put it out there. We know why we ain't going to put it out there. I want to see it, though.
Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about it, too, because Team Norman got some backlash from PBC about all the shit. You know, he was going around on platforms and they was talking about his sparring session with Tank, and they kind of gave him that political bullshit, you know, because Tank is with Mayweather. You know, I'm not gonna go into detail about it, you know, offline. You know, I'll talk about that shit.
Yeah, we'll talk about it offline, but yeah, man. But Sir Ken, I don't know if you just pulled in, but we're pretty sure that Javante will handle his business. Right now, the only
You went out for a minute, Mike.
Devin Haney possibly shit in the bed. That depends on which JoJo shows up, but it should be a safe fight for Devin Haney himself.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, believe it or not, they was looking forward to the Rolly fight. They were, because Rolly's that guy. Like Rolly gives you that how you put it. There's a huge gap in between on whether to take him serious or not, but you know he got that dog pound type of mentality, and he a dirty fighter. That's why Teofimo Lopez say he don't spar with Rolly like that too much anymore because he's a dirty ass fighter. So that would have made good for him to step in there with Tank Davis for this fight. But somehow, some way, they try to put it off on allegations. But guess what? Rolly ain't nowhere close to being locked up. He don't have a mug shot. He don't have shit. And he missing out on a huge payday. I felt bad for my boy Rolly because he said he wanted to buy his mom a house, dog. And
Yeah, I felt bad for him. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I really want to. It's just like you said, Rolly's got that personality where I don't dislike him personally, but I would like to see him knock the fuck out. But I ain't gonna lie. When he shows up, he does some entertaining fights. I don't know if it was his last fight or the fight before. I was a little disappointed in him. I was a little disappointed in that performance. But for the most part, I knew for a fact that Rolly versus Javante Davis, I would have got my money's worth.
Mm-hmm.
Like that would have been something I would have bought. I'm not buying Javante Davis versus Cruz, but Rolly Javante could have got my money. Could have definitely got my money.
I agree, man. A lot of people feel that way.
So
for whatever reason, it went down.
Real quick?
Huh?
I mean, I just want to respect your platform. Can I speak out of turn real quick?
Oh no, go ahead, man.
Okay, so
we've been speaking out of turn for the last hour.
Facts. I'm trying to figure out why these millionaires and six-figure people who's around the boxing community always find an excuse why they're not going to buy a pay-per-view. But they tell us we need to support boxing. They'll say, well, I'm not going to buy this fight. I'm not going to buy that fight. But then they'll ask you, what was the last fight you bought? Isn't that a little strange?
I agree. Like me personally, I'll be the first to tell you, I watch all the fights. Do I buy all the fights? Hell, fuck no. I don't do that. And you know what? It's sad to say, as much as I love him, you can blame Floyd for that. You can blame Floyd for that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want money on a Floyd fight. I don't want money on a Floyd fight and was still mad that I paid that $80 to, you know what I'm saying, for that fight, even though I want money on the fight. And you know what I'm saying? And I understood what Floyd was doing in that fight as far as just controlling the fight, controlling the pace. But it's like, I don't know, maybe I just got too much 80s baby in me to where it's like, if I'm paying $80-$100 for a fight, let alone if I actually go to a fight, I need to see something. I need to feel like, oh shit, I saw a show. It ain't got to be a knockout, but I want to see both men give a full accounting of themselves. And you know what I'm saying? Make it real. And honestly, that's kind of why I be on Fish like I'm on Fish. Like, Fish, to me, Fish ain't even exciting. His last couple fights ain't been exciting. Watching a nigga point out somebody he should have knocked out, that's not exciting. Because it's not even like... Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you was done. Sir Ken said, I also heard there's a video out there of Terrence Crawford. Are you talking about when he came down here to Atlanta? So, you know, they try to bring that video. I mean, they try to bring this to the surface before he stepped in there with Sean Porter. So, you know, all I'm saying, you saw what happened to Sean Porter. So you can talk about what happened in sparring, but when you step under them bright lights, it's a whole different beast, dog. But shout out once again to my boy Brian Norman, the Assassin 2.0. He did his thing. Mad respect for him. He is a big name that's coming out this Southern footprint, and he did step in there and spar with Terrence Crawford. I mean, I'm telling you, you know, Brian Norman is a beast. It's only a matter of time before he get his shot. But me myself, I'm not going in detail about what happened because I've been around sparring so much. Well, I'm gonna get up here as media and just talk on it, and knowing there's levels to for sparring and then stepping into the ring. It's levels, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's levels to that fighter that may not have looked good down here, but he just went in there and stopped Sean Porter. That's all I'm saying, Sir Ken. For real. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
I thought there was also a video of somebody else, you know, a big fish. A big fish getting, you know, touched up.
It is a video out there.
Yeah, that's how he fucked his eye up. That's how he got his eye fucked up.
And said, "Aye, aye, Captain."
It's a video. It's a video out there, you know, from, you know, inside the Derrick James, what they call that motherfucker, that cult up in Waco. Oh, they call it the convent or whatever. The Derrick James convent that he don't allow recording and shit like that, but yet when he's not fucking with YouTube, he's allowing another bigger media segue up in there, and they fucked him over. They recorded the sparring secretly, and I found this out from firsthand from people that's close. They recorded the sparring, and they the ones put that shit out on Arrow. They did. Of him being touched up. He was flopping around and shit on land with one eye open, one eye closed. Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, absolutely.
And I honestly, that's what I'm getting at about when I talk about fish. We saw some lackluster fights. We seen some drunken bullshit outside the ring, and we hear about him getting his ass whooped in sparring, which had to be true because he suffered the eye injury.
Yeah, and then they want to once again, you know, hold him being out of the ring as an excuse for not coming back to fight Bud. But you was out of the ring for over a year, I believe, before you came back and fought Danny Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
And that was coming off a car accident.
Well, that's why I love the hypocrisy of their excuses. Because, like you just said, you had no problem doing that with Danny, but you don't want to do that with Bud. So you're going to acknowledge that there's levels to this shit, but you still want to talk like Bud somehow needs to prove something to you. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, you're right.
That's like me saying I got to do all this to get on Scotty's level, but at the same time, I'm talking about Scotty can't fuck with me.
That's true words right there. That's true words when it comes to them Errol Spence fans. I swear to God, man. They're like, accolades don't matter. Nothing Crawford did is matter in his boxing career. None of it. It just all comes down to PPV. Nothing else matters. So y'all weren't saying that before he fought Kell Brook, though. Y'all was saying, oh, he ain't fought nobody. His resume sucks. He fought Kell Brook. Oh, it ain't the same Kell Brook. He fights Sean Porter. Oh, his daddy stopped it. Just stop making up excuses, man. Goddamn, start building up the fight. Start recognizing the dang achievements that Terrence Crawford has been able to accomplish thus far, man. And stop acting like this dude's a soft one, man.
It's getting sad. It's getting to a sad place. And like I keep saying, and you wonder why these fucking YouTubers are making money. I'm not mad at the Paul brothers. I'm not mad at them. I'm mad at these professional fighters who are letting the outside ring and the politics of boxing and all the fuckery mute their shine. They're muting their voices and allowing YouTubers to be the loudest voice in the room. If boxing was real, if boxers took boxing serious, people would stop bringing up Zesty Garcia's name. You said you're out. You're out. So him going on Instagram shouldn't reshift the conversation, shouldn't put him on the conversation, because until you bring your punk ass back into the ring, you out. And if you out, stay out. Back to what I said about Keith Thurman. Don't try and talk about you want to come back now. We done moved on. It's over. That's like that ex who want to come back after 3 years. Who? New phone. Who did?
Yeah, man, we're gonna have to get it straight one way or the other. Hey, shout out to Bruce Goes on deck, man. How you feeling, bro? They're gonna have to figure it out sooner or later, man. This is getting insanely dysfunctional when it comes to that. You know, because the most of the ones that's on YouTube, you hear this going in, they make it personal. They feel they have some type of connection to Spence if they in his backyard. You know what I'm saying? If they have any type of connection to Texas, not Long Island now, Texas, they figure they can speak on Errol Spence and they can do all this and the other. But you're not in training camp. You're not even allowed to go to the gym on a regularity. You barely show up to any of his fights. I mean, you really have no connection. You haven't even covered that fighter. You know, and some of them don't even have an interview with Spence. So I'm just looking at it like all you doing is just going off the eye test. You going off assessing his performance. But you know, when it comes down to it, you also got to hold him accountable for fucking up outside the ropes. Period. Just like Mike said earlier, and Senior, you know, you got to hold him accountable for people saying that he's an alcoholic.
Hey, you got to, because I'm not judging a man for drinking. I drink. I'm getting drunk tonight. Getting good and drunk. Oh, sloppy drunk. I ain't gonna judge. I ain't gonna judge a man for smoking weed. I smoke weed. Smoking weed right now. Shit. I'm smoking a blunt while I'm rolling the blunt. God damn it, it's bad. But then again, I'm not a professional fighter. I'm not running around on Instagram talking about I'm the best in the world and boop-de-boop and blah, and I'm the A-side and the big fish. All right, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, at a certain level of things, the Hector Camacho, the Vargas days of the guy coming into the ring, smoking a cigar and not taking it serious, that's dead. I honestly think that's dead. You feel what I'm saying? Because, yeah, Mayorga, excuse me. Yeah, Mayorga, yeah. Ricardo Mayorga. You know what I'm saying? And I really think he just had, I just think he had Vernon Forrest's heart. I think that's all that was. Because you could even tell from the pre-fight press and all like that. Vernon Forrest he was intimidated by Mayorga. That's all that was really about.
Shout out to my boy Vernon, man. When I was growing up down here, man, I just see him down here all the time, man. I just wish he never ran after those dudes that robbed him and shit, man.
Yeah, that shit was crazy, man. Rest in peace. Yeah, that shit was fucked up.
He was a better boxer than Mayorga too, man. He just couldn't he couldn't figure out the puzzle, dog. He couldn't figure it out.
Mentally, I think, like I said, if you would go back to the fights, he was intimidated because, like I said, he's the better boxer. But when the openings were there, you see them just look at Vargas. Like he would see him, he'd have that punch, he'd have that fist cocked, but he'd just look at him. You know what I'm saying? Like he was more worried, not necessarily about the punches that was coming back. He was worried about the man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? Where a cat is scared of somebody. I always tell people when I first met the champion, my local champion, Kelly Pavlik. I'll never forget that. Me and Kelly always laugh about this. I'll never forget. He was about 13, 14 years old. I'm a little older than Kelly. I'm out here I'm living in Youngstown, but I'm not from Youngstown. I'm still in my city, Warren, at the time, but I'm in Youngstown chilling. And I see these black dudes picking on this white boy. And this black dude's running up on him and he's punching him in the face and doing all this. But you could tell he's not even turning the white boy's head. And you could tell, like the few times like the white boy would try to push back or whatever, you could tell, like I kept laughing. I was like, all right, when that white boy gets sick of your shit and decides to fight back, y'all motherfuckers in trouble and everything. And nothing came of it, but you kept hearing his friend, the white boy's friends, calling him Kelly. And so, you know, tall, skinny kid named Kelly, that kind of stood out in my mind. Then you start hearing him in amateurs. So he's making noise in amateurs. I caught him at an amateur fight around here. And I'm fucking with him. I'm like, man, why didn't you do that when such and such? And he's like, wow, you was there. Damn, that was forever ago. He was like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, yeah. And then as he got older, we always talked about that. Like, yeah, like that's a big thing for me. And I always talk about Forrest and Mayorga. We're like, yeah, he had his heart. He had his heart, where technically Vernon Forrest should have beat the door bricks out of him, but he was intimidated.
Yeah, man, he was, man. I was going for him both fights, but it's wild. It's wild. You know, the Mayorga made a splash though. It was just wild that Vernon Forrest, he beat Sugar Shane Mosley, right? Didn't he beat Sugar Shane Mosley twice?
Yeah, I think twice. Yeah, I know once for sure.
So he beat Sugar Shane Mosley, the same Sugar Shane Mosley who beat Ricardo Mayorga, but Ricardo Mayorga beat Vernon Forrest twice.
And beat him convincingly. I didn't like that.
It was crazy, dog. That was a weird time with that Mayorga dude. I hear he on the streets right now, man. Like,
yeah, I was about to say, I heard he doing bad, and I you know what I'm saying, and I don't like seeing that. I know some boxers fuck up their life afterwards, but you know, I'm a true fan of the sport, and when you give me your blood, your sweat, and your all in the ring, I want to see you like Kelly. I want to see you like Boom Boom Mancini around here, man. Like, man, Mr. Mancini can't do no wrong in my city, man. You feel what I'm saying? That man be everywhere, man, and he ain't no security, no nothing, because ain't nothing gonna happen to him. Kelly the same way. You'll catch Kelly in his binge just bending corners. Fuck it. You feel what I'm saying? Kelly will stop in the middle of the goddamn intersection and go holler at kids, and ain't nobody gonna say nothing because, you know, it's that love.
yes, sir.
I hate seeing when boxers go out like that. You know, now you hear about them, they all fiend out or fucked up in the streets. You're like, damn.
Roy Jones move solo dolo. Roy Jones, you know, some places he go, he's by himself, man. I mean, he ain't got no hat on, no Scully, no motherfucking mask. No.
Yeah, nah. You can see me. I'm Roy, and I'm here. How you doing?
Yeah.
You know, and then people don't understand that's a certain level of respect. That's a certain level of respect that you can't buy. Going back to the politics of this bullshit alphabet soup in boxing, we've got a lot of bot respect and a lot of bot champions. I'm sick of it. Because in the social media era, I would have probably just laughed at it if it was in like the era I came up in. But in the social media era, we got manufactured champions who are allowed to get on social media and pop that shit like they the one. And what did you do, really? You won fights you were supposed to win? What next? We gonna give niggas trophies for tying their shoes in their clothes match? What the fuck? You were supposed to win that fight, bro.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm saying about Crawford. If his opponents was trash, all his opponent was trash, he did what he's supposed to. He trashed them. He knocked them out.
Thank you. That's what I mean. We had that conversation with Buck 50's father, you know, said over a year ago. Like, yep. Damn it, okay, you gonna put me in with a nigga that's stuck in motherfucking boxes at Walmart? Okay, He's out of here in 3. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. He said that.
You know, you put me in there with a taxi driver, I'm gonna beat this taxi driver's ass and show the world that you have no business putting taxi drivers in the ring with me. Meanwhile, them same fighters, Errol Spence is barely getting by. He's getting decisions. Errol Spence is going into wars with these niggas.
A split decision.
Right. Which means that, you know what? You didn't do your job, BJ.
Hey, you don't go to the cars when the fight stopped.
Yeah. Exactly.
Terrence Crawford don't leave it to the motherfucking cars, dog. He get the shit done. Man,
my former trainer Joe used to always say that. I don't want to hear you crying about them refs because you shouldn't have put it in their hands. Take it out their hands. You know what I'm saying? He used to say that to all, like we'd go to little tournaments and shit like that out in the Southwest and say one of the boxers from his gym got cheated out or had a close call. And he's in backstage and he's sitting there mad, throwing shit and kicking the lockers. Man, Joe would just look at him like, nigga, you stop all that shit. What was that energy in the ring? Had you did that in the goddamn ring, then the motherfucking refs wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? And the judge, whatever the judges thought didn't even matter. You should have just ended the fight then. And he wasn't wrong.
They'll get it right, man. Unfortunately, I don't know, man. 2022, I don't think we know close to talking about this. It's good that the buzz has been, loud. It's been amplified as of late, just because Terrence stepped in there with Sean Porter and got the job done in the way it happened, forcing Kenny Porter to stop the fight. And I always tell them that, Kenny Porter looking at his son beat up the canvas in frustration, that may have played a role in Kenny Porter's decision too, because of the tantrum that Sean was throwing and the mental state that he was in when he was doing that. So he might have been having a breakdown. A lot of shit can happen.
And he said that himself too. And that's the thing is, why would you wait and let your son who you know already is starting to definitely blatantly lose, getting touched up even without the 2 knockdowns. And now he got 2 knockdowns back to back in the same round, which has never happened in his whole career.
Never.
Now he's flipping out, having a tantrum. His mind is not in the right place already, you said, from training. And why people were hitting him with that now? Common sense says if you watch the videos of where they were showing Bud training and Porter training, he was already telling him in the video then, you're not listening and you're going to lose and you can't blame it on me.
That's true.
He was already telling him then, you can't just do whatever you want, especially in this fight. You can't do that in this fight. This is a different fight. This is a different opponent. You can't do this.
And they can come up with a list of them. They can come up with a list of excuses, man. Yeah. But the fact is, when you look at Terrence Crawford's motherfucking box rec, that shit registered another win on the left side. Period. It ain't no NC. It's not no D for a draw. None of that shit. It's a motherfucking W.
Straight up. And then, like, back to your point, Scott, that's his dad. I brought up when it first happened. Sir, you probably heard me say it after the fight on that show. I was like, listen, I'm from Warren, Ohio. I know the story of Corey Stringer. Some people have a certain work ethic where they're going to push themselves and burn out. Sean reminds me of one of them people. I could see Sean being frustrated, being whatever, and his dad knowing that he's losing the fight, but knowing his son's heart, that boy will go out there and try to go out on his shield. And what he knows about Bud's at a point now where Bud's not going to keep holding back. Bud's going to really hurt my son. Stop this shit. My son's got heart, and so he's going to keep trying to get up, and to where Bud's going to just have to put him down. I know the fans want to see that, but that's my son.
Yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, you done trained him. You've been in his corner for a extensive amount of time. But yet when it comes down, his son just bought the house across from him. So he still want his son healthy. And he has a family. And whatever else they do on their off time. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, he did what he did in the best interest of Sean Porter, regardless. But I just don't want to hear the devaluing of the win when it comes to Crawford. If you have something to say and you making it all about money on this fight, then you don't really want the fight. I would encourage all the fighters to negotiate their worth. But this is one of those fights that it's supposed to be considered the best fight in the best. So let's see it. It's like it's been brewing in the pot for so long, man. Let's finish it. Let's go. Let's finish it. Let's get this fight made. And the way it looks at the end of 21, it doesn't even look like 22 is going to come close to this fight happening. Jay Ocho, what's good? Sir Ken said, I respect Sean for clearing the air and admitting that he didn't do what his dad asked, and we see what happened. Yeah, man. We saw what happened, dog. And just like Sir just said, man, he was in the ring pre-fight in the fight camp promo, and his dad was in his ear about not listening. He was in his ear, bro. He told him. Everybody who followed the sport seen that shit. So goddamn it, he knows Sean went in there not listening. And then when Sean started hitting the canvas and throwing a tantrum, he said, you know what, let me get him home. You know, the fight another day, man. Let me just close this out. I don't want to see my son injured. Because it only would have got worse from there, dog.
And those wild looping punches Porter be throwing with his eyes closed. His eyes closed would have been all right. His
what now?
Closed for real.
Oh yeah. You know, it kind of remind me of you know, the typical Porter. You know, he's just wild and reckless, man. And that look that he had on his face both times when he got hit, he was hit by Errol Spence and he was hit by Terrence Crawford. You know, he goes in with his head down like the uppercut doesn't exist. It exists, bro. You allow it to exist. You know, coming in head down, swinging and winging. Come on, Sean. I don't think Sean Porter retired either. He's gonna take some time off, but he's coming back. So the Errol Spence fans can understand that Bud is his opponents change after they step in the ring with him. Just look at Benavidez. Benavidez fighting 2 weight classes higher. This dude left a welterweight and came back damn near a super middle.
He said, I don't even want to get nowhere close to Bud again.
And that's also something that I brought up after the fight. No one's talking about the mass migration of fighters who are getting the fuck out of that damn division, because the more Bud's doing it, the more they can't continue their career without having to fight Bud. There has been a list of fighters who are prospects in that division who have moved up or moved down in weight class. And they'll tell you every other excuse in the book, but anybody who's a boxing fan knows why they moved, because they didn't do this because Spence. I'm just saying that. They didn't do it. They didn't do it because Spence was on the scene, because Spence been on the scene.
Yeah, he been on the scene. They wasn't doing that shit.
Uh-huh.
They
When
wasn't doing that at all.
Noise, they moved around. That alone says something.
Well, when the two people who about to fight now, Amir Khan and Kell Brook, both said that he's better than Spence and Canelo, that should tell you something. When Porter said he's better than Spence is, he hits harder. Errol Spence hits harder, but you feel Bud's punches more, and he's a better fighter than Spence is. That should tell you when 3 fighters who fought each other and their opponent, Errol Spence, or Canelo, or they fought, and all of them fought Bud. All of them tell you that Bud is better. Why not listen to the people who got beaten by them?
Mm-hmm.
It just don't make any sense.
Great point right there, Sir Senior. Let's go ahead and highlight that point. Because me, you, Scotty, everybody, we could all have our opinions. The niggas who fought both of these motherfuckers have gave a unanimous, resounding assessment. And it's all in favor of Bud. You can hate Bud Crawford's guts. That's got to mean something. I mean, and if you're going to act like that don't mean nothing, then at least be a man and just say you're a hater. Fuck it. Fuck it. You hating. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. It's 2021. You know, niggas can hate, I guess. You know, everybody else is doing everything. Why not let haters have they, tell their truth? But if you're going to be a hater, just say you're a hater. Because the people who fought both of them, down to the people who sparred both of them, all say the same damn thing. Spence is great, but Bud's at a different level.
That's hard to swallow, bro.
And Mayweather even been saying that for years.
Yeah, I was about to say, Mayweather been saying that
for years.
You know who else said it?
Bud is better. And they talk about, well, EJ touched up Mayweather. Well, if he touched up Mayweather, and Mayweather still say Bud better, what does that tell you?
Mm-hmm. And another person who said it, Roy Jones said it too. I got it on video. Roy Jones said Bud was better. Bud's that dog.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Roy went up there and say, I just want to see Spence step in there with somebody who I can say that, has tested him and this, and then people jumped on Roy Jones. Yep. These motherfuckers are goddamn insanely sensitive, bro. Like, damn.
These people act like Roy Jones don't know boxing. Roy Jones Jr. don't know boxing.
I know, right? Like, damn. They went in on Roy talking about he was a hater, and I was like, you talking about Roy Jones Jr., bro? Y'all have no idea, man. This dude is still training.
Yeah, what you going to tell Colonel Sanders how to make chicken? The fuck, nigga.
For real, man. You gonna try to convince him you came up with the name Kentucky First?
Right. What are you doing here? Like, I think Roy Jones knows what he's talking about. I think Floyd Mayweather knows what he's talking about. I think the fighters who fought both of these guys know what they're talking about. I think the people who've been in the gym sparring with both these guys know what they're talking about.
Facts.
And everybody who I just named all say the same thing. The only people who say things to the contrary are Spence's fans, because Errol Spence don't even say that shit. Errol Spence makes excuses. Errol Spence makes excuses of why he won't fight Bud. Errol Spence ain't never came out of his mouth saying I'll wash Bud. Bud
And he
ain't
never
got
said
shit for
he's
me.
pound for pound over Bud either.
Never once. He never once
All he
fixed
says
his
is,
lips
I'm
to
the
say
big
that.
fish. I'm the money man. That's all he said. He never said I'm the better fighter. He said I think I could beat him. That's what he said. I think I can beat him.
Thank you. He said, I think, maybe, might, kind of, shoulda.
That venom, boy.
Yo,
Damn.
that's facts right there.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, I've been going back and forth with these fucking guppies for over a year now. And I'm not mad at y'all. But even your boy hasn't fixed his face to say the bullshit you saying. What does that tell you?
When he was like, "Oh, I bet I hurt you." That's what he said to Bud. Bud said, I bet I'll make you do the stanky leg."
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
He said, "Bet $1 million." He said, "You getting money, right? Bet $1 million.
Bet $1 million, goddammit.
Get him."
Well, we could bet 100,000. Bet $1 million.
Yeah, man, Spence don't want to dip into his drinking fund.
Yes,
You know,
sir.
them bottles ain't free.
No.
You
You
know
don't
what
want
I'm
that dude out there selling horse meat so he can goddamn supply his habit.
Uh-huh. You know how that is. But I don't know. I mean, that's just really, I don't know. That's just a big sticking point for me in the whole Spence Crawford debate. Spence ain't even saying that shit.
But I'm trying to find all the break, and now I'm very big on researching. I'm trying to find the breakdowns of Errol Spence's amazing skills that shows how he can beat Crawford. I saw the breakdowns of both of their fights versus Porter. You see that Bud, even when he's just in there back and forth with Porter, his foot placement, his head movement is all above Porter's ability that he's giving him at the time. Even when he's getting hit, his reaction to him getting hit is the same as if I hit him. So he's like, this ain't phasing me. It's not phasing me. It's not phasing me.
Yeah.
He's smiling at him, sticking his tongue out, but he doesn't back up any inch. EJ has backed up. He moved when Porter was hitting him. Bud didn't do none of that. Bud went to the point where he was just literally pushing him back towards the ropes. He's Porter out there just swinging, bop, 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 swing, bop, 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 and getting pushed back like he a little kid and push him back into the corner. Where EJ do that at? Who did EJ ever do that to? And anytime recent. But then the excuse is going to be, oh, well, you know, the accident took a lot out of him. The eye injury took a lot out of him. You know, you don't heal from an eye injury that well. Blah, 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 BS. Well, if you're not healed from an eye injury and the accident took so much out of you, then why are you saying that you're going to beat Crawford? Because you know you're not. That's why you don't. I don't want to. I told Scott just, what was it, yesterday or the day before? I think it was maybe the day before or something like that. I was like, I really don't want to see the EJ and Bud fight because I know what Bud's going to do to him, and I like EJ too much for that. I don't want to see him getting laid out like that. Bud is going to.
It has to happen, sir. It has to happen.
He's going to put an exclamation point on EJ, and his O is going to go, and it's going to move to his eye. That's what's going to happen. His O is going to go and move to his eye.
I'm looking for that right there.
Yeah.
Rockabye, baby.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is, if you can catch an uppercut like that from Porter,
dog,
Bud is going to do. Well, that's his bread and butter. And his foot placement is so much better than Porter's. He controls your feet better than pretty much anything else. His foot placement is immaculate, and he just do it so easy. It's nothing to him. You're not going to wrestle him. And the funny thing is, they said that, oh well, Jeff Horn is bigger than EJ. Well, if Jeff Horn is bigger than EJ, he towered over Manny Pacquiao. EJ around the same size. Common sense says if he does that to way bigger fighters, where is all this, oh, he too little for him, going to come in at? He did it to Kell Brook, who's came in at his heaviest, one of his heaviest he's ever fought at 147, because there was no hydration clause. Well, Kell Brook said, I feel the best I ever felt because I didn't have to worry about the hydration clause.
I want to give a big shout out to Everything Boxing and Sports, man. Shout out to Keon on deck in the building. Man, check him out whenever you get time. Sub to his channel. He usually on sometimes twice a day, man, but check him out. He's I think he's absolutely looking forward to this fight so he can see his favorite fighter get washed.
Scrubbed up.
We get Errol Spence this work.
We go clean the fish. We caught it. Now we about to clean it.
I think it's gonna change YouTube forever because I don't know what these cats gonna do, man. They might have to deactivate their channels and shit and seek them outside counseling. You know what I'm saying? For real.
No, you 100% right, Scott.
First, they're gonna be like, oh well, let's do a rematch.
Hey, sir, that's the reason why I need this fight to happen, because they're not going to stop until Bud puts that boy on his ass and has him staring at the stars. In the similar fashion that all of us Wilder fans, we wasn't going to be satisfied until Tyson convincingly beat Deontay with no asterisks or no fuckery.
No asterisks. Correct. Absolutely.
And so he whooped my boy straight up and down on that third one. And you see me, I was a man. I stand all that shit I talked. I said, okay, yeah, you got my boy, and I moved on. Now, will the Guppies do that?
They couldn't do that when he retired Porter. And I was the only one in these YouTube streets saying he's going to retire him and send him back to the Porter Way podcast.
Yeah, I remember that. You did say that. I knew Bud would win, but I didn't think Sean would say fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Would say fuck it. And I do agree with Scott that you give Sean about a year or two, especially if boxing lets Thurman's goofy ass come back. Oh yeah, Sean Porter will come and get him a check. And I'm not thinking like, oh, he's gonna come in and fight to get a check. No, he's gonna come in and make a good accounting for himself, and depending on who they put in with him, he's gonna get that W. And you're not gonna see Sean say, "Oh, well, man, 2 more fights and I'm gonna retire again." No, if Sean puts together 1 or 2 wins, Sean's gonna make another push. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how far that push is gonna get him, but he'll definitely make that push. That's Sean.
He can come back and fight Errol Spence for a title eliminator for the undisputed titles for the current reign defending Terrence Bud Crawford.
Yep. And that's what that's what I've been pointing out post the Porter fight. All EJ shit talking, he put himself in the corner. And the worst thing he ever did was when he fucked up that Pacquiao bag. Because when he fucked up that Pacquiao bag, he put himself in this weird corner where all roads go to Bud now, boy. Anything Errol wants to do, you're going to have to go to Bud or run from Bud. And that's the only narrative. Now, of course, they're going to try and spin it, but that's all the only options he has left. He can try
they fucking off with Ugas with his title. So you have to go try to get that WBO title. It's the direct path now.
Yeah,
go get it. You ain't gonna fight Ugas for no title. So go stop making about percentages and go fight Bud, man. Get it over with.
Because here's the thing: if you the big fish and you all like that, go whoop Bud's ass, then go whoop Ugas' ass. Clean up the division and go do what you got to do, and I'll be the first one. I'll be on your damn show with some big fish gear, and I can say that with confidence because I know you're not going to do it. Why do I say you're not going to do it? Because you've had years. You had years to make that happen, buddy. He had all the time in the world to make them 2 divisions 100% his. His fans.
He has so much. How much time do you need?
Thank you. His fans want to give him that, but no, he never truly did that. Even Floyd Mayweather, when he was talking about the Kambosos fight, said he's undisputed. Even I didn't even get undisputed. And you know, Floyd is one of the most arrogant motherfuckers in the history of niggerdom.
Mm-hmm.
and with Floyd could be like, yeah, well, hey, he did something I didn't do. That just goes to show you.
Made it something that you wanted to do again is be undisputed.
Right.
Because you got to think about it. The only people who was undisputed before him, you had one person who was undisputed and the person who beat him to become undisputed. Nobody else since then was undisputed until after Bud did it.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, like Bud has been in the news for what he's doing in the ring. EJ's in the news talking about Bud. Hell, EJ will fight somebody else, as we saw with the Mikey Garcia, the Danny Garcia, the Porter fight. EJ's in them fights. Leading up to the fights, during the fights, and after the fight, talking about Bud.
What happened to him jumping in the ring and challenging the winner?
Man, that nigga ran. That nigga ran straight to the bar like they just said open bar.
Y'all didn't hear the excuses?
Derrick James in the lead before the 12th round.
Derrick James issued the order. He didn't issue the order for him not to get behind the wheel, but Derrick James issued the order. Hey man, don't stay there. You know, leave in the 12th, man. You know, don't stay there the whole time. Don't be part. Man, get the fuck out of here. You didn't tell him shit.
Man, bottom line is Mark Nash has that still shot of EJ's face when the fight was stopped. That wasn't a look of a man saying, fuck this nigga. That was a look of a man saying, shit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was that look. That was that look. Oh damn! I do gotta fight this boy eventually.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That was I didn't see a man who was like, oh okay, I see who I got next. Like they try to play it like he was like, okay, bud, what? All right, yeah, okay, I'm gone. I see, I got you, nigga. No, he got the fuck up out of there. Like, god damn.
Because he easily could have went to the ring, said, "Hey, let me see. They won't even let me in. They won't even let me in."
Right? Yeah. I would have did that.
Talking about, oh, well, they wouldn't let him to the ring. How when he never even went nowhere close to the ring?
Yeah, talking about ESPN. ESPN had already told him, nah. Why would ESPN do that? Why? Come on.
And
bro.
how could they have told you no when you came in and you went to your seat and then you left from your seat and went the opposite way?
They sent him a text. They sent him a text message.
EJ went to the bathroom and they was in the next stall. They was like, "Hey, you can't come to the ring."
Hey, it was like that Luther video. Stand up. Like, hey, he put his right hand on it. Hey, Errol, you know you can't go to the ring tonight, okay? All right, good.
Facts.
Make sure you wash your hands when you leave. All right, cool.
For real, man. And this is why I'm going in like I'm going in. Like, come on now. I wouldn't care if Errol Spence was my blood. There's something about me that doesn't suffer fuckery. I don't deal with fuckery. I don't acknowledge it. I don't whatever. That was some fuck shit. Because you could have just watched the fight and left. But all the bullshit you're saying,
I'm gonna go to the ring and I'm gonna challenge the winner. And everybody was talking about, oh yeah, he gonna challenge the winner. He gonna challenge Watts. That's why he's the big fish. That's why he the
That's
big
exactly
fish.
how they sound, dog. That's exactly how they sound.
Big fish.
Can't wait. I just can't wait. He gonna step in the ring. I'm gonna see what Crawford gonna do then. I can't wait.
That's why he the big fish. Cause you know he the big fish. You know, cause he the money man. He the big fish. You be like, wait, what? What? And he went the other way.
Have these
I ain't trying to hear this.
In arms, dog. Man, these Spence fans gonna be up here calling YouTube and goddamn sending anonymous damn complaints on us, man.
Yo,
this is just unfair.
That my avatar is Bud now. They're like, man, why his avatar Bud?
Man, listen. After that fight, I got timed out and booted out of so many damn channels. All I'm doing is saying, hey, bud. And then when they start talking to EJ shit, I'm just like, hey, fish on the hook, fish on the plate. Tell that boy, you got no more excuses, fight Bud. Man, the way they was timing me out and kicking me out them chat rooms, you'd have thought I was actually threatening people to come outside and fight me. Oh, my God.
Facts.
All I said was EJ don't want it, because if EJ wanted it, it could happen. It could be his next fight. There is no excuse now.
But they say he literally, like, they took some of the videos down, but I think there's still some up. They got one where they're recording EJ walk out the door. He says, "I gotta get out of here." Well, I got
exactly. I saw that one.
Where I gotta go. It was something like he said it like that. I was like, "Where this nigga gotta go? Where's he going?" He was like, he just got off, and then Blue Blood recorded him. He was like, "What you think of the fight?" And he was like, "Oh, it stopped a little early. I thought so too." You like, you feeding him the answers? Come on now.
What? He thought, oh my God.
I thought so too. Like, you feed him that. Why he running? Why y'all gotta get the slow ball with the shoulder down like brother man from the fifth floor to catch up with EJ. EJ getting up out of, he like, I gotta go.
Yeah. Hey, man,
Go.
EJ was moving like he was in the club and his baby mom came into the club. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I gotta get the fuck up out of here. I gotta get the fuck up out of here,
get up in there, dog. Like, you can't put that shit off on Derrick James. Derrick didn't tell him shit. You know, what was Derrick when he jumped in the ring with Sean Porter? I mean, man, come on, man. You can't sit up here and say Derrick told him not to get in the ring.
And why would
he
Derrick
stood up and
to
took a left-hand turn, dog.
Think about it. Why would Derrick tell him not to get in the ring?
Derrick was up there capping for him on Fight Hub.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, why would he tell him not to get in the ring though? Nobody even explained that.
Because hey, sir, don't he get paid too? Don't he get paid if the fight's made? He don't want
but he's the trainer, not the promoter. So if EJ wants to fight, then he wants to fight for EJ. That's his exact words. I'm a trainer, not a promoter.
That's a solid point you made. He did.
So if EJ wants to fight, I want to fight for him. But I tell him not to get in the ring to promote the fight for himself. Interesting. Because of what? You pull a Bob Arum, Manny Pacquiao. You know how it's going to end, and you don't want to see your boy get done like that. Me too. I know how it's going to end. I don't want to see, grilled salmon like that. I don't want to see that.
I do. I do.
Because Bug on the smoke them. You have smoked salmon. Because
smoked salmon.
That Cajun smoke.
He gonna have a little lemon slice next to fish, all that. A little garnish, everything. It's gonna be a lovely plate. It's gonna be a well presented dish.
You gonna have parsley still on the stem.
You already know. Well, I don't know. Hey, Scott, what you want to have with that fish dinner? You want, you going red wine or you going white?
I'm definitely going red, dog. I'm definitely going red.
Oh, I'm about to say, if you go white, he might wake up and drink.
For real, I got to go opposite because with fish, you usually drink white wine, but in this case, we drink red.
White, he gonna wake up and drink it.
Man, he gonna get mad as hell because he gonna take a sip of that wine like, oh, this ain't vodka, nigga. He want, EJ want that mezcal. EJ want to drink mezcal. He old drunk ass.
It's funny. He came all the way back from Dubai just to run out of the ring. Run out of the stadium. That's interesting.
Just to run out shaking his head, dog. Just to shake your head and leave the area. After hyping all these YouTube channels up, talking about what Terrence gonna do. Let's see. Hey, just like I said, I forgot who said it. It might have been Mike. I forgot who said it, man. I don't know if you said it in the live chat, but they said if Sean Porter would have won, motherfucking Errol Spence his ass would have been in the ring, dog.
Man, if Sean Porter would have won, EJ would have been butt naked doing cartwheels. Jesus could have not stopped that man from going into that ring. That man would have grabbed the camera. They wouldn't have been able to interview Sean Porter after that fight because it would have been all about EJ. Yeah, bud, told you you wasn't shit. You ain't got nothing for me.
Yep. And they'd be like, oh, they got all these excuses now. I was like, well, if Porter would have won, y'all would have had all this stuff to say. Where you can't give this man his credit. And then so BF was like, oh, well, you didn't give EJ credit for Mikey. I was like, for little Mikey?
Yeah, little Mikey, 35er? A 35er?
But he said he was going to knock out little Mikey. He needs to stand on his word. Where Bud said he was going to knock somebody out and he ain't do it.
Talk your shit, man. Stand on that motherfucker. A 35er moving up to 47, and you can't stop him. Man, please. And they're going to say, oh, that's Mikey. Mikey got good defense.
Where Bud start?
Bud started at 35.
Oh, well, Bud ain't too little now. He knocking everybody out, huh?
Exactly.
He too little for me.
You're right.
Oh, well, he knocking everybody out.
And that goes back to what I'm saying.
See what? See, that's different. That's different right there.
Yeah, the hypocrisy has got to stop.
See, that's different.
It's got to stop, man. Because it's like, listen, man, you can't. And honestly, I'm not gonna call out no channel or no individual, but EJ fans, if you are a true EJ fan, when are you gonna tell man up to man up? Oh, excuse me, man down.
Why they telling Bud to make the fight when EJ's supposed to be the big dog.
Exactly. That don't make no sense.
Tell Bud make the fight. Tell Bud make the fight. Tell Bud take the 40. Tell Bud just to take whatever so he get in the ring and then he beat the man. Listen, even in their scenario of Bud taking less money, they're saying that Bud is going to win. But they're not even paying attention to psychology. Their subconscious is coming out.
Mm-hmm.
What they really believe is coming out. It's called verbal leakage.
Mm-hmm.
They
Freudian
say,
slips.
He get in the ring with him and he beat the man, and now in the rematch he get to have the bigger check. So they've already concluded that if Bud takes less money, he's going to beat EJ and then demand the bigger pay in the rematch. But the funny thing is this: part of the reason why Porter decided that he was definitely going to quit, that he said himself, is that he would have had to fight Bud again. If there was a draw or by some way he won, he would have had to rematch with Bud, and he definitely didn't want to do that.
Hell no. Nah.
Nobody who has fought Bud Crawford in the past, let's just go 4 years, who even halfway fixed their face for a rematch. Name one person.
Yep, you're right.
And then let's go farther than 5 years. Name one person who Bud has fought who says, nah, man, fuck that, man. I'll run that back. This ain't even coming as a
just so you know, my mic ain't muted. I'm trying to remember one. I'm trying to figure out one.
I know, I'm with you. I had to think about it before I asked. Think about this now. Errol Spence has beat people who are like, well, you know what, shit, man, hey, we can run it back. Errol was used to being the boogeyman during the Keith Thurman era. That long ago. Yes. That long ago, you were the boogeyman. And it has bothered him that ever since Bud moved up, it has been very clear you're not the boogeyman. People don't run from you, Errol. They run from Bud.
Bud told him that to his face. How you the boogeyman and I've been chasing you? Errol ain't say nothing. He just looked back over his shoulder.
He was hoping somebody would pass him a drink. He was getting nervous. His hands were shaking.
I got to bounce, fellas. It's going on 5 in this mode. A nickel. Shout out to the nickel. Almost goddamn 5 up in this joint, man. Appreciate, that guy Eclipse 330 in the building, Michael, and cooking with Sir Senior on deck, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up today, man. And cooking Errol Spence. It ain't the last one, Errol. Don't worry about it. It's not the last. It's not.
No, we're gonna keep these fish fries going.
Yeah, you keep this duck going on. We're gonna goddamn keep on frying your ass for real.
Fish fry Friday.
Yep. Shit. Every day. Because every time I go on YouTube and I see one of these guppies spout they bullshit, I'm gonna go 10 times harder. I'm gonna keep getting kicked out of chat rooms. I'm gonna keep getting timed out, but I'm gonna stand on my energy because you know what? I mean what I say. I put my money where my mouth is. And yeah, man. I'm all in on Bud, especially against Spence. So, hey, shout out to you, World Combat Sports, Sir Senior, everybody in the live chat. We love y'all. And yeah, man, we got a great weekend of fights going. I hope everybody does their job, but mark my words, do not be surprised if Jojo Diaz upsets Devin.
Dang. Any final words there, Sir Senior?
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar of that. Is everybody, love the people around you, love yourself, be careful, don't drink and drive.
and if you're gonna drink, don't drive, just like Senior said. All right.